today, most of us have become what is written on the slide, Homo technologicus. What does that mean? Anyone from the backbench? What is Homo technologicus? Okay, to explain it to you better, I would like to invite my fellow panelists, Divya, Raghavan Sampath, Vinod, Manmeet, Sunil Dutt, and Amit. A big round of applause. So when we were initially planning to do this panel, what I did is I put the panel topic in AI, and I asked AI to give me the questions. Okay, that's a obvious. I think Amit, you should move here. It will be easier for us to. The pictures will be better. So AI gave me one simple question. Ask them what, why, when of gadgets. And then I said, okay, when AI says so, it is applying its own intelligence, but there is a lot which goes behind the curtains. And that's what we'll try to extract today from all of you. Starting with India's biggest, one of the biggest telcos, Airtel, right? We'll go across the room with one question and introduction. So you can introduce yourself and answer the question, and then we will kind of weave other themes. My question to you, one point, is when will India achieve supremacy in building gadgets made in India? With your introduction.
Thank you so much, Abhishek. I think, start with the introduction. Hi everyone, this is Divya Chaudhary. I had partnerships for Airtel. And to answer your question, Abhishek, I think the next decade, as everyone says, is the decade for India. I think in a lot of cases, we have already moved miles ahead in terms of supremacy of gadgets made in India. And I think one sphere that I see really leading that charge will be the connected home space, be it last mile connectivity with, fixed wireless access or IPTV. So I think the decade is now, and I think India is very close to reaching it, starting with connected homes.
Great. Your quick intro and the same question. And the way Divya alluded towards one category, any other category you see?
Hey, hi, good morning everybody. My name is Raghavan. I head business development and sales for MediaTek. I've been with semiconductor industry for last 25 years. And last 25 years, to answer Abhishek's question, I have seen the transformation of India electronic design, hardware, software, product design, right? So to answer your question, yes, we are innovating, we are designing products, which is important for a very large demographic country like India. So the needs are completely different. So let's not forget there is 70% of the population still in rural of India, right? So we do have high spending income professionals or homes, right? So we need gadgets for multiple use cases and multiple applications. So just to answer your question, it's kind of the mother is the necessity of all inventions, right? So the need is the necessity of the all. So India has some unique needs. So for example, the PhonePe or the Paytm machines which reads out, that's a unique gadget for India you don't see anywhere else. And similarly for farmers, there are some automated pump sets where they just send an SMS to switch on the, or they need to walk 1 kilometer in the midnight because the water pumping happens at the midnight from in some of the various parts. So what I would say is, yes, India is designing and innovating based on the needs of the country and the use cases, basically.
Vinod?
Hi, my name is Vinod Saharan. I had IoT business at Vividian. We're designing a lot of these gadgets myself for almost 2 decades now. So, I mean, just to answer your question first, your actual question was when India will reach that supremacy in this space, right? See, we have been doing this design for almost 18 years now. Real product design in India. So, while Indian needs, definitely as Raghavan told, they are different. But when we call about supremacy, right? Yes, we have work to do.
Even the
Yes.
pockets, I'm
Yes.
okay, because I know you guys do experience-led design
Correct.
quite a lot. VVDN is known for that.
Correct. So, so two things basically, right? So, area-wise, I mean, today what is happening in India, if you see most of the gadgets, at least new startups talking about three things. One is more focused on sort of medical tech. The second one is more on AR, VR. I mean, lot of companies, lot of startups in fact. And the third one is something related to robotics, more maybe your home robots and that kind of thing, right? So, looking at Indian needs, right? Healthcare is definitely one of the area. Looking at our population, our demographics, our health infra in general, right? That is one area where definitely ecosystem will grow, and it is growing. But from a gadgets perspective, definitely there are a lot of opportunities there. The second area, when we say home automation, as Divya was saying, yes, it is there. I would say slightly still at a slightly premium level, maybe not going to the masses, but yes, that is another area. The third one, AR, VR, everyone is talking, but primarily the way manufacturing is growing, more than on the entertainment side, right? Looking at the AR, VR in the industry, in the manufacturing, whether it's for diagnostic, whether it is for repair or for the remote diagnostic, right? That is another area which will definitely grow. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Amit?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Amit Agarwal, and I take care of consumer experience at Samsung Electronics India. And this is what I love doing, which is making products and experiences better for our consumers. Interesting question. So I would put it like this. A lot of chip design has been happening in India for a very long time. So there are global GCCs which are here and doing chip design. A lot of software design and software development has been happening in India for a very long time. Now it's the middle layer, which is you start putting together various components and start make them talk to each other. So that's when the whole product design comes into the play. And the journey has started. I really can't speculate when we will have supremacy, but because the journey has started and it's on the accelerated path, I think let's enjoy the journey and it should happen. There are some areas where it can happen faster. I like to concur with Divya that home IoT and home automation or vision intelligence, these are some of the areas where these things can happen faster, but it's definitely, we have joined that bandwagon and we are on the way.
Great.
Thanks.
And my next question lies into the next slide, which says the big 10 billion India sets iPhone export record. This is yesterday's headline. India has exported $10 billion of iPhones as of yesterday, and the question lies into the same, and I'll come to you. Why such devices are not designed from India? What can we do culturally in a country like India to start designing and conceiving these ideas at an early stage? Amit?
Okay, so that's a question which, it's an interesting question. I think when I talk about cultural, there is one thing we can do, which is culturally, we have all the ingredients, at least the raw material is all there. But culturally, couple of things if we can do, which is we can start celebrating design and engineering. We can start having heroes who are creators, innovators, builders, and that can give a lot of impetus to a lot of young people coming and joining this. So this happened in last 2 decades. Lot of the startup culture has taken the hold. Lot of young people now want to, they give equal importance to startups as they would give to large companies. And still, like the way we have cult of cricket, the cult of Bollywood, if we can also have the cult of makers and a makers movement around it, where people can come together and create things and celebrate things, I think that should really help us go there.
Coming to Vinod, you know, VVDN's one of the line is experience-led design, right? And that's what today, if you look at, when you start the journey as a country, there is a lot copy-paste which need to be done, no shame in that. But when you say experience-led design, that is a global product which can be a truly global hero, right? That philosophy in Indian manufacturing of the gadgets, by when do you see that becoming a mainstream?
From a manufacturing standpoint, I would say we are more or less almost there, right? Whatever has happened over last maybe 7-8 years or a decade, right? And especially, I would say definitely with this government specifically, right? Manufacturing has really grown and lot of innovation. When I say innovation from a manufacturing standpoint, right? Because we do manufacturing. We used to do a lot of things manually when we started, like almost 15 years back. There has been a lot of automation, lot of focus on quality. From an Indian culture perspective, right, little bit that shift is required and it is happening from our chalta hai and jugaad. It is required if you really want global products.
Right.
So, and we looking, when we say experience-led design or manufacturing, right? When we were doing design, we realized manufacturing is need of our, we started manufacturing. Now when we started manufacturing, we realized design has to be done for manufacturing. That is where the experience comes. It's easy to say, it's very difficult to do basically. And that is what we definitely need to learn from all the pioneers, and we need to grow in that segment basically.
So, Raghavan, you guys have been a fabulous company for ages, and we were talking about the cars just before we got on board. China is selling 2.5 crore cars every year. India sells 45 lakh cars. That gives you a huge headroom for one particular segment in which MediaTek can be a leader. Which are the other pockets do you see from your experience where MediaTek can enable the journey of India, make in India for gadgets and the semiconductor?
Sure. So thanks for this very innovative or interesting question. So let me tell you what we have done in recent past after COVID, right? So after COVID, there was a huge demand for broadband, right? And people were working from home and there was WFH for a very long time. And people started consuming internet in zettabytes or per day, they were huge. So in order to provide internet broadband like the ISPs of Airtel, so we have co-worked with India's internet service providers and telecom service providers to in fact revolutionize broadband, right? So there are certain innovations which none of the global guys or global telecom service providers could do that. So I'll give you one classic example with Divya's permission is, so globally for 5G FWA broadband, there were IDCPs, it's called indoor CPE, which is inside the door, one user per CPE. Whereas likes of Airtel and the Mumbai Jio guys, they said, I'll put an outdoor CPE because 5G indoor penetration is poor. Second point is, they said one outdoor unit is underutilized for one home because the outdoor unit can receive up to 600, 700 Mbps of data, whereas consumers are at 50 or 100 Mbps max. And they inserted another device called RMDU, Remote Management Device Unit. So one ODCPE is for many IDUs. So by this way, the infrastructure cost is coming down. And second thing is, it's using the right bandwidth because spectrum is also pretty important for sub-6 of 5G.
Right.
So this is one very innovative product what we have done. Similarly, automotive, while you mentioned, right, so we have been innovating in automotive, especially right from 2G telematics day.
Right.
So we have not marketed enough. So if you remember AIS 140, a government regulation where they said telematics is mandatory for all commercial vehicles. So MediaTek based modules, so we are at tier 3 in the ecosystem chain. So there is a OEM, then there is a device provider, then a module guy and a chip guy. So that's why people don't know how we have been part of the India revolution enabling technologies for the consumers. Again, last but not least, I'll repeat my example of the Paytm box, sound box. That again used a 2G very low cost module where people used to get the confirmation of the payment, especially the rural Indians who are not well educated, who don't notice
It's
it.
being replicated across the
that's
world.
that's all what we have done, right? So there is one very, very disruptive product which we are working with a very large Indian company. Partially it's in the public domain. So today the millimeter wave spectrum, again I'm holding on to broadband because internet is the most essential part of the digital revolution. So you need internet, every home needs to be connected, every Indian needs to be connected for digitization to penetrate, like how the telecom minister and our honorable prime minister mentioned yesterday. So millimeter wave, last 3.5 years or 3 years after spectrum is lying idle. None of the telcos are able to provide services on the millimeter wave, right? So we have been working for last 18 months. It's an amazing and most disruptive device. Nobody has developed in the world. It's under embargo, so I can't reveal, but there is something on internet already. You can Google millimeter wave spectrum and India telcos doing something very disruptive. So that will be the biggest disruption next year by MediaTek.
Let me ask the telco expert the same question and get more insight on that.
Skip the millimeter wave question, but I think, I think what, Raghavan clearly mentioned, I think, while, there was a lot of innovation that was done in, FWA, enabling those FWA with those outdoor units. I think, and the reason I said connected homes is because that's one area where telcos are practically subsidizing those routers and devices for the customers, right? And also the fact that where telcos coming is because we have a unique vantage point, like because of our distribution reach and our legacy with customers, our understanding of consumers is extremely deep. And I'll give an example, it launched its IPTV in end of March. And, we powered by the, broadband evolution and expansion that we were able to do with FWA, we, took on that wave. We launched the IPTV box fundamentally on two principles. So, the Airtel team was actively working with, the teams who was producing the devices in terms of what is the architecture that we need from a hardware standpoint. And also building the platform layer in terms of software to say what is the personalization that customers need, is there a monetization avenue that we can create, how do we manage life cycle. So I think the combination of two and the intelligence that comes from telcos, and if all the players come in together, that is an ideal blueprint which can enable all of us to create more and more products, which are started in India, launched in India, and then can be exported, worldwide.
Great, and let me, also bring in a dimension of everyone is talking about AI, and today no panel can go home without answering the questions on AI. Starting with Amit. Amit, you have spent significant time in Korea, China, now in India. How can we leverage AI better to fast track the next phase of our journey?
I think if we ask this question to AI, the answer will be interesting. But jokes apart, so AI is a catalyst. What we do, AI helps us to do faster. Sometimes AI helps us to explore areas which humanly we are missing. So the core topic is gadgets for the futures, right? From make in India to design in India. So AI systems today and large LLM models already have ingested world knowledge. And then there are specific purpose AI LLMs available which have very deep knowledge on design, material sciences, components, products, consumer experience, putting it all together. So if we, where AI, I think, has a perfect match, when you take robotics is nothing but core of everything we say, in mechanics and power electronics or assembly, and ultimately gadgets is nothing but robotics put together. AI and robotics, when you marry them, you get a new generation of products and technology. So what happened earlier in 2010 or when smartphones started, and suddenly in 2013, 14, 15, when smartphones came, three things came together. One, smartphone enabled you to do many things. Second, high-speed data, which is LTE data, which came up. So you could suddenly do things like book a cab, order something, execute things on the phones. Third was cloud. So cloud, smartphones and connectivity, three things came together, and I think millions of use cases became possible, and those millions of use cases came to us in form of applications. So when multiple technologies come together, that's when magic happens. So if we look at today's picture, it's electronics, robotics, AI, and there is a third element which, when they come together, we will have gadgets which are new, which are very productive, and the whole pace which has taken long time for other countries and other companies to go through, this can happen much faster. And consumers are using AI. All of us are using AI at our personal levels via some AI tool, right? And even school children are using AI. So I think if we can seed it right at the education K-12 level of electronics, gadgets, robotics and AI, and when they grow up and they grow up playing with these things, this can really fast track the whole journey. This is my point of view.
So Vinod, from the manufacturing perspective, which is the most impactful area which you see AI is going to disrupt?
AI is disrupting almost everything, right? Even what we didn't think about few years back. So when it comes to manufacturing, right? So the first thing is the places, right? When the areas where as a human, right, we have our own limitations. So one is the hazardous industries, right? Where we definitely see, especially from an Indian context, right? Lot of people still working. So one advantage is lot of gadgets for them, where AI will enable lot of applications in terms of safety. The second thing is specifically on manufacturing is the defect detection. Especially if you say today vision-based AI, right?
Visual AI.
Yeah, so that is really growing very fast. In fact, lot of work that we have done on visual AI, detecting the defects, like even if you have a product you are manufacturing, even detecting a crack in that, detecting even a scratch on that can be done with visual AI, right? So the inspection, right? Automated inspection is another area where AI, especially visual AI, is going to help a lot, basically. Yeah, and specifically for these needs, we need something specialized, I mean NPUs if you ask me, because lot of dedicated or generic NPUs are available. But if we go gadget specific AI, especially the smaller gadgets or battery powered gadgets, we need to look at smaller footprint NPUs which are actually going to run with very low power, basically. That will be the catalyst to really boom AI in this application specifically.
And Raghavan, from your perspective, AI for gadgets or gadgets for AI, where are you focusing?
Okay.
Or AI for semiconductor for AI?
True. So all electronic gadgets, semiconductor is the essential building block, right? So we need to start, or we have already done. We have put the NPUs today. There's a, not bragging, but we are launching the latest and the greatest MediaTek smartphone chipset with the dual NPU, which is a 9th generation.
Wow.
So when I say 9th, why I say 9th generation, very particular about 9th is it's evolved to the 9th generation already, because AI is an evolving technology, right? Every day there is something new, learning model or new algorithms coming in, and you have to make the gadgets more innovative, more intuitive, and it has to be predictability as well. So AI is all about predictability, productivity, efficiency, and once the semiconductors SoC starts supporting such kind of both hardware level NPUs and the LLMs which can run on it, then of course gadgets can become most partner, or gadgets can run much more, can do much more at the AI level. So that's the innovations what we are doing at
And there were lots of pressure on networks for AI, right? How are you preparing for it?
See, I think actually, we are embracing it. Yeah. So in the sense that, when we, like as telcos, we have a dual responsibility. First is because there is a wide customer base that we have. So how do we truly democratize AI access for them? So, which is something, when we launched our partnership with Perplexity, that was the intent, that how do we really unlock that potential for, students, early jobbers, and practically everyone in India who wants to learn and create more and more entrepreneurs. And then the second aspect is that, because of this, of course, there is, immense pressure on network. How do we really optimize our networks? How do we really, and also being a legacy company, it gives us an opportunity to innovate our internal ecosystems. I think customer experience is one area where we definitely feel that, AI is one, can really enable us in transformation, understanding, transcripting what customers are saying, what are the pain points, and then how do we solve it. And similarly on network, right, like what I've heard, I think on the utility transmission there is, big space, which I think Vinod also mentioned, the entire governance and audit. So how do we embrace it in network is another key area where, we are focusing on.
So if you look at India as a market, India is the fastest growing gadgets market in the world, 24% CAGR, I believe. And if you look at the market size, we were number 2. There are some research which claim we are number 1, there are some claims we are number 2. So India is a market and product for India. What's going on? We can start with Amit again. Because second largest market, if you don't address this market, you will miss a big piece of the market.
Yeah. So right. So one is large population which loves to play and experiment with gadgets, right? So just you launch a product and we have all age groups, all demographic groups there who love to play and explore. So it's not only a large market, it's also a very large playground or let's say a pilot market also. So a lot of exciting work is happening in India. So earlier what used to happen long time ago, a product would get launched in other markets, more developed markets, and much later the product would come to India. Today, India first launches are happening, and there are plenty of examples where India first launches are happening. So that's one area. Second, a lot of innovation which would happen outside and then come to India. Now there is innovation, original innovation happening in India, launch in India first, and then going global. So if I talk about Samsung, so there's a lot of innovation in home AI, smart things, visual AI, communication experiences, which touch millions of people every day, because we know people use these experiences every day. They get designed, launched in India, and they are successful, and then they go global. So this is on the innovation front where a lot of work is happening. On the product front, because India has its own unique needs, and Raghavan just gave an example of a 2G box, voice box, which was very unique need for India. So like this, if you see in a lot of product categories, gadgets, electronics, autos, everywhere, new form factors which may have been thought over everywhere are first getting conceptualized, co-designed in India and being launched in India. So India is today one of the prime premier markets where companies, Indian companies and global companies, all of them are very excited about and are centered on innovation and use cases from India. So because it's already there, so market will get addressed as the large growing market will get addressed. Thanks.
Perfect. Vinod, again, India is a market, but I'll take a little bit of deroute from India as a design hub or India as a manufacturing hub. What do you see as a, yeah. So what do you think India need to do as couple of steps to up the game in the areas of design and manufacturing?
So I think first let's take design, right? See, India has been doing design. From a design perspective, we need tools. Tools are available. And with AI coming, I mean, people are definitely having much better usage of tools, more efficient usage, right? So tool is not a problem. Second is talent. I mean, India produces the talent that we produce is like humongous, right? And in fact, most of the, big corporations, whether Indian or non-Indian, you can see how Indians are running that. So talent is not the issue. The third thing comes on design side is ecosystem and mindset. That is what really requires little bit to change and to it is happening. It's already happening actually as we speak. So ecosystem, when we say from design innovation perspective, right? Especially in a gadget sort of market, innovation is the key. You have to differentiate yourself. Otherwise, you can make gadgets, but again, those brands will be lost basically. So what really happens ecosystem is we are doing a lot of stuff. We need to find very core areas. Looking at Indian demography, both in terms of population, in terms of the economical expenditure that they can do, right? We need some very unique gadgets. So agricultural, as you were mentioning, is one area where this can be done. We have like still 70% population is sort of into agriculture, right, or agriculture related jobs. Then coming is healthcare, which I mentioned earlier also. So the mindset change is required in the sense if we want to do something, it has to work. Otherwise, we cannot compete with most of the global brands. Today, India really needs to create brands. People are willing. Funding is there, talent is there. Now ecosystem is required. Mindset is already changing. Now the third thing in ecosystem is the components. We need some application specific components in terms of even including chips. All the generic chips that we are using, if you really want a very low power gadget, let's say audio specific gadget, then that chip has to focus on audio functionality. It needs to work only how it can enhance your audio experience and how it can even enable AI on audio level basically, right? So in ecosystem today, we are still dependent on outside. Chips are available, component level, lot more innovation has to happen.
That leads to Raghavan from fabless to fab journey. What do you think we need to do?
Okay, so if you look at the fabless and fab, if you ask me, is it required to have fabrication? I'm talking about both India specific and the semiconductor companies, right? So semiconductor companies, traditionally, all of them were fab based. Why fab? They used to manufacture the semiconductors in-house, right from packaging, wafers, testing, and rollout, right? Last 20 years, things changed. So fab requires huge investment. Each fab can cost up to $10 to $12 billion. So capex investment is huge, and you need to have the return of investment. So otherwise, you can't make profits, or your operating margin and profit margins are pretty low. Then when fabless companies started innovating, there was the rise of these common fabrication units like TSMC, Global Foundries, Samsung fabs, and Intel fabs. They were doing chips or manufacturing for the fabless companies, right? That. So coming to India, yes, we do need fabs. Definitely we need fabs. And since the investment is huge, and as the government policies and the semiconductor companies have decided, we are not going to invest on the 3 nanometer or the 2 nanometer fabs. So we are looking at very strategic investments where there is a need due to geopolitics and Atmanirbhar or self-resilience.
So the nodes which have the maximum use cases.
Yeah, no, this is not maximum. This is strategic use cases. Okay. So it could be aerospace, it could be defense, it could be sometimes even medtech, right? Where it is still higher nano, and some automotive use cases as well. Because of the rare earth, I'm not correlating fabs to the rare earth mineral ban or embargo. So there could be some embargo saying that, okay, EV vehicles cannot import chips, like how China has a lot of restrictions. India also can face it. So do we need fabs? Yes, the answer is yes. Do we invest on the latest 2-3 nanometer? We are not ready because the investment is pretty huge. Even if government gives incentives and SOPs, companies both Indian and global will be tough to, because the ecosystem is not ready yet. So what we do, we invest in the strategic areas, higher nanometer, start
taking smaller steps before you leap, then maybe after 5 years, I think so the situation could be very right. Then we start investing in the latest and cutting edge technologies. This is from the global perspective. If companies who are manufacturing, right, they want to shift their fabs in India for various reasons, yeah, pretty much India is ready in terms of the infrastructure. So you have power, you have airports, you have road infrastructure and the seaports today. So that shouldn't be a problem if the global companies wants to shift their fabs to India for some geopolitical reasons.
Perfect.
So that's the answer, yeah.
And that's a good one. Divya, telcos are of late becoming the backbone of the country in terms of the growth, in terms of the strategic nature of the telcos, right? How are you balancing these two aspects of the growth and being the very responsive telco? So in a way, we were talking about IT, IoT use cases, which is the growth drivers, right? Globally, if you look at telcos are under the stress for the margins. Can gadgets change the game for you?
See, I think what global telcos are facing now, I think India telcos always face that because of, I think India is one of the countries with the lowest ARPU. So I think, and addressing the price sensitivity of the Indian diaspora is extremely important for any player across industries, right? The way telcos are uniquely positioned is, of course, there is a B2B lens in terms of, how do we keep on inventing and accelerating our growth on the back of, IoT-led, inventions. And then acting as a backbone, our, core job is to ensure that, hey, the latest and the best technology that's out there should be available to all the consumers. And that's where a lot of, from a mobility standpoint, there's a lot of focus in terms of how do we continue to roll out more and more 5G sites across the country. How do we continue to increase the broadband penetration across cities? So I think that's practically in terms of ensuring that connectivity needs of the country are addressed as a whole.
Right.
And that's especially true for us because, India has the highest youth population. Like there are 100 million new, young users who are expected to join the economy, over the next 5 years.
Right.
And hence, and that's in one way, that's one of the key reasons the gadgets growth is, fueling not just from a smartphone standpoint, but also across, multiple categories.
If you get a wish and that wish is for your industry and you will be granted that wish by someone here around in IMC or maybe yesterday who were here, what will be your one wish for the telco industry?
See, I think from a telco industry standpoint, I think being able to cater to the demand of the customers at an, because providing connectivity is extremely capex intensive. So how do we, are able to build a network which is resilient enough across, the landscape of this entire nation, I think is extremely critical because even now we are at 97% connectivity.
So you want to reach to more users at a low cost?
More users at a low cost. And then also connectivity, not just for mobility, but across, like high speed internet access is what we really want to enable for everyone.
Raghavan, what's your wish list?
Wish list, India to become the semiconductor powerhouse, be the world leader, cater to the entire world, have the best fabrication units, and India should have our own world-class semiconductor company. So today it's so we have the GCCs and just to highlight, right, every semiconductor company globally, there are 25 of them, big, small, everybody. The biggest R&D centers of their headquarters, India is housing those semiconductor companies R&D.
Correct.
So R&D we are covered, but India needs an Indian semiconductor company who is going to lead the world like the NVIDIAs or better than NVIDIAs. That's my wish as an
Creating
Indian.
truly global products
like
launched from India.
Yeah, it's for India, yeah.
Yeah, so as Raghavan told on, we need more semiconductor companies in India, India semiconductor companies. We need Indian product brands in all the areas, right? It's not just, automotive is still much better, but if you look all the other electronic space, especially gadget space, we definitely need to create more brands. And that will happen with collaboration. So collaboration is the key. So collaboration should happen.
Collaboration, perfect. Amit?
So a lot has already happened, I think there are production link incentives are there. There are GCC enablements are there.
The design link incentives also.
Yeah, design-led incentives are there. GST rationalization is happening on products. So lot is already happening. Connectivity is getting better, right? Forums like this are creating awareness. So I think if wish is there, wish is that if we can implant a seed of creativity, of electronics, gadgets, products, AI, robotics in our children right from the early age. And right in the K-12 education, I would say K-6 and above, if everybody can be given a small board to play with, and they imagine millions of kids in India starting from K-12 playing with small boards, creating things.
You were discussing like Lego.
Yeah,
like Lego.
and so just we take a Lego and we add electronics to the Lego, and they can create anything they want to create with it. And then we reward them, we incentivize them, we celebrate them like we do Bollywood stars or cricket stars. I think that will automatically
Change the future.
change the future and create everything what the panel is talking about.
What a great way to conclude. I'll open the floor for questions for our audience for next 5 minutes. Any questions to our panelists? Sure.
So hi, so my name is Sabir. I work in a software company. I was into semiconductor maybe a couple of years back, but I'm not into that industry now. So I'll ask Mr. Sampath. So you talked about Fab Ready India for the semiconductor. You talked about we are ready in terms of infrastructure, but how are we ready in terms of procuring raw materials? Like I read somewhere that we need huge volumes of water and other things. So how we are ready in that aspect?
Okay. Infrastructure is definitely a government-related question. I'm not shying away from that question, right? So last 10 years or 15 years, right, India has seen the sea of transformation in terms of infrastructure, right? So raw materials are pure form of sand. For making semiconductor, you need the purest form of sand. I'm talking about the basic raw material. I'm not talking about the tools and the manufacturing equipments. Manufacturing equipment, there are hardly 2 or 3 guys, Japan and ASML in Netherlands. So those tools which can make wafers, which can make semiconductors is already there, you have to import. I'm not talking about making those tools as well. So when I say semiconductor ready, if some X company wants to put up a fab here, they look at these raw materials. One is if they can ship out the goods as soon as possible when they manufacture. So is the road transport good? Then the airways, the airports, the international airports and the connectivity to the key destinations. Then the shipways or the seaports, right? So electricity, 24/7, I did mention you need electricity. So today electricity is not a problem in India. Second one is the purest form of sand. Sand refining is already mastered. Either you use the sand from the sea or natural forms of sand in India, you can still do it. Third one is purest form of water. Water in India, it's a fact, you can Google for yourself. India doesn't, again, it's a government question. I'm not talking on behalf of government or institutions. So there is surplus water and gallons of water is going into the sea. The water management is not the best in India. To get the purest form of water is still not an issue. There are several, okay, point is, are you talking about natural source of water? No. There are water purifiers used, for example, TSMC, right? I'm just taking a TSMC. There is no rivers there in Taiwan which can give you abundant amount of water to manage. So they refine or purify the water. They take the saline water, they take the water available from the nature, they purify it. Of course, the cost goes high. So to answer your question, yes, we are ready. If for X company, some Y company wants to move their fab from a particular geographic location to India, is it ready? Answer is still yes, it would be ready. I'm pretty sure the government is taking a lot of initiative to make it better. If somebody is going to really put up a fab, I'm pretty sure government will do their best to ensure that these fabs are operational in 2 to 3 years of time.
Brilliant question and brilliant answer. One more last question. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Saksham. I'm currently a student, so I basically wanted to ask you about, you mentioned about semiconductors and everything, right? First of all, great insights on how we are ready to manufacture something. But from an Indian perspective, I mean to say, manufacturing of semiconductors, from as far as I know, requires a huge amount of capital, right? Without getting in certain institutions which can fund this process, I don't think that would be possible from an Indian perspective. So from point of view of a person who does not have access to that much amount of capital, what do you think what we can build in India? Could we help out in supply chains of, building those semiconductors, or what exactly could we build in India to bolster this level, to get to that level wherein we can manufacture in the same space?
Sure. So looks like semiconductor is the hottest topic.
You are the
I think so. I did mention, right? Every semiconductor company has the largest design center outside of India. So what do we mean? So any chip which is rolled out by, including my company or any of my peer companies, there is majority of the design contribution happening already out of India. So I get your question. You're talking about, can we roll out a chip, right? So today, the trend is go fabless. So if you want to, for example, you are a student, you have an innovative idea to design a specific chip. It could be the smallest sensor, right, which can resolve some of the unique problems. And that particular sensor is not yet available from the global companies, or you are improvising on something. You can do the chip design for yourself. There is no capital investment. There are EDA tools available from the Synopsys, the Mentor Graphics, etc. You design, you can, it's a digital, it's a app or a EDA tool on your computer. So you generate the net list and then give it to the fabs who can make some golden silicon for you to test on the PCB, whether it works well. Then you make manufacturing. So the investment, that's why you see a lot of startups. I don't know if you attended the inaugural session yesterday. So there were a lot of startups who are filing patents. I'm talking about startups, not the big global companies like ours. So they are innovating, investing on chip design or making chips out of India already. So fab is investment oriented, but designing of chips doesn't require any major investment. It's just the manpower, skill set, and the knowledge. So that's the answer for your question.
Perfect.
I would like to add to this point. So there's a lot of mention about chips, semiconductor. But as we discussed, it's a whole chain. You have a concept. You design the product, how it looks, how the experience would be. You have to own end-to-end experience. Then you design the interface, the materials, the software. Manufacturing is the last stage, and then the components come into the place. So if gadgets have to be, created, a lot of this whole value chain can still be done. And then manufacturing is the last step. So I think we just need prototyping labs, places, makers fairs, where you can prototype, learn, experiment quickly, and then you will find a lot of partners to fill in the gaps, whether it is the semiconductor side, whether it is the manufacturing side, whatever it is. So if we have to be there, we have to think about products, creating brands and excellent experiences.
Perfect. I think with that, I would like to, give a big round of applause to our panelists on the insights, on policy making, on the people, on the culture, on the different roles of the telco, the spikes coming into the demand, and to all my audience, thanks a lot for being such a fantastic audience with such good questions. With that,
Thank you, Abhishek, and thank you to our respected speakers for such a wonderful and insightful session, and thank you to all the audience. Now I request Mr. Abhishek Gupta to present a token of appreciation to all the respected speakers, please.
Okay, hi, good morning, everyone. A warm welcome. I think we all heard the delegations yesterday that India is at the forefront of digital revolution. And at the same time, it's important for us to build sovereign capabilities and skills. Taking this discussion forward, imagine a world where networks doesn't only connect us, but anticipate us. And it's no longer a connectivity, but a conscious capability. To take this forward again, I would like to call the fellow panelists who will be the part of discussion that is shaping the network economy, the network as a service imperative. I would like to call upon Mr. Shrikant Mehta from AWS. He's the head of telecom business development India in Southeast Asia. Welcome, Mr. Shrikant. We have Mr. Nanda from EdgeCore, the Vice President, Product Management and India Operations. With 2 decades of experience, he leads R&D for multi-service routers and other products. I would like to call Mr. Kishore Kumar from Spirent Communications. He's a head APAC South. Would like to call Mr. Alok Shukla, who leads the enterprise business for Airtel. And Mr. Suresh Chitturi, the Senior Director, Standards Research at Samsung India. I would like to welcome all the panelists. But before we start the panel discussion, we have Shri Rudra Narayan Pillai. He's a member of DCC and Head of Technology Vertical, Department of Telecommunication. He will be the keynote speaker on this topic. I would like to welcome Shri Rudra Narayan Pillai ji on stage, please. Thank you, sir.
Sri Nanda Ravindran, VP EdgeCore Networks, Sri Suresh Chitturiji, Senior Director, Samsung India, Sri Shrikant Mehta, Head Telecom Amazon Web Service, Sri Kishore Kumarji, Director Technical, Spirent Communication, Mr. Jogesh Sharma, Partner KPMG, distinguished the guests and delegates, good morning to all of you. So today's topic is the shaping the network, the economy, NAS imperative, network as service. It's a really privilege to be here at the India Mobile Congress 2025 among leaders, innovators, policymakers, and experts who are shaping the next phase of India's digital journey and economy. Over the past decade, we have seen tremendous progress in the connectivity, infrastructure, and access in India. Since 2016, the rapid expansion of 4G coverage brought high-speed connectivity to every corner of the country. And with that saturation projects, it reaching to all the villages. And furthermore, with the implementation of the augmented BharatNet, this fiber will reach to all the villages. All the villages will be fiberized in a due course. Thereby, India's digital journey enabling even faster and smarter, providing the smarter services. In just 22 months, India set up more than 5 lakhs 5G BTS and covering 99% of the districts on 5G map. The leap in infrastructure supports a mobile subscriber base of nearly 1.2 billion, highlighting the scale and reach of India's digital surge. Now we stand at the cusp of another digital revolution, the 6G, which enables AI native and cloud-driven ecosystems as its foundational block. The question is not limited to connectivity alone, but how our network can be used, customized, and monetized. Having said this, let's talk about the network as service. The more the network we expand by the different operators, so this is also not adding to the ecosystem in terms of sustainability. So therefore, the government is coming out many policies which supports network sharing. Now we're talking about the innovations in this network domain. NAS means turning the telecom network into a service that can be requested, configured, and consumed on demand. Just like cloud computing, we have all seen the massive transformation brought by the cloud. Companies now spin up compute power and storage with few clicks. But what if you could bring same level of agility and automation to the network? The network so far has been a static, capital intensive, and asset setting. The network is now becoming a dynamic, programmable, and service platforms. That is the directions in which the network is, or network function is moving into. The shift to a dynamic, programmable platforms fundamentally benefits all stakeholders. Operators can perform their static and captive intensive networks. Enterprises gain the flexibility to purchase connectivity as they need, even if on hourly basis, and with the guaranteed service levels, although simple on API calls. For developers, the platform provides a new foundations for innovation, allowing them to embed crucial capabilities like quality of service, locational data, edge connectivity directly into their applications. So today there are panelists, those who will be talking about the NAS, a platform which is the future. It's not a vision for some distant future. The architectural foundations are already in place. Thanks to the tireless work of the bodies like 3GPP, ITU. In fact, the building blocks for network as service have existed since the release of 5G, release 15. The service-based architecture gave us a modular, API-driven 5G core. And at the heart of that, we have the network exposure functions, that NEF, which acts as the network's secure API gateways. So this is providing the opportunities to slice the networks. It is the front door that allows the trusted application to access valuable network capabilities like quality of service, edge routing, even the status of the specific device. As we move forward to 4G, to 6G, 3GPP is expanding its foundation further. The discussion now includes the RAN exposure, which will allow programmatically to extend beyond the core into the radio domain. That means the applications will not only be able to be requested, The network slice in the core, but also influence how radio resources like spectrum, cell load, beaming parameters are allocated to meet the service-specific needs. So this unified exposure that across core and RAN is the next big leap. It will make 6G network truly intent-driven and service-aware. While 6G builds the network foundation, the larger NAS ecosystem depends upon how multiple standardization and industry bodies align. ITUT Group 13 looks at future networks including IMT 2020 and beyond, has been developing the overarching architecture and policy vision for service-driven intelligent network. Many ITUT study group 13 recommendations define the framework for networks, softwareization, AI-assisted automation, and intent-based management, all key enablers of NAS. ITUT year Y3500 recommendation define NAS, a cloud-based category in which capability provided to the cloud service customer is transparent and transport connectivity and related network capabilities. It further defines the NAS can provide application capabilities, this type, infrastructure capabilities type, and platform capabilities types. So 3. So these are the directions NAS is moving, and it is conserving the economy, because you invest, your investment will drastically reduced, whereas the resources being utilized optimally. So this today's discussion panel discussion, I must appreciate the eminent panelists, those who will throw light on further to take the discussions further. Ultimately, is for India, it's not just a technological shift, it is an extraordinary opportunities. With our proven open API frameworks, from UPI to open network for digital commerce, we already embrace the principles of accessibility, trust-based digital platform. Extending this mindset to our network through NAS will accelerate innovation and empower us to lead the new network economy. Of course, with exposure comes responsibility. Secure, trust, and regulatory oversight are essential pillars of NAS system. API exposure must be controlled through the authentication, authorization, and auditing. Operators must maintain transparency on what network data is shared and with whom. Regulators can play an enabling role by promoting open standards. Interoperability and NAS sandboxes, safe environment where startups and developers can experiment with network APIs. As we step into the new era, India has every reason to lead. We have one of the world's most advanced digital public infrastructure. We have deep partnership with global standards and standard bodies. We have a vibrant developer and startup ecosystems ready to innovate the top of the programmable networks. So with this, my best wishes, and we'll be getting much insight from the eminent panelists, those who they are confident in their own domain and this knowledge of network economy. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Shri Rudra sir, for the enlightening words. Truly, there is a remarkable opportunity for us to monetize, as well as it's an opportunity for our network to be part of a national economy going forward. So, thank you again for your time and key words. maybe I'll start with the fellow panelists. Thank you so much once again, for the audience, for everyone, us to gauge your thoughts. I think, Shrikant, we are hearing a lot about NAS since a while, okay? And we know that a kind of transformation enterprises are having. They need agility, they need flexibility. How NAS could be the enabler or a differentiator for them?
Yeah, hi. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
So, thanks. That's a great question. If you look at the way the compute has evolved in the last decade, the way AWS has done it, converting it from a CapEx-driven mode to a pure OpEx mode, that's the benefit which networks powered by cloud can actually build in. We all understand the huge amount of CapEx that... Okay, is it better? Okay, sure. So, okay, I'll probably repeat. Okay. Yeah, I hope it's audible now. Perfect. Okay. Sure. So I'll repeat myself. The way compute has evolved in the last decade, moving from a CapEx mode to an OpEx mode, that's a similar transition or a transformation we expect networks powered by cloud can actually bring in. We all understand that these are probably the largest CapEx that a telco will invest in. But the enterprises today, they need agility and, like you said, cost benefits when they are using the network from the telco. So can a telco expose the network and give the control in the hands of the enterprises? Based on their demand, can they scale up, scale down? That's one part of the NAS economy. Now, let's look at the two parts which you mentioned, agility. If you look at the event today, this India Mobile Congress, which is there for 5 days, we know that there is a large volume of visitors that are going to be there in this event. Can India Mobile Congress, on its own, through an API, increase the connectivity on demand for these 4 days? That is what is possible in a NAS economy. The control is with the enterprise. They don't need to go through the telco support and the channel. They can increase the capacity on demand. That's a very basic API that is exposed. Taking it further, if I want to build use cases around location, a telco has probably the most accurate location that an enterprise can get without the need for a GPS. So when we talk of IoT devices, when we talk of sensors, embedding a GPS may become costly. But since they're already connected to the network, if the location can be exposed and leveraged by the developer economy, you can build a huge number of use cases around it. Similarly, telco has probably the best authentication data. Okay, a telco has set the gold standard in terms of identifying an individual using OTP as well as authentication in the network. Again, if something like this can be leveraged by the fintechs or by other enterprises, this changes the game in terms of authentication, making it more reliable and most trustworthy. So this is from the point of view of agility. From the point of view of cost, what happens is, as an enterprise, I do not need to invest upfront or deploy redundant capacity just because I might need it in a certain event. So this brings down my cost drastically from a CapEx model to an OpEx model. So these are the two benefits in terms of agility and cost that we expect that a cloud-driven model for a network can bring in.
No, that's a very good point, Mr. Shrikant. Maybe passing on to Mr. Nanda. To take this further, I understand there are benefits, okay, but at the same time, we need an ecosystem because for the platforms to develop, for the platforms to flourish, as Shrikant mentioned, API ecosystem. Do we have the relevant hardware, softwares, the entire API orchestration in place so that enterprise can quickly adopt this?
Absolutely. So, yeah, thanks to the question. And yeah, talking on top of what Shrikant said, I think the timing for network as a service is right. Why I say this is because thanks to AI, today, networking technologies, is fast, growing in terms of capacity. I mean, newer systems are being built. I mean, today we have a switch that can, go up to a capacity of 100 terabits. One port can handle 1.6 tera. So to handle all the, from an end customer point of view or an enterprise point of view who's trying to use network as a service, it places a new set of requirements. In order to fulfill those requirements, I think the hardware and the software is getting there, or it's already there. From an hardware standpoint, one of the key things that I would say is that the hardware needs to be open, programmable, disaggregated, and today we have systems that can do and provide all those functions. The second thing about software, when you build a NAS type of infrastructure, you need not just one vendor you need an ecosystem. You need multiple participants, be it vendors or infrastructure providers or operating system providers, should be able to, work together as a single system. So those systems have to be standardized and interoperable. And today we are deploying networks that are open, standardized, and interoperable. Systems from multiple vendors, hard software from operating systems from multiple vendors can work together as a single unit. So, so to conclude, I think the kind of transformation that has happened in the last 2-3 years, thanks to AI, I think the hardware and the software components of what is needed for AI is there. I mean, for network as a service is there. So on top, when we talk about hardware, software, I think there are multiple layers here. You need to define APIs, standard APIs and frameworks that every level of service that, that is provided to the upper layer, which in turn translates to the end user experience. I think those APIs, will need a developer ecosystem who can define, develop those APIs and build a service on top in a layered manner.
Maybe just a follow-up, Nanda. So you were mentioning about AI.
Correct.
Is AI going to be the enabler for NAS to happen?
So let me clarify. So the reason I took AI as an example here was, there are a lot of hyperscalers and especially in the West who are trying to build very large training systems, running very large models. All the hyperscalers are building. In order to build such large AI systems or AI clusters, they need a network to connect all the GPUs. So what I was trying to say is that they have built such large systems and they have driven the cost down so much that network as a service infrastructure seems more and more possible. The cost points are getting there, the capacities are getting there, and the price and the power per bit is all going down, which is all working well towards, for network as a service kind of an infrastructure. Yeah.
Well, that's a great thought. Maybe over to you, Kishore. I think capacity is one of the points which both the fellow panelists have spoken about. And I think when we talk about capacity, it's a scalability of the platforms. How do you see in terms of the architectures, the stacks that are available with the ecosystem we have? And to connect the networks, there is the testing aspect that also needs to be looked at. How do you see that is shaping up?
Okay, so let me give my thoughts there, right? The stage is like a perfectly set because Shrikant spoke about the need for NAS, and then Nanda went a little deeper into understanding kind of a basic principles that you require for enabling a NAS deployment as such. If you talk about the stack, I think from my perspective, working with multiple different customers, etc., from a traditional Ethernet perspective or TCP OSI layer, for example, nothing much has changed. But on the top, because this is completely based on microservices, it's all very miniature in size, all these respective applications, to be able to serve the amount of latency, throughput, etc. They need to have this gateway between multiple different external and internal entities as well, first of all. So according to me, that should be on the top, the gateway itself. After that comes your control plane, which is obviously the heart of the entire mechanism or a system itself. And between these multiple gateways, both internal, external, the control system, for example, there has to be security as well taken care into consideration, right? So the security is not something that you go back and then plug into the network after the network has been built. It should be starting from the ground up itself. So the protocols like MTLS, for example, OAuth or OIDC, for example, plays a very critical role in enabling the security as well end-to-end fabric, right? And then comes your data plane. Ultimately, a network is being deployed as a service, for example, is to cater to requirements by enterprises, as a data as such. When I talk about data, back in the 4G days, data was one of the killer use case, right? That triggered the 4G adoption. In the 5G, what happens is, I believe it's going to be latency, right? And people are willing to pay that extra amount of money to have a consistent amount of predictable latency as well, right? Now, to ensure that data throughput is being defined, people are able to achieve the amount of throughput what they expect for, what they actually pay for, with a qualified amount of latency, right? We need to have those acceleration technologies that comes, the third in the layer. DPDK, for example, SRIOV, huge pages, those aspects, right? And then since the entire architecture is microservices based, there should be a service mesh that kind of puts them all together. High availability, for example, load balancing, for example, is all being taken care of, right? Ultimately comes your, how easily can you go back and then scale the continuous integration, development, testing also plays an important role. So when we started, like at Spirent Communications, when we started working with multiple different customers, people deploy a network, people are able to run basic calls, etc. Are you able to scale? You deploy a network with a particular SLA in mind. So testing those aspects plays a very important role. And I think Srikanth and everybody will agree that with every new release, every new features being added, majorly the performance is one of the criteria why those gets actually added, right? So testing that becomes also very important, according to me, like performance testing, compliance testing, functional validation, all of those aspects.
And for enterprises to get NAS implemented, maybe for any use case, how they should approach? Should they have an approach of more like what you have mentioned, the OSS, BSS, and the top layer? Or because for them, they cannot just change overnight. How do you suggest for them to adopt any use case?
Yeah, so we did a survey, we did a research actually, because we perform testing across operators, enterprises across the globe. If you look at, you have a core deployed at the center, for example. We were able to hit a latency of 70 milliseconds, which is completely not acceptable for enterprises. Right? Then we started migrating the core closer to the consumer, into the city peering point, for example. That brought down the latency to 20 milliseconds. But then, majority of the applications what we are developing these days, AR, VR, for example, medicals, etc., they demand a latency of around 7 to 10 milliseconds, right? So the next point is, how can we get that further closer? Like AWS, for example, has a solution called Outpost, where the entire content what you need is getting closer to the consumer, right in the enterprise itself. That will be able to hit the latency of around 7 to 10 milliseconds, what we require. So now, depending on the enterprise's use cases, right, the deployment models changes. What is the latency requirement that you need? Is it going to be at the data centers, at the CRT peering point, or within your premise itself? So it varies on the architecture.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Maybe a follow-up question to Mr. Alok. See, I think we heard that operators play a pivotal role in doing the NAS. Now, how do you see it is going? Because I think we all understood their benefits, agility, scalability, capacity, but there's also a concern on data sovereignty. Connecting networks, different operator networks doing a slicing has always been a challenge. How do you see that sovereignty? How do you see, in terms of the protocols, in terms of the developments in the policy making, how is it shaping up? Do you see a huge uptake that is going to happen, or it will be a selective approach?
Yeah, so I think there are two parts to this before I try and answer your question. One part is, I think the sovereignty question is absolutely central, at least in the India context, and it is being also acknowledged and deployed the world over. We already have stories across countries in Europe, etc., etc. So I think the way at least we are thinking about it in Airtel, that it has to be center of anything that we are designing in terms of future. That includes the data plane, that includes the control plane, both. That is, I think, point one. And I think there are enough and more directives and enablements from the government side, which are sort of nudging all of us to think more in this direction. Is it going to be one or two pieces that we can go and implement and say we are done? I don't think so. I think it's a journey because we are where we are over a period of years and decades, and therefore it takes time to get all the ecosystem aligned. That's point one. The point two on the question of protocols is that when we think about NAS, there are two parts to this. One part is the programmable network. When you need, how much you need. Can this be programmable by the user? This is one aspect of it. The other aspect is that this network is not a standalone isolated island. It is adjacent to the security, it is adjacent to the routing capability, it is adjacent to application optimizations and a few other things. So when we think about NAS as a service, it is all of this put together as a service and being programmable, right? Those of us who've been in this business know if you take any area, let's take networks. How many networks do we have in India? And we don't just think Airtel and Jio from a 4G, 5G standpoint. If you include the ISPs, there are hundreds, right? If you talk about the security landscape, there are at least 20 top technologies and so on and so forth. So when you're thinking about protocols and integrating all of this as one service to a pizza shop or to a factory or to whatever usable aspect is, it is obviously a lot of work to be done. Have we made some progress? Yes, definitely, some baby steps, but I think it's a long way to go.
And do you think, with the AI coming in, I know we keep hearing about new technologies coming in, some fizzle out, some go a long way. Is NAS getting a lot of center stage with AI coming in, or it is complementing it?
It is absolutely going to be the center stage. There is no two ways about it, for a very simple reason that NAS is going to be the backbone on which everything else gets enabled. So unless this backbone starts living up to the business needs, which are very, very simple, and I met somebody at the IMC itself who just wants to run a pizza store and wants to really quadruple, expand in 6 months, right? Or a factory who wants to does a quality inspection humanless, right? The business uses and benefits are very, very simple. They cannot be enabled without NAS being at the backbone.
Got it. Maybe I'll pass it on to Mr. Suresh with the research hat on. How do you see the standards are shaping up? Because one side we have the existing platforms, and then we have to also innovate. I think some of the fellow panelists said it's the API developments, the development ecosystem communities, they all need to come up. How do you think that is going to be?
So, firstly, very fascinating panel. I think what I would like to say is, technology is moving quite fast, right? And one of the challenges that we face in standards is, standardization process takes takes a bit of a time because you need to try to build consensus among all these stakeholders, right? But actually going to, from traditional networks like, 3G, 4G, and then, 5G. 5G made this big shift from, having a sort of one box or, kind of a fixed network into a lot of dimensions, right? So we brought in 5G private networks, and then we brought in, network slicing, and then we brought in, capability exposure, right? Which I think some of you have mentioned. So there are a lot of these functionalities that have come in, and then came the cloud and edge, and some of you here also spoke about that. So I feel the technologies have brought in 5G, and we also have now starting to talk about 6G, and then we are waiting for 5G deployments to be full-fledged and deployed. So I think a lot of these technologies, the reason I say this is because all of these have been sort of elements to drive NAS as a platform, right? So it's very important to, all of these bring different aspects depending on the consumer and the industry. But also in 6G now, you've been asking about AI. So 6G, a lot of people, we community, we are kind of thinking how we can fit in AI, make it more AI native, compute native, also taking this capability exposure to the next level. Because one of the big challenge we find in standards is we're not getting all the stakeholders at the same table. We have a lot of, from the telecoms point of view, we think, we have our networks with all these features that I mentioned, there's a lot of capabilities that are hidden in the network, which are not actually exposed to the consumers. So how do we actually abstract them, get it to the most simple way? Of course, I think somebody mentioned that there's many layers, but that's too much complex for the end user. So how do you make it so simple that you can sort of do it like just like one or two APIs or just with intents, right? So that's the kind of direction that we are seeing with 6G. I think a lot of tech is kind of coming. I would say it's on its way. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, maybe a follow-up question. I think you also mentioned on 6G, Rudraji also mentioned on India paving the way for 6G. See, for 5G, we may not have been the first adopter, but the fast adopter. I think for 6G, how do you see NAS going to be impactful? Do you see if we expedite NAS implementations, it's going to be a win-win for us even to implement 6G? How do you see that perspective?
I think it's going to be much better than 5G as a whole, because I think India, I think our minister was saying, we walked with 4G and, we followed in 4G and we walked with 5G and then we're going to lead. So, with everything that, we are set up to do in the next generation, I think, the way we are adopting 5G now, and I think Alok has actually mentioned what they're doing in Airtel. But with all of this, I believe it's going to create a big impact because the diversity is high in India, right? So we have a lot of consumers that are very diverse and the kind of services that we have in India, which are very unique. So I think when you have more unique services, then they're more reactive and more proactive. And I think NAS, as an impetus that can actually, enable those diversity in services. Yeah.
Thank you. Maybe I'll come back to Shrikant again. So Shrikant, I think if we need to conclude, maybe with a view from your side, how do you think can we make a win-win out of it? Because there has to be a business viability for the enterprises. At the same time, there has to be some kind of a solution which is cost effective from you, from the operators working together. How do you think it is going to be for the next 2 years?
So that's actually a very good question. If you look at it, the entire ecosystem, okay, and I would say it's not just a win-win, it's a win-win-win. if you look at the key players in the ecosystem, you have the telecom operators, you would have the cloud providers, and you would have the enterprises. Now, this becomes a win-win-win when you leverage the strength of each of them. So let's start with the operator. Now, what does the operator bring on the table? They, of course, bring the network, but at the same time, they also bring a vast amount of information that the network has, which can be leveraged for a lot of enterprise use cases. So I give examples of authentication, location, or bandwidth on demand. So these are the things which a telco brings on the table beyond a pure voice and data plan. And that's where telcos will be able to convert their most expensive asset, which is a network, to a more monetizable asset today. So that's the win for the telco. Now, what does a hyperscaler bring on the table? Something like an AWS. What AWS enables is using these network APIs, create an entire developer ecosystem which can build use cases that probably may be limited if a telco is the only one doing it. So when you open up the entire API on a marketplace which AWS brings, and then you let the developers use their innovation, use the startup mindset, build use cases around it, it explodes. It brings an exponential growth to the entire NAS economy. Lastly, and because we all know that there's a lot of edge AI happening these days, the use cases which a telco, an enterprise, and a hyperscaler bring around edge AI will bring the realistic returns from these kind of investments. So you have to combine the strength of each player, build a use case, and take it to the market. And that's where I see the real win happens for all of us.
Sure, thank you. Maybe, Nanda, what is your opinion? I think what Shrikant also mentioned, it's a use case specific. So do you see NAS is going to be large scale implementations or more towards the connected use cases, be it in different sectors, or maybe, looking at certain areas where enterprise can be benefited? How do you see the implementation going to happen?
I think from an use case or an application point of view, so each of those use cases, each of those applications places a unique set of requirements on the NAS, right? The NAS infrastructure will have to support these varied, and that is the only way it will be able to support all the different applications and use cases. I believe, NAS to take off, at some point you need some sort of a standards body or a consortium where you have all the players together, sitting together and saying, as a user, what do you expect from the NAS infrastructure? As a NAS infrastructure provider or a vendor, what do you need to provide to bring, bring value or fulfill the necessary requirements that is placed on the NAS from different. So again, I was talking about, multiple layers. So each of those layers will have to be standardized, abstracted, well-defined, and consistent. And, with that, with some sort of a collaboration, I think we will be able to, make NAS really support a varied set of use cases, irrespective of, what kind of, requirement it places on the network.
Thank you. Maybe Kishore, what are your closing thoughts? If NAS needs to become a growth enabler for the enterprises, what are the top 2 or 3 priorities for the leaders or maybe for the enterprise you will talk about?
What are the, 2 or 3
top priorities for NAS to become a growth enabler for the economy?
So look, basically the NAS network that we're talking about, right, has to enable the required services what the enterprise requires actually. I believe if, as I mentioned previously as well, right, if it is only going to be like a NAS or enterprise looking at just data plane throughput, for example, then it's not mandatory that you have to have 5G as such, right? 4G can do that. So for that, enterprises to be able to adopt to NAS, the main key point is, I would say in my opinion, is latency, plus the availability of it. I think as Alok mentioned as well, right? It's like how much you need and when you need it. Because, enterprises cannot afford as much as you want to charge. it should be provided in a fashion that you're able to consume it at in real time, and be also able to monetize that effectively so that they'll be able to flourish it. So it plays a very important role as to, it's not about technology as such, it's about how you make it available for the enterprises. Yeah.
Got it. Maybe Alok, for the enterprises to adopt NAS, sometimes they look at the ROI. And then we have infrastructure sometimes become a challenge to get to a edge at the core, which you have been mentioning. How do you see, what is your vision as a leader it is going to shape up?
I think it's a matter of time. Eventually, the way we know the services of network and telcos today, I don't think will exist. That's the final vision. Eventually, it will be all NAS. Some things which can speed up or slow down this journey is the respective environment that exists. As an example, in a banking ecosystem, which is a very heavy regulated for all the right reasons, NAS is still in that banking environment. It is not a public NAS, so to say, right? The example that Srikanth was mentioning is very closely guarded, and we being a telco know that very well, about where that borderline is of what can be monetized and what does not be monetized. I think some of these elements, how they play out in the future, will have to be seen, which can enhance or slow down. But as a direction, it is going to be all pervasive. It will replace the way we know connectivity and network today.
Sure. Maybe a concluding remark from Suresh. I think Alok just mentioned on the financing sector, BFSI, I think finance sector. How do you look at the other sectors? We have Industry 4.0, we have smart cities, which is hugely dependent on digital infrastructure. Do you see the NAS will have an impact on that?
Definitely, because the diversity that we have. I mean, one of the fundamental aspects of NAS is providing this customization and on-demand type of services. So, I mean, we, like I said, we from a telecoms side, we've been looking at human users or consumers as just them, like doing voice calls and text messages or whatever. But I think this is going to be a huge revolution in terms of the types of industries that we're going to serve. So I think there's a lot of industries. I mean, not just finance, but I think critical comms is one. It's going to be a huge thing. And then I think a lot of the automation will, I think, pick up quite much. I mean, we have done a lot in 5G. We are, kind of waiting to see, how that takes off. But I believe, the spectrum is wide, right? So I know it's hard. I mean, people say, okay, you brought in so much stuff and we don't see it. But these things take time, right? So I think we need to have those one or two killer services that take off, and then I think the revolution will be big. So we just need to be patient, and I think there's a lot of opportunity in this space, and I think NAS is a fundamental enabler.
Thank you, Suresh. I think this is quite optimistic. I've jotted some key points like NAS is not only a telecom trend, but it's a national opportunity. It's all about right intent and vision. And from the leaders, we have a deep intent, towards the economy, because it's not the network economy, it is going to have a national innovation with NAS in place. I think with this, I end the session. Maybe before I conclude this, any questions from the audience, please, for our fellow panelists, before we conclude the discussion? Yes, please.
Thanks a lot. A very good discussion, good panel. But again, as telecom, what we want. As a telecom, what we want as a customer. We want telecom must be just like Aladdin ka chirag. You say the things are there. And there are a lot of application plain things has to be done. And you will write on the NAS and everything will happen.
Yes.
Okay. So that should be our vision to do that. not the voice call, data call, and this call and that call. So our NAS, our system should be capable of doing that thing. I don't know when it's going to happen, but very soon.
Would you like to answer? Thank you so much. Any other questions, please? Yeah.
Hi. I'm Salil. I'm from
And can you
Shaurya.
also, sorry, can you also tell this question is for which panelist, please?
Yeah, I believe it could be for Alok and for Suresh. I heard about standardization and I heard about what Amazon is doing, what EdgeCore is doing, and what Kishorji mentioned. So we are building up NAS as a service. We are an IP1. We are trying to build a layer that will connect enterprise. We want to first understand if there is a standardization. I believe today there isn't any. Please correct my understanding. So there are TM Forum APIs that you can consume, but again, they are more on the telecom domain of your BSS OSS layer. Today there isn't any. So how does a company offer NAS? I think this could be perhaps for Alok.
Sorry, I didn't quite get this. Your question is that the standards already exist and...
No, there aren't any standards today. So how do you, make sure that NAS follows a particular standard for the enterprise? So let's say if you want to offer NAS to an enterprise, there isn't a standard, it's evolving. What is the closest standard that you see that a customer should look at? I mean, when you offer enterprise a product or a service, he looks at standards and then he subscribes to the plan or the service, right?
I'll try and answer as best as I can. It's a complicated ecosystem. So the network is obviously built up and different elements of NAS, as I was alluding to, by different technologies, right? There is a OTN layer, there is an IP layer, and so on and so forth. Each of them are trying to adopt open standards now. That's one fundamental layer. On top of it, you try and create services, and that service can be across multiple telcos, operators, and so on and so forth, right? That's the service creation bit of it, where probably frameworks like MEF, etc., play a critical role to create seamless services across geographies, across people, etc. So I don't think it's a situation where this doesn't exist. I think, as probably Suresh was alluding to, a lot more adoption work still needs to be done, and a lot more collaboration needs to happen across these layers, is what probably I think.
Yeah, you're right. Probably MEF could allude to this. Any
So
comments from your side?
I can maybe add to what Alok said. I mean, it's a complex system. I mean, we have to admit that. And if you're looking for one piece of standard that solves all your problems, you're not going to have it. But I think there is need to be some sort of consolidation, I feel. I feel, there's probably many standards out there, which, are there for whatever reason. I believe, there has to be, because like exactly you asked, right? I mean, if you want to start off and build a service based on one standard, I mean, it's highly complex, right? So there has to be, somebody has to look at all these pieces and sort of, at least consolidate them, so it makes it easy for people like you and others, who are looking for, because interoperability is extremely important, right? If there's no interoperability, I mean, we're all in this together, right? So I believe, I'm really glad that, hyperscalers and operators and, vendors and everybody are sitting here. So I think it's, people have to talk to each other more. I mean, forums need to talk to each other more. But so, by the way, I don't know which company you represent, but...
I'm from Shaurya Teleservices. We have a booth at D9, Hall 1,
right.
so please.
So we do have a standards body in India as well. So it's called TSDSI, Telecom Standards for India. So that's another, maybe a starting point for you to sort of engage, but maybe we can catch up offline as well. I can kind of guide you. But stuff is out there, and there's work to do as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Suresh. Maybe the quick last question for the session.
Yeah, hi. I have a question with the Kishore. Kishore, in your point, you mentions that, right? Security cannot be just plugged in. When network running, you plugged in some securities and things work perfectly. And you highlighted for gateway testing. So how typically testing you have seen in especially India ecosystem, or how you compare the testings especially on the productions or the pre-production as compared to US or Europe market with India?
Sorry, okay. Back in the 4G days, right, people did not hear about the pre-production network itself. People used to do the testing in the lab and then migrate towards the live network. Since the beginning of 5G in 17 onwards, we are seeing an emergence of pre-production network coming into existence as well, right? So now a majority of the operators across the globe, in India as well, they have a lab network, they qualify those test cases, they have a live network, they replicate the live network into a pre-production network as well. And then go back and then execute those change management use cases, lifecycle management use cases into the pre-production network before they roll out the respective services, right? And they use a lot of tools that we're talking about, and they're completely automated, you know. And typically, what used to be like 3 or 4 test cases that is run on the field in the past, today it's got translated to more than, I think, 16,000 test cases on every single day in the pre-production network. So there's been a lot of change that's currently happening. Yeah.
Thank you. Maybe a lot to catch up with the panelists. With this, we conclude the session, and a huge round of applause to the panelists. Thank you for your time. Maybe,
Thank you everyone. I just request Mr. Yogesh Sharma to present a token of appreciation for all the respected speakers, and thanks to everyone for such a wonderful and insightful session.
Thank you everyone for coming through. I think so the previous panel and the keynote speaker, Mr. Rudranayan Pillai, they really bring the good insights and spoke about something on the network imperative, how the network as a services, how it's been reshaping. So we do understand, right, how what all covered in the previous session, as they explored the promises of NAS as the foundation of India's digital future, how the shifting gears are there, from the vision to execution. So now let's move on. We have a next set of, I think so it's very difficult to fill in the shoes from the previous speakers, but we have a set of very good panelists and some of the industry leaders to come and provide their insights and their imperatives on the topic of the network imperative, right? The how network as a services, how that economic shift has been there. So without any further ado, I will like to call the panelists for the session. I'll start with Mr. Radhesh Shyam Sharma, if he can come on the podium. So Mr. Radhesh Shyam Sharma is a SVP and Head Advanced Technologies at Reliance Jio India. So Radhe has more than 2 decades of experience in the telecom sector, during which he has worked across domains spanning technology, strategy, products and solutions, market dynamics, and technology trainings. In some of the prior assignments, Radhe has worked in India, North America with technology companies, operators, and consultants. Welcome, Mr. Radhe Shyam Sharma. Sada, sorry. Okay, so sorry for the goof up with Mr. Radhe Shyam Sarda. So next one, we have Mr. Gulshan Khurana. So Mr. Gulshan Khurana, who is an executive president with Vodafone Idea. So he's a leading engineering and planning for core networks with more than 3 decades and worked with companies like Ericsson, Oracle, and Cisco. Welcome, Mr. Gulshan Khurana. Next one, we have somebody from the infrastructure side, which is Mr. Neeraj Vyas, who's a seasoned executive at Ericsson, currently serving as the head digital business solutions for Southeast Asia, Oceania, and India. So warm welcome to Mr. Neeraj Vyas. Next on the panel, we have Mr. Nakshatra Gupta, who is the pre-sales and solution head in the network solution and services unit at Tata Consultancy Services. With over 20 years of experience as TCS, Nakshatra has strategic leadership roles across various regions, including United States, UK, Nordics, and Australia. And his extensive background will help us to position how innovative solutions in the network solutions and service sector can bring in the network as service imperative. So welcome, Mr. Nakshatra Gupta. Last but not the least, we have somebody flew in from Sweden, especially to talk about as a global perspective on the network as a service imperative, how it is been at the global operator level. So without further ado, I would like to call Mr. Niladri Datta, who is a TMT industry executive with more than 2 decades of experience and domain knowledge in technology strategy, advisory, portfolio product management, and so on and so forth. So Mr. Niladri, primarily at Virtusa, primarily responsible for building consultancy service and advisory. So I welcome to all the panelists. So good afternoon to all the panelists. I think so. What we want to start, right? I think so. We heard the previous panelists, some of the leaders or the key speakers from the operators, from the infrastructure side, and somebody from the cloud structure side as well, speak on their perspective and how they see as NAS being shifting from what is used to be a core, OPEX side to how it is being shifting to the CAPEX side. Now, what we have today, as we mentioned, right, we have some of the eminent panelists from the industry side, from the operator side, as well as from the network infrastructure side. So what additional that we want to see, right, the aspect of the perspective, I think so, we should be seeing unfold in this particular panel is something on the global perspective and their take on how it has been going through in the operator side from, how Geo or how VI has been doing it, some of the use cases and examples, how they have been setting it. So how do I want to start is, I'd like first the panelists to just, at least
share their thoughts, right? How they see as the shift, how this shift has been taken, and what are their takes in particular in this particular topic. So I would like to start with Mr. Radhe. So Radhe ji, if you can just help us highlight, what is the take that you have on the NAS, and how it is being shifting from the heavy capex centric to that OPEX centric, how it has been the shift there.
Sure. Thanks, Sunit. Hello, everyone. So if we look at NAS till couple of years back, I would say that it was just like a niche basically, but now it is already becoming a scale reality. We would have all heard about the earlier NAS services, for example, a managed Wi-Fi or an SD-WAN or a bundle of connectivity plus cloud. But now what's new? In NAS, what is new is basically the 5G technology, which is basically bringing a huge scale on the NAS, supported by key technologies like 5G standalone, network slicing, edge, and URSP, the new technology, UE route selection policy, wherein a device and application can select the slice, basically. So these technologies are taking NAS to the next level. And we have already made a few slices live. For example, mission critical, FWA, mobility, and enterprise slices. In fact, I would like to mention that in terms of FWA, we are very close to 10 million FWA connections. And that's on a slice basically. In that form, it is a NAS, and we have become the largest FWA operator globally. Now, coming to mission critical, if you look at the operators in US who have built a separate mission critical network, what we have done is we have done it in a much more cost effective and efficient way. And we have created a mission critical slice, and many of you would have heard about the Mahakumbh event, where there was a massive gathering, and of course all the networks got congested. But during this time, with our mission critical slice, we were able to provide uninterrupted service to the first responders like firefighters, police, and the event organizers, etc. So this slice basically had priority access and preemption facility, etc., which basically enabled uninterrupted access basis this slice. The other key important thing is, of course, the fact that NAS is taking the enterprise gate services from large and medium enterprises all the way down to the MSME level. So it's becoming reality. It is bringing digital resiliency for the country, and it is driving the economy. I'll pause here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Radhe. So, on the similar perspective, right, from the VI standpoint, Mr. Gulshan, if you can just highlight some of the imperatives, what is VI's take on particular NAS, how they are seeing it, how they are exploring it.
So let me start by saying that this concept of network as a service is not new. Right. We have tried multiple options for the last 20 years, things like VNO, MVNO, etc. We thought, one infra layer could give services to various service consumers, enterprises, mobility, etc. So concept is not new. So what we see now evolving, as Radhe was mentioning, advent of 5G, etc. is coming in, FWA is being offered. Replacement of optical fiber to home is being seen in form of a radio communication to home. So the change which has happened is that the economics of service offering versus the cost induced in service offering is not matching. So you buy spectrum, you deploy a huge network, you put hundreds of people to manage, consume power, data center location, etc. But the revenue that you get in turn is not adequate for any mobile operator to make a healthy profit out of it. Hence, the first driver for this NAS model is the cost imperative. How do we manage our cost? By using probably a network being offered by a company, by a special purpose vehicle, who is an expert in doing that domain of business. And probably multiple offerings could be built on the same in an agnostic fashion. So operator A comes, operator B comes, operator C comes, they use the same network as service model, provide some differentiation, offer to the market so that my cost goes down. This is from a mobility perspective, probably, consumer perspective. Second is the enterprises now. There are enterprises who, we see thousands of enterprises coming every year. But do they all have wherewithal to deploy a network, manage a network? It's very complex. We started from 2G in 90s, and today we are at the advent of 5G and 6G. So how do they manage this complex network of cloud within one location, data center, etc.? A kind of agnostic IP layer being built as transport. So second imperative is the complexity of the network, the management of the network. So I think these are two big drivers which we are also thinking of in this direction. But the friction that we see is that small applications, enterprises, small telcos, they'll go for this model. When we have a large requirement, when your size is 200 million plus, 300 million plus, even 400 million plus, then does it make sense to go to somebody and ask for a network as a service saying, okay, I'll use your services and offer a network to the consumers? Or the question is, I build my own infra. That is a big question. So I think it's not a straight answer saying, oh, NAS is a better model. It could depend on what you want to offer the consumer, what are the economics involved, what is the competence capability that you have. So that's what is the dilemma going on in the market. So it's a different, it's not a single cake for everybody to eat. It's like you evaluate your own case, you say, okay, I need to give these services at this cost, with this complexity, and hence I'll go to a person who offers a NAS service to me.
Okay, on that perspective, right, as you mentioned that, as an infrastructure, how it has been difficult or how integrated can be. So I would just want to ask Mr. Neeraj Vyas, his opinion as Ericsson, right, as an infrastructure, the leader in the infrastructure provider, and with the complexity which the network has. What is like Ericsson, as Ericsson has a view on NAS, how they are taking it up?
So I think I'll build on both what Radhe and Gulshan stated. So NAS is not something which is new, but at the same time, as Radhe mentioned, I think 5G really provides us a compelling event or an inflection point, because for the first time, the technology provides you the ability to differentiate the services that you provide into a vast array of consumers, whether it is a B2C to the existing mobile phone users, or whether it is enterprises, or whether it is mission critical use cases. And as Ericsson, we've always kind of said that 5G is more of an innovation platform. It's been slow to move in that direction of innovation platform, but I think it's slowly starting with FWA, with slices really coming onto themselves. But from that perspective, I think it's really a foundational building block of differentiating the services that the network can provide across different use cases. And I think we all already heard a few of those use cases here. So that's point number one. The second point I'd just like to make is that the network is becoming very complex, just building onto that. And with new technologies coming in, especially AI, I think the era of being able to manage the complexity and having multiple services being rendered on the same network, it's very complex. It may look easy, but when you start to peel the layers of the stack, I think it's very complex. And with AI and a lot of the emerging technologies, I think we are moving towards a phase where networks can be autonomous, or at least to begin with, some of the use cases that we are able to provide can be autonomous, because that's very important. Because when you look at a network service being provided, you have various elements like security. How do you deal with that? With resiliency, how do you provide the 24/7 uptime that we've come to expect of any telecom service? How would you, for example, be able to monetize it from the perspective of the operators as well? That's again a very important element. Plus also from a consumer perspective, to be able to provide the right service at the right price point with the right level of customer experience. So that at a broad level is what, as Ericsson, we kind of think in this area.
Yeah, so on the similar side, right, we heard VI purview as well as, what Jio has been doing. So I just wanted to, pass on to Mr. Nakshatra in particular, right, since he's been leading some of the global markets. So what is, that change or the shift that you have been seeing globally as well? So probably both, I'll like to have Nakshatra go first, and then probably Niladri yourself as well, since Virtusa is something as a globally, they have been adopted by many of, working with many of the global operators. So probably Nakshatra and Niladri, just want to take your perspective on the global front, right? How it has been going.
Thanks, Amit. See, according to the interactions that we have in the global market with our customers in the telecom as well as enterprise, see, one thing is very relevant and clear. See, NES means different for different people, okay? You talk to a procurement guy, For him, NAS is nothing but a new consumption model from a telco, like pay as you go or pay as you grow. But at the same time, you talk to a CDO or a CNO, the perspective, it is an element of modernizing my network. And this perspective is same for both enterprise and telcos. So for telcos primarily, with NAS, the service I'm committing to the enterprise, am I ready to provide that quality? Is my stack ready to handle that transparency? Am I exposing the right APIs? How about my horizontal layers? Do I have the right orchestration at the overlay? Is my underlay good enough for this? How virtualized I am? So that's a reality check. People are doing it for a while on 5G, but this is a reality check that NAS brings to them. At the same time, enterprises, see, they regularly recycle their network kit per se, right? And then they look for a better platform which gives them better features, better enablement. So they can do it two ways. Either they take NAS from a service provider or they do a DIY. I mean, everything they do it, procure and do it. So eventually, it actually becomes a commercial discussion. Do I let my asset depreciate or do I do the leasing effectively? All right? But at the same time, there is an element which is still not addressed by NAS, is resiliency. From one of our, I don't know if you followed that news. Last year, Australia, one of our major telco operator went down for 2 days. All their service across wireline, wireless was down for 2 days. And one of the banking customer went to a huge loss because of it doesn't have a resiliency. It doesn't have a second operator backing that. So they always wanted to have a two-in-a-box sort of a situation. So this is a trade-off between the resiliency and everything else. So I really don't mind getting the automation, portal-based access, but at the same time, I have to secure my business. So are telcos in a state to give that confidence to the customer today via NAS? That is one. But having said that, in Indian context, you have over 1 million SMS, small and medium enterprises here.
Right.
And then these enterprises are still underserved by the traditional model for whatever reason, maybe complexity or the cost. So bundling a beautiful Nest package for them with connectivity, security, collaboration tools, and maybe cloud access, very simple and affordable, it makes a very valid business case. But again, you need to, while you're coupling the services strongly, you need to decouple a little bit on the security front, where you can manage this decoupling along with the enterprise. And just to give you a perspective, I was hearing one of the analysts last week, so adoption across the world of NES is still very, very low. It's under 10%, honestly speaking. And it is not the NAS that needs to be blamed. It is also the enterprise journey where they are in their network transformation journey. So there are a couple of enterprises, not in India, even across the globe, we are still on their SD-WAN transformation journey only. So while you can build a famous, amazing NAS use case, okay, take my dedicated bandwidth and I'll give you IPsec on top of it, but can it be consumed by the people? So you have to be a part of the enterprise customer journeys. Where are they on their journeys on network circuits, equipments, and most important, the culture. So that's where it's a good time to be. Is it going to be a future technology for telecom? Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely. So, Niladri, your take.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Pleasure to be part of such an eminent panel and share perspectives on both what my company believes in and what the industry is going through. So I'll take a step back and I'll, give you a bit of a history of NAS, which I think all of us should acknowledge when NAS was conceptualized way back in 2017 as a construct, and the classic TM forum definition. We went with the proposition of exposing APIs, which every panelist, even prior to this session, spoke of, and exposing these APIs to the developer community for further consumption of services. What I kind of call it connectivity plus, so going beyond connectivity. Now, soon came another terminology, NAS and CAS, which is connectivity as a service. Connectivity as a service obviously focused as a subset of NAS, and NAS was a broader perspective. The reason why I say this, because tier 1 operators in Australia, UK, US, they obviously rapidly went from 5G non-standalone to standalone, where a lot of the digitization of the core happened, and therefore the acceleration of the NAS came into prevalence, especially when you see the convergence of CIO and CTO functions. Now, since you've asked me the global perspective, a lot of the NAS, which people haven't spoken here so far, and I want to highlight this, is not just limited to the CTO or the network function standalone. we talk of catalog-driven architecture, we talk of digital decoupled systems, that starts right from the product catalog. And of course, when we talk of open APIs and orchestration of open APIs, it has to be seamless across your BSS, OSS, and networks, of course, and ops runs across. So the reason why I'm bringing this perspective is, if you do not have a catalog-driven narrative to support what is being productionized at the BSS level, how are you going to operate? It is not just about availability, capacity, service quality at the resource level. It's also about substantiating and supporting that. So when you talk to global telcos, NAS is not just a network limited imperative, it's an organization-wide strategy to go beyond connectivity, A. B, it needs to be across the entire ecosystem, starting from customer, product, service, resource, all these layers as we speak. And most importantly, I think Nakshatra touched upon, is the organizational DNA, which needs to adhere to transition from being just not a connectivity player to a digital player, where you have to embrace these services, not just expose this as part of the developer community standalone, but to embrace this and acknowledge that yes, you're moving from being a general connectivity player to a technology services enabler. So that's my submission.
No, that's a fair point, right, as you mentioned, because how we have been seeing how it has been evolved, because as an open API, now that was conceptualization and that was the initial stage. But now, something, how the market has been rapidly changing, especially in the Indian context, to Mr. Gulshan Khurana, right? How the market has been, we have seen the shift rapidly in the market. So how does enterprise, they balance the agility with the cost efficiency? How that perspective is, bringing in?
So enterprise is a very different ballgame because, as I said earlier, the wherewithal of an enterprise, they are specialized into doing their business. They're not network producers or they're only network consumers. Now, the imperative for an enterprise to do a startup using the services offered by a telco, to let's say manufacturing 4.0, industry 4.0, is a niche requirement. I need to do quality checks, I need to do logistics analysis, I need to do IT tracking in my warehouse, etc. So their needs are different. They cannot rely on what a mobility consumer needs as such. So for them also it's very important to see the cost benefit. For them it's very important to see how does the network get managed. So I think the race of getting NAS as a service, network as a service, would be first applicable to the enterprise segment. Later comes the consumer segment, but consumer segment is huge. Their needs are different. You have to give a mass EMBB service to a consumer, that's different. But for enterprise, needs are different. Now, one important point while I was listening to you, is that what service differentiation can I create? It's not that I'll have one network given to a couple of, like we started 2 years back, we started discussing about private 5G for enterprise. Or we started discussing about giving a slice to an enterprise. But do I really differentiate between the enterprise needs? One enterprise might be into production purely, one might be into health services, one might be into education. The requirements of these enterprises are very, very different. So it's not simply that I'll expose my API and say my job is done. No. The latency requirement, the throughput requirement, there are multiple requirements put forward by different enterprises. Right? That's why this entire slice fully came in. So cognizant of the fact that network as service is not as easy as we talk about. For enterprises, they will do first, but they have diverse needs. A consumer might not have a diverse need. I might have a same mobility requirement on the phone as another has. Right. But for enterprise, it's very, very different. And that originating from the same. So that's why this, mobile edge strategy, which was very, very much talked about 3 years back, 4 years back. Do we see any deployments today? No. Probably Jio is going with notebook now, which has all the core in the core network itself, not on the device. But otherwise, mobile at the edge did not succeed, right? So now, when we see network as a service being offered to enterprises primarily, we need to be cognizant of what do they need. One guy might need a very different layer of analytics, for example. Can I give that layer similar to that to another enterprise who has very diverse needs? So I think summarizing, enterprise will go first, mobility, etc. will go later, especially in India. It could be different ball game in Portugal or Austria, because there the requirement of consumers only 5, 6, 10 million. You cannot afford to have a spectrum and a network and a data center and complete ecosystem for a 4 million consumer network. Here we talk about 200 million, 300 million, right? So enterprise will go first, my personal take. And also need to be very careful. It's not about only opening APIs to a consumer. It's about building a complete network as per the requirements, managing it, making it scalable, making it pay as you grow, and all these things have to come into the picture to make a valuable offer with a service differentiation to the
similar note, right, we have seen, Mr. Radhe, right, Jio has a leap and bound, how they have been offering these services, and we have seen that, first, what Jio has also brought in. So what will your perspective, how that manage, as Mr. Gulshan also talked about, right, the enterprise customers, how they have been on, especially for Indian market. So how Jio has been tackling, for especially for the for enterprise customers, like how Jio has been doing it, what are their stance and how they have been managing it, especially to balance the agility and cost efficiency.
Sure, thanks. So, building on what Gulshan mentioned, of course, the mobility and home user requirement is very different from enterprise user. Typically, a mobility or home user would just need voice data type of services. And enterprises need a diverse and rich set of use cases. And again, many enterprises would have different requirements. So across enterprises, the requirements will be different. But having said that, if we broadly classify the use cases, we can look at either a camera-driven use case, which will be requiring a strong uplink, a remote control AMR AGV type use case, which will require low latency, or could be a video driven use case, which will require strong downlink. So you can potentially look into all the use cases under these three categories in terms of the resource requirement. Now, second thing is enterprises also require access to certain apps when the user is at the enterprise premise. Third is enterprise is very sensitive about data going outside the enterprise premise. So they want the data to be captive at the enterprise. These are the key requirements of enterprise. Now, the point that I'm wanting to make is, if we look at private 5G, for sure, private 5G can meet all of these requirements with ease. It can deliver a low latency network, strong uplink, strong downlink, and so on and so forth. But the challenge is it will require high capex, it will require spectrum. Then if you create a team to manage the network, OpEx will also be higher unless you go for a managed services type of model. And that is why, again, the NAS powered by 5G network slicing and the key technologies that I earlier talked about makes a huge difference. So in slicing, what you do, you basically take the physical network and create multiple logical network out of it. And it is end-to-end, and I think earlier Niladri mentioned that it needs to be end-to-end. Completely agree, it needs to be end-to-end. In fact, the SLA visualization and the OSS, BSS aspects also need to be embedded into it. So that's how the NAS can meet the enterprise requirement with a slice which can dynamically scale. It will be SLA driven to meet the enterprise requirement. Now, this is how it is bringing in the key change. That is number one thing. And I mentioned earlier that we already have created multiple slices, including the enterprise slices. The key point here is, with slicing, you basically get to deliver NAS with cloud-like agility and efficiency, and you give the power of private network with simplicity of a public network.
So on the similar note, just a follow-up question, as you mentioned on the agility side and how efficiency it can be there. So, but on the stack, right, technology stack side and architecture, so which you believe is the most suited and scalable to secure these NAS solutions?
Thanks, Sunit. So on technology stack side, one thing that is absolutely clear is NAS will require differentiated connectivity. Now, how differentiated connectivity will get enabled in our perspective, it is basically the 5G standalone, and the key technology drivers are, of course, slicing being one, the edge being the other. Of course, sometimes you need low latency, and therefore you need to bring the network closer to the user. And the next step that I earlier talked about is a URSP or UE route selection policy, which today is supported by iOS or Android ecosystem, and that will actually bring NAS to consumer use cases as well. Of course, it will come gradually, as Gulshan mentioned earlier. Now, these are the key differentiating technology aspects of NAS, and I mean, again, if we look at NSA flavor of 5G, non-standalone 5G, it can give basic priority differentiation. It is not able to give an end-to-end differentiation that would probably be required to deliver a good NAS service. That is number one thing.
Second, I would also like to touch upon the fact that security is a very key aspect of NAS. And again, if I look at 5G standalone here, you know the user identity. So in case of, again, 5G non-standalone, the user identity in the initial transaction goes in clear text form because it inherits the vulnerabilities of 4G. But in case of 5G, the very first handshake happens in an encrypted format. So if we look at fake cell tower or IMC hacking, they have become the things of past from a 5G standalone perspective. So with 5G standalone, security also comes paramount. And on top of that, I mean, I'm again going back to what Niladri mentioned earlier, a very strong OSS BSS subsystem which can orchestrate the slice that would be required as part of the technology stack.
So as Niladri also mentioned, as he also highlighted, right? So on the OSS stack system, so probably I'll like to take that point nearest to you, because as Ericsson, right, the core technology stack that sits with Ericsson. So what you believe, what are the technology stacks, architectures that you believe for the NAS solutions in particular that can be scalable?
Yeah, sure. I think it's a very, very pertinent question. One is the outside in, what gets delivered, but what's actually needed. And let me just summarize this context in 3 different points. I think the first is we see the operator stack going from a vertical architecture to a horizontal architecture. And this is across different network functions. I think moving to cloud native, functions are shared, they are modular, and you just build on it. You don't rip and replace things, but you build on it. So the first point is actually moving from a vertical architecture to a horizontal cloud native centric architecture. The second very important element is I think the networks are moving from static to autonomous. So for example, we now have elements where you have AI that's embedded inside the network. So as you create and differentiate services, I think it's very important to, and I think many panelists mentioned SLA and quality of service, etc., including resiliency. I think it's really important to be on top of it, to be proactive rather than predictive. And that's where a lot of elements of the intent-driven architecture come in. For example, if you look at TM Forum and 3GPP, they've all been talking about intent-driven architecture. How an intent at a business layer where you define a service, how it moves from the business layer to a service layer and a resource layer, how that intent moves, and then there could be multiple intents within the same network, all contending for the same resources. So how the conflict management of that happens as well. And that from an architecture perspective is an extremely important element. The third important transformation shift in the technology stack is moving from being a closed ecosystem to an open ecosystem. And that's where the entire API economy comes in, because a lot of these capabilities of the network, whether it is differentiated services, whether it is location, whether it is able to provide a second level security or an authentication for a business application, how do you expose all those capabilities to the upper layers? And that's the entire piece about the API and everything. So you are basically opening up your network to different business applications, to developers, to system integrators, so that communication and telecom technology and all these telecom services, they don't remain outside the boundary of the application, but they come inside the application boundary, and that's where they're embedded, and they make use of not just the connectivity, but a lot of the other things that the network can provide, including location, security, authentication, and all of that. So it's those 3 different transformations that we see that's happening across all the telecom operator stack. And the good thing is it's happening in an incremental manner. You're able to build onto it. It's not a rip and replace. And as we move from today 5G to 5G advanced to 6G, I think it's very important that the industry takes care of the fact that you build on, and it's modular and it's extendable.
Okay, on the similar note, right, Niladri, as you mentioned, right, earlier, so just one question, as Neeraj just highlighted, just what I wanted to understand, what will be very good as a thought from your side is, what are the other, some of the NAS accelerated the rollout for the digital initiatives, that is like Industry 4.0 or the telematics, right? So what ways, NAS can accelerate some of these, sectoral digital initiatives?
I'll just, it's me?
Yeah, it's to you.
All right. I'll just build on what Neeraj said, because I think it's a very important proposition to also look at it from the realization of what it takes for vendors, solution providers to implement. And I'll just build on the point that he said. So when you look at OSS and networks, it's completely converged. The lines have completely been blurred. Therefore, the horizontalization of OSS. Therefore, if I unpack this whole OSS production fabric, it starts obviously at the element management layer, and then of course you have the VNFs and the CNFs. Most importantly, one of the critical ingredients in all of this is the centralized production fabric, which is empowered by unified data fabric. The unified, we spoke of resiliency, we spoke of security, but we must also acknowledge the unification of data is paramount. So you can't have uncorrelated data coexist in your ecosystem with a variety of disparate inventories all over the place and trying to roll out NAS and expect your availability and capacity to be seamless. That's a challenge. So what I'm trying to say is 3 submissions. A, the unification of data fabric has to be empowered and backed up by cognitive automation, analytics, and AI. We talk a lot on AI and a lot of AIification, but we often forget that AI is fundamentally based on data, and data has to be federated, and unification of data is paramount to ensure this OSS stack supports the productionization of any kind of NAS use case at the last mile. Point number 2, when you look at the overarching theme of autonomous networks, which is an accelerator to the NAS, and NAS is fundamentally based on the principle of autonomous networks in many ways, you will have to look at it in 3 different dimensions. You have to look at it from pure cognitive automation dimension, you have to look at it from an analytics dimension, and you have to look at it from an AI dimension, which is not just agentic, but it's also, to the point that my fellow panelists made earlier, near the edge, and distributed AI and edge AI will have an equal say when you want to commoditize 5G and moving towards to 6G. And the last point, we often forget the importance of embracing this entire thing about the culture, because you need a mindset shift of the people who are implementing this at a ground level. The coexistence of old and new in terms of product portfolio. You'll see always a private 5G very successful. You'll always see a very great success of an autonomous car with, you know, some of the leading OEMs and the automobile manufacturers. You'll see a one-off digital e-health use case. You'll always see a very successful fintech service. But the problem remains scaling up. And that's where the mindset shift has to happen. It is not just the mindset of the operator at large, it's also the vendor mindset, the ecosystem partners who are all party to this. So these would be the imperatives to take any industry 4.0 or any industry 5.0, what I call as B2B or B2B2X. That X can be any industry, whether it's healthcare, automobile, retail, manufacturing, doesn't matter, to make it a reality and to scale it up. And I'm hopeful as an industry person being part of this ecosystem that with advanced 5G and with 6G, we will see this commoditization not as a distant dream, but a reality.
Okay, thank you on that perspective, Niladri, right? Just but as a perspective, right, with Nakshatra you brought in earlier, especially on the network resiliency, right? So something as a perspective, you know, what do you see as a traditional, right, as we started, like how traditional as a capex-driven model, right, telecom to business model, into this OPEX service model, right? So how you see as a particular, you know, NAS reshaping, right, from, you know, keeping that the network resiliency is also there. So what you see as, you know, what is there, I think so TCS, right, you have been working both in the Indian markets as overseas market as well. So how you have seen the shift, you know, and how NAS is reshaping it?
Yeah, valid question. See, traditionally we see telecom operators as the builders. You know, they lay cables, they have huge data centers, they set up base stations, and they are the owner of their networks today. And see, this has worked in the past across generation refreshes from 2G to 3G to 4G and 5G, basically for voice and data, okay? So every cycle starts with a capital outlay and then it ended up with a depreciation chart. But then in this digital economy and probably the AI ecosystem of future, there is something fundamentally different in it. They need actually agility, they need flexibility, and they need programmability. So that is where NAS is actually the cornerstone for this transformation. So if I call it initially, the ownership were valued, but in today's world or in future, they don't reward ownership. They actually reward orchestration. So can you orchestrate a service for me which is relevant for me? I really don't care about your ownership of your network. So that is where the model shifts, okay, from a capex to a capability as a service. I will not say it in OpEx. It will be probably a combination of OpEx and capex. But from a traditional monolithic capacity, you are not selling, you are now selling the service innovation. So again, the simple example is if I need to branch out a new branch as an enterprise, I really don't need to take the pain of procuring everything. I can actually use the Nest service for connectivity combined with quality of service and security together, and it should be as simple as spinning a cloud instance, right? So that's where you shift the model, Sumit. And then secondly, one most important point, telecom operators sits on a lot of data. When you see a lot of data in terms of identity, usage patterns, location, and now with NAS being so open, you're actually exposing the APIs to the world, right? And then using Camara APIs or GSMA Open Gateway, you are giving this access to a developer community. So now even developer community can create some wonderful applications on your ecosystem. At the same time, you have an enterprise using your APIs to completely automate their connectivity profile. And you being operator is sitting as an orchestrator with flexibility and profitability. Right? So having said that, this is where the fundamental shift is happening from a capex-driven model to a capability-driven model.
No, that's a good point, what we highlighted from a capex to capability-driven model. But as you highlighted, right, the APIs, how it's been the Camara and the GSMA Open Gateway APIs, how it's been exposed to networks. So probably, Neeraj, right? So in particular, what kind of other development ecosystems that we should see, right, on top of the NAS solution platforms?
Yeah, I think that's a very, very interesting perspective, and that's a problem that we've kind of at Ericsson kind of thought about. So, for example, you have 400 networks globally. Let's assume they start exposing network capabilities via APIs. An application provider, let's assume, and I think let's for example assume Microsoft Teams. Does Microsoft Teams go ahead and integrate with those 400 different operators? How do they provide mobility? And I think we as Ericsson last year, what we did is we launched an API aggregator company, that's Aduna. I think all the panelists here, from the operators, they are part of the founding members, of that initiative. But what that initiative basically does is it aggregates the APIs in a very standardized format, integrates with Camara, integrates with TM Forum, standardizes it, so that as an application provider, one application provider need to integrate once with that API aggregator, that's Aduna, and then that application works seamlessly. So for example, if Microsoft Teams, for instance, and this is the reason I take that example again and again is because it's a dream. Because for all of us, when we get onto Microsoft Teams, we are in a car, we are on the road, the call invariably drops. Or I try to say something, important point, others are not able to hear. Wouldn't it be really fantastic that as business users, the minute you switch on a Microsoft Teams call and to the URSP point, automatically there's a selection made that you are being assigned a higher bandwidth, a lower latency, so your call never drops. And for that to work seamlessly, I think, that to me will encapsulate all the elements of whether it's the technology, the API, and all of that will work and come together to actually deliver that. But that's the basic point. Aduna is that framework that we launched. We understood the problem, which aggregates all these APIs and exposes it. And at the moment, maybe I can give you a quick update on the progress. There are 4 categories of APIs that we've launched there. The first one is differentiated connectivity, quality of service on demand. There's location. There is 2-factor authentication. And then there is a mission-critical secure slice. So something that is very, very secure that can be used across a different variety of use cases. And these are cluster of APIs that are there, that are available to use. The first set of use cases in production should actually come out very, very soon from some of the operators around this. But that, in my way, will go a really long way forward to actually, bring a lot of these services to life, to get the application developers, the system integrators, the hyperscalers, and everybody involved in this huge growth that that can happen once those network capabilities are available to the developer community?
No, probably I think so. We are coming to the end of the time for the session, but as the perspective that you clearly mentioned, something as a platform, right, between the cloud provider as well as the network operator. So probably as a closing remarks or as a conclusion, something that I can start with Mr. Gulshan Khurana, right? So what do you believe, as a telecom operator and cloud providers, how they can create a win-win, situation for NAS partnership?
Thank you. Before I make my comment on your question, I was listening to Nakshatra and Neeraj both. The network telco operations job in India is a very difficult tightrope to walk. You said I'll expose my APIs, will give services to consumers. The only thing I have is data which is in abundance with me. For every service being offered through an open API or through NAS as a service or through a slice, the security is my responsibility. The data protection is my responsibility. Interception is my responsibility for the government of India. Keeping IP records is my responsibility. Regulatory compliance is my responsibility. And at a cost that you pay every month to me, which is minimalistic, lowest in the world, right? So this becomes a very complex ecosystem for me, because then managing all these 5 things which I mentioned earlier, for a voice call that gives me zero revenue and probably data which is the cheapest in the world. So, building a captive network or going to somebody else and asking for NAS as a service, network as a service, it's a complex system. So it will not be as easy as opening up my APIs for somebody like Aduna to come in and start consuming service. So we need to see how security is built in and all. Sorry, I forgot your question again.
No, so as you mentioned, I think something that you just mentioned about win-win partnership that will be created.
But maybe on that point, Gulshan, I completely agree to the challenges there. I'll just replace my with us. So we are together with you to solve those problems and challenges.
So I think so you just have answered the question, as a win-win situation for both operators and the...
Beautiful camaraderie.
Absolutely. I think so. Before we open the questions to the audience, so any last closing comments from your side, Niladri, as perspective what we covered, Nakshatra? Yeah.
Right. I think I already have made a lot of pointers which I had to make. The only thing I want to quickly wrap it up by saying, as much as Gulshan and Neeraj were having this, funny interchange, I was wondering what is the regulator doing. So I think I would take maybe a submission to the regulatory bodies, especially not just in India, in all markets where the regulation is pretty conservative. And I think deregulation has to pave the way, and it's not just the operator who takes the whole ownership, Gulshan, as you mentioned. I don't know how many of you did hear the community at Mobile World Congress, both in 2024 as well as in 2025, where major European operators came at a forum, and I'm talking CEO levels, all CEOs, and they humbly requested European regulations to completely open up the market in many ways. Europe is perhaps the most conservative as far as adoption of 5G standalone migrations are concerned, primarily because of regulation and regulatory pressure. So it's not, the onus is not just on the vendor, which is the supply side, or the operator, the demand side. The contribution must come from each and every entity in the value chain, and each has to own up the combined responsibility to make the industry a place to thrive, so that all of us can be happy and the economics of sanity can exist.
No, absolutely. So, Nakshatra, anything from your side, or rather in particular, right, what we just saw Gulshan and talk about. So probably from especially, from Jio's standpoint, what is any that, you believe, how other things that, how can it work as a closing that you want to talk about?
Thanks. No, I think Gulshan made a very good point. But as a closing, I'd like to just share a very clear perspective. First of all, if you look at 5G, and I'm sure that all of us would remember the ITU triangle, right? EMBB, URL, CMMTC. So 5G is actually want to be serving NAS, because this is all about differentiating connectivity. Second thing I mentioned in the beginning is that, it is no longer a niche, it is a scaled delivery as of now. From a managed service model, it has become a platform of innovation.
Now, the key point that I'm wanting to make is it definitely started with enterprises, the large and medium enterprises. Now it will flow down to MSMEs. In India, we have more than 6 crore MSMEs. And the way it will work is basically you think about what MSMEs need. They need connectivity, they need security, storage, and a set of productivity apps. So an FWA bundled NAS could easily serve the purpose. And beyond this, it will flow down to consumer, and that will be made enabled by URSP, as I mentioned, already supported by iOS, Android. So in other words, I can clearly see that NAS would serve across all the layers, whether it is enterprise, MSME, or consumer, whether it is about mission critical first responder, for disaster relief type of scenario, build digital resiliency, and drive economy. In all these perspectives, clearly, NAS will play a key role in 5G, and going forward in 6G also, more advanced services will be built, which will all be delivered through NAS. So this is what I would like to say.
Thank you, Radhaji. Nakshatra?
Yeah, I think, see, the future, as everybody says, is going to be NAS for the people. And see, understand, it took 7 years to build these NAS APIs or the framework per se. So you have to wait for another couple of years to get the NAS popular. But again, it is going to be collaborative. What you expose is up to you. Based on that, you will get the exposure to the enterprise. But who sub telco operators prime and the equipment vendors sub to them, it's a separate discussion. But what enterprise is looking is very clear. They're looking for trust and transparency. So as a NAS bundle, I may be the prime. I may be buying from Neeraj, then Gulshan, and then probably Sumit to give you a complete bundle to the enterprise. However, what is the transparency level that I can provide to the enterprise? I may be transparent in what I do, but I may not have access to what Neeraj systems are doing to my ecosystem. So customers are looking for that end-to-end transparency and trust because they are trusting you with their business. If I exaggerate it, they are actually trusting you with their life. So keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Nakshatra. So I think so we got a few minutes. So if we have any questions or any perspective from the audience.
Hi, thank you. That was a very insightful discussion. I am Dipankar. I'm part of Telstra. I basically lead the generative AI services there internally. And my question is pretty direct. Do you think hyperscalers are better positioned to monetize NAS APIs than telcos?
So, Niladri, you want to take that from the Telstra perspective? So both yes and no answer, okay? So yes, because of the sheer scale and a better awareness of the infrastructure, especially when you look at NAS. A lot of OEMs started this journey a little late compared to when you look at cloudification of the network per se, right? And certain solutions, especially powered by the Tanzus of the world or Microsoft Azure's for Nexuses of the world, actually paved the way for network cloudification faster, smoother, and showed the OEMs to follow the same suit. The present situation, this was the no answer. So why, I think that hyperscalers are better position. So it's a tick for the hyperscalers. Why no? No, because with due respect to the hyperscalers, the domain depth that is required for a seamless operations, for a slice to get orchestrated across customer, product, service, resource, is not present at the hyperscaler level. You will need a system integrator, you will need a OEM to give you that domain depth, and more importantly, the operator to give you that operations know-how to deploy that at scale. So hyperscaler obviously can give you the cloud infrastructure, can help you disaggregate. What next? How are you going to stitch a particular slice right from the customer product catalog down to the services, compliant to the SLAs, maintaining data sovereignty, cloud sovereignty, maintaining the resiliency of the network, and then deploy it. And more importantly, operate it at scale, not compromising on the SLAs and the SQMs at the last mile. So that's why I said both yes and a no answer. I do not think hyperscalers are yet there to replace the domain depth of many, many years, both for system integrators as well as OEM players, and that's the reason they work as partners. Otherwise, we would have been all replaced by hyperscalers.
So hope that answered your question. So
Maybe I'd just like to add to that. I don't think it's a question of either or. I think it's a question of collaboration, because the way the technology stack is moving from, let's say, vertically integrated to a horizontal stack, I think it's more a question of collaboration. And I see, operators and hyperscalers collaborate, whether you have an on-prem cloud or whether you have an off-prem cloud. I think it's a moot point, but I think it's a question of collaboration. And absolutely to what Niladri said, the kind of intricacies in the network, the autonomous network, the way you provision differentiated connectivity and provision slices and provision customers onto those slices, that's something which is very, very inside of how a telco manages its business. So it's more a question of cloudification, and in my view, hyperscalers are one element to support the virtualization journey and the massification of capabilities. That's my point.
Thank you, Neeraj. I think so. As you mentioned, right, and as the panelists all of you discuss about how quick to the market or adoption for NAS particular to be agility, right, and flexible, especially for the self-driven, so that the adoption, how quickly it can be in the market, and how agile and how easy it can be, especially for the SMEs or for the enterprises. So that really brings out that perspective. So I think so.
We have one more question, Sunit.
Okay.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Anjali Goyal from S&P
Can you
Global.
keep the mic closer, please?
Yeah. Okay. Hello, I'm Anjali Goyal from S&P Global. So I have a question on security. So Neeraj, he was talking on the API market that Ericsson has built a app which is related to API, and then it could help in translating the various layers, like where it is a transparent communication and all the, if it's an application of Microsoft, so you can get a call and then you will get that transparently that, okay, latency is reduced and all those things. So on the security part, the sir who was just sitting adjacent to Neeraj sir, so he mentioned that it is not so easy. So I just wanted to ask on that is it like the APIs which Ericsson is working on, there are a lot of players in the API market, but is it are we really able to connect all the platforms and provide all the security? Because there are a lot of DORA thing and a lot of security issues which are coming in. So are we really able to do the handshakes between different players and then really encash it and make all the transitions so easy? Or we are really working and there is a roadmap for it?
So probably before Neeraj, just wanted to highlight this point, right? As I think Neeraj also highlighted the Kamara and specifically the GSMA, how they are integrating those open API gateways, right, to have the standardization. So probably that also brings in that security aspect, so that everybody has a common platform where all the security checks and controls have been done. But as we understand, right, how the technology stack and how it has been more fundamentally the complexity that is gaining through. Yes, there are challenges on the security side. So Neeraj, you want to?
Yeah, but I'll answer your question very, very simply. Security, is it important? Absolutely, one of the most important things out there. Can the technology provide the security? Absolutely, it can. Are we there yet? I think there are lots of things under evolution and development, but the end goal is a zero trust architecture, and that's Ericsson, and that's all. I mean, all the operators, when they put a demand on us, they put a demand on zero trust architecture. So you don't trust anything either inside of the firewall or even outside of the firewall. So various elements where you can actually create security on an end-to-end basis. Different constituents need to have various elements to provide that security. It needs to have a handshake between each of the individual elements for it to be able to provide end-to-end. But absolutely, that's critical and important. And we have various implementations and various levels of that already exist even today.
Thank you.
Okay. I think so. We had one more question. Okay, two. So there's one question in the front. So this gentleman in second row, yeah.
Hi, I'm Sharnavur Rai from Virtusa and earlier Ericsson.
If you can keep the mic closer, please.
Yeah, my question to Niladri. So you mentioned about the need to evolve and the organizational DNA and changing from and making the changes across network, OSS and BSS layers. While NAS is positioned for top line growth, the imperatives, as we understand from this discussion, the imperative on the OPEX are very high. So the question is, how does this impact the operational challenges and the efficiency that we have, and how do we manage those challenges without increasing a lot of OPEX?
Yeah, I think it's a very good question and a very important one. At the same time, the answer would be multifolded, so you have to bear with me. See, when you look at operations, at least when I look at operations, I look at it at three levels. I do not look at operations as a tactical differentiator of cost to improve efficiency. That is a hygiene thing, which all of us talk about. So when you talk of operations, you will obviously be looking at KPIs and SLAs. Now, these KPIs have a multifolded approach. And what you should do is, because your business model is changing from being a monolithic, as Nakshatra also mentioned and several other people mentioned, the fundamental is top-down. So your strategy is changing from being a monolithic demand-supply-led equation to a platform-driven ecosystem where the convergence is happening thick and fast. So you're aiming towards a platform-driven business model, which is ably supported by a platform architecture, which is ably supported by an operations which also needs to be seamless. So when you're looking at KPIs and SLAs, you have to multi-dimensionalize it. To start from the operational level KPIs, round it up to a service level KPI, and then further round it up to a business level KPI. So when you look at NAS, especially when you look at the tactical KPIs to support NAS, they are not just at operational level, or they should not be at only operational level. They should look at your service level impacts, which is going to tremendously impact your brand, the SLA at the last mile that you're delivering a service, and most importantly, the fundamental three things on revenue, customer experience, and CSAT, which is your top level CXO KPIs right at the business level. So every NAS or a service that you're delivering at the O KPI level has to round up to a service KPI level, and further has to be rounded up to a business KPI level. That should be your approach. And that is how the NAS is not just a fundamental network-only strategy, it's a business and organization-wide strategy. That would be my answer.
Yeah, so probably we can just take a last question there because we are on time, and I think so. The gentlemen are there for the next 2 days as well. So anybody wants to connect with them, I think so. Most of them are there in the booth, or they're happy to answer the questions. Do you take the last question, sir?
Yeah, just for better understanding. So if there's a current network and the company is moving to NAS, will both of them coexist, or the earlier network system will totally go out and only NAS will be there? And is it totally cloud-based? And second part, what would be the, I know it's difficult to give exact number, profitability of NAS versus the existing network in terms of bottom line? Right. Just want some panel's views on that.
So Gulshan, you want to take that specifically? Okay, so I think so there are two parts of the question that the gentleman is asking. The first part is particularly on, will NAS replace the traditional network, if I understand it correct?
Totally.
Yeah, and tomorrow, like going forward, so if NAS will replace the traditional network, and how in harmony NAS and the traditional network can work hand in hand, what will be the take? How do we see that as a future?
The second part is the profitability of traditional versus NAS.
I think while I was doing a mental preparation for this session, I was thinking whether this question came to my mind as well, whether it's going to replace. It's going to be a hybrid approach. There's no one size fits all. There'll be traditional communication to a consumer, which is tightly coupled, which has big security aspects. They still be maintained. So one big problem today, as a question there was in hyperscaler as well, do they have a reach? Do they have a spectrum? No. Ultimately, consumer has to be served by a guy who has spectrum available, who is close to the consumer. I've got base stations. I've got edge locations. I've got data centers. Hyperscalers have a very limited, footprint. They mastered the art of, scalability. They mastered the art of giving service as you grow. They mastered the art of, network management and lifecycle management. But ultimately, consumer needs service from a base station standing and giving, airwaves to your phone. So I think it's not a question to easily answer saying, will it replace it? No. I think for a long time, I do not know what will happen 20 years from now, but for a very long time, captive networks are going to give service to you. Gradually, you will see network as a service available to you for enterprises first, small telcos later on, large telcos after that. This is my view. It's going to go in that. And profitability, absolutely must. Technology is available today. Economics does not make a sense today. And as long as economics does not make a sense, nothing can be, served to a consumer. So I think technology, economics both have to go hand in hand, and there will be a gradual approach from enterprise to a small telco to a larger telco to a complete bundle of bouquet of services being given to a consumer.
Can I challenge you very quickly on the last part in terms of when you're saying profitability? So it may happen that competition comes in with NAS and gives better CSAT and better service and all that, and the top management board starts getting worried. Okay, profitability is slightly less, but we don't want competition to take away market share. So what would be your thought on that?
I think, again, the same answer applies to this question also. It will be a hybrid approach, and also what comes tomorrow. You'll have a satellite communication coming and replacing everything. I don't know. Will it make technical sense, economic sense? I don't know what will happen. But today, looking at the situation, the complexity which has evolved in the last 10 years, 15 years, completely cloudified core networks, cloudified kind of transport networks, RAN also going to now cloud. So I think things are evolving at a very fast pace. We'll have to wait and watch. But as I said earlier, I think segments of enterprises who need specialized services, specialized kind of treatment, but do not have the wherewithal to deploy a network on their own, they will go first for NAS, followed by people like us who will probably have a larger volume and the kind of service being given. So this will be a gradual path to be covered.
Just a 20-second addition to which you asked me. See, it will coexist as Gulshan said. So it's a hybrid approach, completely agree. You look at any Western operators who are deploying NAS, right? Single line voice and circuit switch still coexist. Pick up any operator, UK, US, Europe. Nobody has gotten rid of their voice services. They're still making substantial money. And when we go and advocate, they said, not touching, no circuit switch rollback. Circuit switch will exist along with all the VoLTE and packet switch. So there'll be coexistence, no doubt about that.
Just adding a bit on this, I think some of the requirements which will be very specialized will continue to be served as a private network going forward. If we talk about the factories of future, factory automation, those kind of stuff which will require very low latency, and therefore you must have to deploy all the network infrastructure at the premise. Those kind of requirement where you will have, let's say, a smart vision where you need a lot of uplink, and therefore your spectrum must be split differently from the public network. Those type of use cases would probably be served with a private 5G, but number of use cases would basically come as part of NAS delivered by slicing. So I agree with all my fellow speakers that it will coexist basically.
I think so. With that beautiful thought from all the speakers, I think so. It's a privilege for being leading this panel and moderating this panel with the eminent speakers. But thank you to all the panelists, for their insights and their perspectives on the global shifts, and how we see as the India market how it's been shifting, especially from the geo side, how they've already been there. From the global perspective, from Niladi and Nakshatra, how they have been seeing in the European and the UK markets, other markets globally, especially from the network side of things, how Ericsson and how other network operators, how they have been doing, what a network technology stack that has been developing, and especially from VI side, right, as a global operators, and especially from the VI, how they have been operating in India. So probably that is a very intriguing and very insight that was given by all the panelists. So thank you for all the panelists for the session and providing their insights. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Sunit, and to our respected speakers. As this is the end of the session, I request Mr. Sunit Kumar to distribute the token of appreciation to all the speakers from IMC. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this session, which is focused on the API economy. It's great to see all of you be here. This is the beginning of the GSMA curated session that we are starting this year at IMC. We have a series of sessions which are planned for today and tomorrow. Today from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. and from tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. I have the privilege to introduce our Director General, Vivek Badrinath. Vivek, can we have you on the stage? I'll request Vivek to give a short keynote before we start the curated sessions. Over to you, Vivek.
Thank you, Debashish. Thank you so much. Welcome to all. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to welcome you here on behalf of the GSMA. This session is part of our ongoing partnership, both with the Government of India and the organizers of the IMC, as well as our industry partners. This partnership took different forms. Yesterday, we were privileged to sign an MOU with the NCA about information and knowledge sharing. And this session that GSMA has curated is another example of our real intent to share knowledge, to exchange on ideas, and to bring in an international perspective to the proceedings of the IMC. Today, India stands at the forefront of a profound digital transformation. With the world's fastest 5G rollout, pioneering digital public infrastructure, an ambitious India AI mission, the country is not only driving inclusion at home, but also becoming a real model for the global south. At the GSMA, we're proud to be associated with this journey and to champion it. Our mission is to bring together operators, technology providers, policymakers, innovators, to create digital ecosystems that are open, secure, and inclusive. So from Open Gateway APIs to our United Against Scams program and our APAC Anti-Scam Task Force, we're working to ensure that mobile networks are platforms for innovation, for trust, and for growth. And this is precisely what today's sessions will be about. This afternoon, we will explore a number of things. We'll explore how programmable networks and open APIs can unleash a new wave of innovation for fintech, for commerce, for logistics. We'll discuss how AI and edge intelligence can bring real-time services to every part of the country. And also, an important subject, how responsible AI governance, which will also be the subject of broader discussions next February, can ensure that trust and ethics remain at the heart of these very intelligent networks. I sincerely encourage all of you to engage in these conversations, to share your experiences, and to challenge us to think bigger. From whichever area, industry, public service, public research, private R&D, academia, all of your points of view are relevant for us to progress on these cutting-edge subjects. The future of mobile is not just about connectivity, it's about building a trusted, intelligent, and inclusive digital society. And together, I believe India and the GSMA community can certainly lead the way. I thank you and look forward to rich discussions ahead.
Thank you, Vivek. May I now please request Mr. Anil Bharadwaj, DDG Stakeholder Engagement from DOT, to encourage us before we start the session.
Thank you, Debashish. India's head of AI mission, Abhishek Singh ji, GSMA DG Vivek Badrinath, I hope he's still here, my friends from industry. The topic for GSMA curated sessions is going to be AI, and because I have seen the details, lot of stuff will be discussed, so I won't delve into AI or give you any specific thing, but I will say only one thing, that AI is actually here. We may not able to see it, but all of us are experiencing it. It is changing the whole paradigm of work. From the small news that X company is laying off Y number of employees to the larger factor that today all our presentations or speeches are somehow supported by a chat GPT or Perplexity or some AI tool. Coming to specifically to telecom side of it, the whole network is now becoming seamless and one. We are looking at compute at the edge and real-time compute. You know, the cloud and network, specifically the pipe and the cloud servers are going to become one, because in the real-time agentic AI will require hundred thousands of agents or millions of agents to work together to deliver what anyone requires. And for a customer, it is not important whether it is coming from cloud or LLM or SLM or whatnot. And that is why I am saying AI is here and now. Coming back to the core theme of these conferences, my compliments to GSMA that they have come to India in a bigger way. They are part of this India Mobile Congress. We as Department of Telecom really value their association with India, value their support. We have signed up a skill training MOU also yesterday with them, and I am sure that GSMA will find value in these sessions, and all of you will benefit from the talks and serious discussions which will emerge, and I'm sure some reports will be called out by the people who are working behind the scenes, especially the KPMG team, which will create actionable not only for the Department of Telecommunication, but all government of India as well as for the industry. We at DOT are trying to integrate things using whatever SLM we can create, because we have the data set, and our financial fraud risk indicator is nothing but a step in that direction. Our team made a great presentation yesterday in front of PM. I am sure some of you would have seen it. The idea is that whosoever has the data, he has to ensure that that data is put to use in such a way, and everybody has to work together. And once when we created what was an idea 9 months back, became a reality in May 2025, and is today, as I speak, we have stopped more than 200 crores of transaction thanks to the 11 banks which are on board, thanks to the UPI integrators like PhonePe and Paytm which are onboarded. And RBI has issued last week only a circular to all the banks and all the NBFCs to come on board. The next stage for us is that we will bring all mutual funds and fund manager in the same loop, because if we, the enabler, are smart, then the people who are putting our citizens to risk are perhaps smarter, and they are finding newer and newer ways. So we are integrating that and making use of these AI tools to solve the problem of common citizens of the world. With that, I again call upon GSMA to engage with us more. We value this partnership of this global organization, and we want them to expand collaboration with us so that it is mutually beneficial. Whatever we can give to the world in terms of our initiative, whether it is UPI, whether it is our Jam Trinity, or whether it is the FRI or the Sanchar Sathi. These are all small initiatives but very, very positive steps for the citizens. Talk to a citizen whose phone is lost and police is able to recover it in less than 24 hours and give it back, because phone is not just that 20,000 rupees second-hand device today, it is our life. So if we working with police could solve the problem, and that is what we want GSMA to take it to the world, and similarly bring the best example and best practices to us, so that we can help our citizen from the global best practices. And that is what we would want this collaboration to increase, improve and expand. And I thank GSMA for inviting me here to make these remarks on behalf of my department. And I am sure that the interactions and discussions in next 2 days will be meaningful, learning, and will enable us to take action. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anilji. May I now request all our esteemed panelists to come on stage, please. Can I start with Abhishek Singh ji? Can we have you on the stage, please? Abhishek Biswal, Airtel. Atul, Jio. Munish, Ericsson. John, Twilio. Thank you. Rohit, Vodafone Idea. Without much ado, I think I would like to start. We have Abhishek Singh ji, Additional Secretary from MeitY. Let me start with you by giving a very short perspective of about this topic, which is the API economy, right? So India today, stands at a defining moment, we all know, in the digital evolution, from being a technology-driven economy to becoming an API-powered economy. And, the GSMA Open Gateway, I will talk about it a little later. And now, since we have you, I want to start with you, Abhishek ji, by asking that, look, MeitY, your department has, been at the forefront of India's digital public infrastructure success through various initiatives. How do you see government's role in enabling an environment which is supportive of open APIs and interoperable networks for the digital economy?
Like open APIs and interoperability is very, very important, especially from the citizen point of view. Especially when a citizen is dealing with any service the government is offering. The citizen does not really care whether Department A is offering that service or Department B is offering the service. For him, the need is to get the service, and the government is required to do services as a whole of government approach. The idea is to ensure that different government systems talk to each other, share information with each other, and citizens are benefited in such a way that he doesn't need to care whether he has to go to the Panchayati Raj department or rural development or health. He should be able to get services in a seamless manner. And this is facilitated by exchange of information amongst various systems in an interoperable manner through APIs. Like, I'll give you an example. For example, if somebody is wanting to get benefits under the Ayushman Bharat Health Scheme, which guarantees health insurance for up to 5 lakh rupees for a family. So he may, in the current scheme of things, he is required to make an application for the getting a benefits under the health insurance scheme. However, the requirements of the eligibility conditions of that scheme is similar to what maybe is there for a scheme like Manrega, wherein a poor laborers get wages for doing this, but that scheme is administered by Rural Development Department. They have a clear database in which they have identified the eligibility, they have identified the beneficiaries while doing so. By all means, the eligibility conditions for the health insurance and eligibility conditions for somebody doing wages is similar. So if we could interlink these two systems with APIs in an interoperable manner, one will be able to offer services proactively without a citizen seeking an application at another state. But similarly, for scholarships, we know that we have various schemes under which, for weaker section of society, for scheduled castes, for minorities, there are scholarships. These certificates are also issued by one government arm. Then the data with regard to who is studying in which grade is also kept by the school. But again, we ask citizens to make an applications for scholarships rather than these two systems talking to each other through APIs and making it happen. So what we in the government are trying to do is to ensure that we break these silos, unlike what we do in many cases, and in telecom you have done that. Like it's possible for an Airtel subscriber to talk to a Jio subscriber or a MTNL subscriber. And how does that happen? There are protocols defined with regard to exchange of that. The same thing was enabled on UPI, wherein I could be able to transfer money from one financial system to the other financial system by defining protocols through which is done. So all of it is made possible only when we define the interoperable standards, we define the APIs through which the information exchange will happen. And if this is done at a larger scale, like what we are doing as part of Open API project under METI, under which 6,000 APIs have been exposed. So today, information with regard to identity, like for example, when you go to the airport and use a service like DigiYatra, what are you doing? Your face, which is captured with a camera, is matched with the face on your ID card, which you have uploaded. The name on your ID card is matched with the boarding pass, the name on the boarding pass, which is also uploaded. And these systems, they talk to each other through APIs which work in, and you are allowed to enter seamlessly into the airport. So open standards, interoperable standards, APIs are at the core for enabling ease of living or ease of doing business. So that's what we are trying to do. There are some sectors in which we have been able to do, but there are many more in which you'll be doing in the days to come.
Thanks for those insights. And while we talk about APIs, I think it is fair to say that in the telecom world, I think it's just for the last few years that we are talking about APIs, but the REST APIs and the rest of, from the IT world, if I pick it up, we are dealing with those APIs, the REST APIs for decades now. But it's only for the last 4 or 5 years that, the telco APIs are gaining popularity. And, we are trying to see how we can leverage those APIs to make something useful out of it. Atul, let me come to you. Jio has been one of the early adopters of the Open Gateway initiative globally, right? How do you see the network exposure and the API-driven innovation, right, that you're also now involved with, changing the way that telcos engage with developers and enterprises?
Great question, Devashish. See, to understand this, I would say we need to look at the evolution of API monetization in telecom sector. Starting with, I would say, closed and internal APIs, because the focus was more on operational efficiencies and revenues rather than making money out of APIs. That was a starting point for telcos. But if you look at today, monetization is a core strategy. But we have not come directly to this phase. We have, we've gone through a journey where we had multiple steps like exposing SMS and billing to third-party aggregators and platform. So if you look at current state where we are talking about monetization of APIs, the reason why we are able to do it is because of feasibility of cases like number verify and 5G network slicing. Now, on one hand, we are able to monetize these capabilities, which are core telco capabilities. We are also able to reach out to different industries. So the reason why we wanted to, the need of the hour, I believe, is to reach to a wider community. We have worked in B2B space for quite some time. Now it's time for us to reach out to new partners, a broad, wider community of developers, so that they can come out with cases where these APIs or core capabilities of telcos can be used to solve real-life problems. Now, to give you an example, we know about 2 unfortunate incidents that happened in India in this year. One was the celebration after IPL in Bengaluru, and recently there was a stampede in Karur, Tamil Nadu. Now, the commonality between these 2 episodes was the turnout was much more than expected. Now, if you look at open APIs, we have APIs like geofencing subscription and congestion insight. These 2 put together can help the local administration in defining a polygon and getting real-time updates or at least near-time updates
to know how many people are walking into that area and how many people are walking out. This is just one example. I'm sure with initiatives like Open Gateway and the hackathons we are trying to do, we'll get innovative ideas solving real life Indian problems.
Sure. Thanks, Atul. For the benefit of the audience, let me just share a couple of things about what GSMA Open Gateway initiative is all about. So this is a global initiative in which we are, the intent and objective is to standardize the APIs so as to help the builders and coders so that they build once and they scale everywhere. So it's focused on interoperability, it's focused on standardization so that once a app builder is creating an app in one country, and if tomorrow he wants to expand to a different country, he doesn't have to worry about integrating every time with a different operator in that country. And using these APIs, which are all coming to a standardized level, it will be easier for him to scale better. And while Atul, you gave the perspective on the technology side, Abhishek, if I can come to you on the monetization and the business models in the API economy. So Airtel has been deeply involved in the digital innovation, starting from Airtel IQ to network intelligence offerings. How does Airtel view the business and the monetization potential of open APIs for both the operator as well as the ecosystem partners?
Thank you. I think I want to start with what Abhishek ji said, right? He said the idea of creating these APIs and interoperability is making the life of either the developer or the user better. That's the reason why all of this exists, right? Today, if you look at enterprises as demand and telcos as supply, right? You have 4 telcos in the country, which means to improve the experience of any enterprise, interoperability is as important as access, because they will not be able to provide that service to all their customers otherwise. If I look at a bank who has got customers between 4 telcos, if the telcos today are not interoperable, it doesn't work, which is where you see SMS or the other CPaaS products working very well. I think for me, the first and the foremost step is, can we have the interoperability in place, right? Can we create an ecosystem of partners which build use cases on top? For example, if you come to the Airtel booth today, you'll get to see, you can enter your number and we'll actually tell you if this number has seen some fraud, is that KYC proof, etc. Now, what if a non-Airtel customer walks into my stall? I can't do the same. From a bank's perspective, I need to create a harmonized solution across all these telcos, which is where the interoperability piece is important. So while we can continue to consume this as an enterprise and continue to sell this as a telco, having only on-net solutions does not help. So the first call out is, can we solve that problem? Right? Now, the minute you do this, right, for enhanced experience, I think this will be 4 or 5 times the size of CPaaS in the country, because that is the quality of experience that you will offer, and that is the depth of engagement that you can offer with some of the network APIs. So I would leave it at that. I think it's about 4 times, and I think interoperability is important.
Thanks, Abhishek. Rohit, you have been driving innovation through partnerships and interoperability at Vodafone Idea, right? So if you can share your thoughts on how is Vodafone Idea approaching revenue generation and new business models in an increasingly API-centric landscape that we are seeing, as I spoke about, over the last couple of years. What are your thoughts on that?
First of all, thank you, Debashish, and thank you, GSMA, for inviting us here and organizing this panel. I think it's a very relevant panel, and the fact that all of us are here on the stage is reflection enough of the understanding that the interoperability and the dependency of the different, on all the stakeholders is so critical that unless all of us come together, the API opportunity which is there, or even from the benefits that it can bring to the user, they can be realized only when all of us come together. So I think it's a very good, fantastic indication that all of us are here. Answering your question about, the different innovations that I think we just need to take a step back and understand the framework or the landscape within which we are trying to do these innovations. The first and foremost is the data safety, data privacy and security of our customers. That becomes the guiding line or the umbrella within which all the innovation has to happen, because ensuring the safety and creating the digital trust for our users is paramount, and that's a responsibility that we all carry as a telco. The second area which defines as to what could be the opportunity as far as innovation is concerned is what is the actual signal that we are using as a telco which can be converted into a solution. And I think there is a wide range of different data points or signals that can be brought forward from a telco point and created a solution. And I'll talk a little bit about those possible solutions. And the third bit, obviously, is the ecosystem play, which we all just talked about, that until unless we have the presence of these solutions across all the stakeholders and the operators, unless and until there's a standardization which is there, so that the merchants can have the same kind of an input coming to them when they use these APIs, and also an acceptance from the different apps and sites, then only this whole thing succeeds. From a, if I want to give you an example about what are the different kind of APIs, I think the consumer identity is a very large space where the whole, innovation begins from. We've been using the mobile number since a long time, and we don't even realize where all we have to share this, and how it has ultimately become a more universal and ubiquitous indicator of a person's identity. And how can we take that thing forward? Innovation ultimately is evolving and fine-tuning what is already existing as a process, and how can we make it better with the help of the existing resources that we have. And I think as a telco, we have a lot of those technologies which we can use to create the authentication solution. There have been previous versions that we have, as an industry, created in the past. For different reasons, we have been not able to scale them up. But I think there's a fantastic progress that has happened in the last maybe 1 or 2 odd years, especially as far as India is concerned. And I think India is amazing from that point of view. We, just like we had the UPI, which facilitated the whole payment transaction, and it has reached such, great levels of adoption. Similarly, if we have to create an authentication API, the standardization has to happen as per the Indian market is concerned. So we're working closely with entities like NPCI, where we're trying to create specifications which work towards a large community of players like the banks, the fintech companies, so that they can use those specifications. Just to give an example, beyond identity, we mentioned about AI. I think there are different interest and risk assessment signals that you can actually create out of the different understanding that we have of the usage behavior for our customers. We have been providing a API which has really helped several banks and BFSI customers to basically cater to the needs of new-to-credit borrowers who are trying to apply for a loan for the first time, but they do not have a credit score in the bureau. And because of no other method of taking a lending decision, the alternate data that comes into the play as a substitute, as a kind of dependence in terms of how a decision can be made. Those are the kind of innovative solutions that can be created and help the whole ecosystem to take the whole opportunity forward. So yeah, I think I can add a lot of other possible solutions which are there. But the point is that definitely a lot of signals are there. We have to understand, first of all, how do we make sure that the data is protected, the privacy is safe, and secondly, how can we make them scalable and universal so that adoption happens.
Sure. Thanks, Rohit. So, we'll talk more about which are the other industries in which, we should be taking the APIs. Every time we talk about API economy, it is the fintech, which we talk about. What about logistics? What about retail? What about manufacturing? We'll talk about that. But before I come to you, John, I also wanted to share one more data point for GSMA Open Gateway is that today, as we talk, 79 mobile network operators from the world have signed up for this global initiative, GSMA Open Gateway, which covers 291 networks, touching 80% of the mobile subscribers globally. And we have a few people from the audience who are also engaged, like I see Vaibhav sitting there from Napstrack, is also engaged with us in the APAC region for some of these initiatives. So, John, you work closely with us, and with Vaibhav as well. John represents Twilio. So, Twilio has been a pioneer, in building, global communication APIs, and, you're an API aggregator. So, from your vantage point, what lessons can India learn, from the, APAC region, from global API ecosystems?
Right. Thank you, GSMA, and thank you, Debashi, for having me. I think Twilio as a whole has been, part of this API economy, and we've been generally doing very well. We have 330,000 plus enterprise customers who utilize our APIs, right? And from a vantage point where I'm coming from, I think a couple of things to take note of. One is that obviously the fact that APIs are seen as, right at the C level of a company. I think that's very important, because where it is, sometimes API are seen only as a software developers, sidelines. So where it's sponsored and it's sort of executed at the executive level, there'll be, the sort of visibility is there. The other thing, of course, is that API should be looked at as a product. So it's product funded. It's sort of moved along as along the product management lines, rather than seen as something that is secondary, right? So I know that a lot of these companies are actually driven per se by APIs. All right, and that's very important, right? Giving that. Of course, the other one is about putting that as under trust and security, where there is a trust towards APIs. Okay, it actually makes a whole lot of difference. The other thing is really about government support, and we have policymakers and government people here. I think where it's happened in India, you have the India stack, you have the UPIs. That makes a whole lot of difference. The companies then will say, if the government is doing it, whether it's a state government or federal government, they're doing this, well, I should be doing it too, right? So I think where telcos are right now, I think I work together with all three and all four operators here in India to build upon the network APIs. Yeah, that is something that should make a difference. Let's just say for enterprises here in India, as well as international and regional customers that I have that I'd like to monetize out of the assets that the telcos have.
Sure. Thanks, John. Munish, you represent Ericsson. So if I can quickly ask you, can you highlight some cross-industry collaborations where network APIs have created an outsized impact?
So I think cross-industry, the Bashish, is the name of the game. I mean, we talked about that APIs enable these systems to talk to each other, right? So the first category that we are seeing picking up pace in industry is really identity security and fraud protection. And that is going to cut across industries, banks, financial institutions, but even over-the-top players are all in for that kind of API consumption. And I think if I take an example, the first most enthusiastic consumer of these API that we have witnessed is Google and TikTok, who are really going with high ambition to consume these network APIs.
Very interesting. Abhishek-ji, I'll come back to you. Given India's growing role in AI, and you also head the India AI mission. So given India's growing role in AI and data-driven governance, how do you see APIs supporting the next generation use cases for the digital India, if I may?
Like some of the examples that
it's on.
gave earlier, relate to that. Like when we look at artificial intelligence and we look at building AI applications at population scale, there are three key things that are required for building AI applications. One is compute, one is data, and talent. When it comes to talent, India has a strong strength in the digital human capital that we have. Our engineers are part of almost every major initiative globally. Every big tech company does have people of Indian origin. Indian engineers are building solutions at scale across the world, both in India and across. Compute, we are trying to make it available through our empaneled service providers. Today we have almost 40,000 GPUs that are available at a very low cost, at less than $1 per GPU per hour, so that our developers, entrepreneurs, startups, researchers can train models, build applications. The key thing remains is data. We have done a lot of digitization in the last few years, but even though we have generate a lot of data with 1 billion plus people using various services, but very often most of the data that we have is not in a form in which it can be used for AI applications. We need to ensure that data is complete, data is made available through APIs, data is made available for people who are training models in an anonymized format with privacy preservation. The data should be complete, time series data, geographical data. So if that is made possible, one can make a lot of applications. So what we are doing is that we have built a platform called AI Kosh, which is the India Datasets platform, which has today almost 3,000 datasets from both public sector and private sector. And these datasets are made available to those who need it. And we are allowing even private sector entities who might be having a lot of valuable data to put their data on the platform and then give APIs for those who want to consume that data, and they have the freedom to lay down the policies with regard to consumption of the data. For example, if they want, they can make the data openly available. If they don't want to make it available, they can have the licensing conditions. The licensing conditions can define which group of entities or in what ways they can use it. There can be a cost to that data. So in a way, it's trying to create a whole framework of data economy, which would ensure that data becomes the medium for building AI applications. And then only we'll be able to kind of realize the power of data. Very often we do refer to data as a new oil, we say. But just like oil requires processing, oil requires treating it through various steps, similarly data also requires to be shared through APIs, subjected to the privacy preservation and anonymization tools, and made available to various stakeholders to build applications which can really impact people. So if we have to build up an agri-advisory for farmers with regard to what they should do, the soil health card data, the weather data, the crop history data has to be made available. If we have to build an AI application for, say, diagnosing diseases like tuberculosis, we'll have to ensure that data with regard to X-ray images of chest X-rays or MRI images or CT scan images, annotated images are made available, and that data those are building models can consume. Under the Bhashini project, we have made a lot of data sets across various languages available, and these are helping people to build applications which are speech-driven. So the entire edifice, entire approach for building impactful AI solutions does depend on availability of data and availability of data through APIs, and that is what we are trying to work on, but again, a lot more needs to be done from where we are.
And as we were discussing the other day, along with Vivek in your office, specific to our country, India, right? Because there are so many languages, and we are a lot of people here. So if you can briefly again, elaborate a little bit about the Bhashini project, the SLMs, the LLMs that you are trying to work with, how it will, because AI shouldn't be just discussed in metro cities and all. Till the time we do not start leveraging the impact of AI in the tier 2, tier 3 rural areas as well, I don't think it will scale up. So can you elaborate on that a bit?
See, like why language and why language-enabled products are important. Like very often we do say at various forums that we have amongst one of the largest number of people who are part of the digital economy, internet economy. 900 million people are connected. But when we say that, we also realize that we have a significant number of people, like almost 500 million people who are not yet connected. And to connect these people, for ensuring that these people are also able to harness the power of technology, are able to be part of the digital economy, they will need services in their mother tongue. They will need services that they can access through voice. Because I can't expect like a farmer living in a remote corner of Bihar or Jharkhand to go to a portal, even if the websites are very good, they are giving all the information. But for anyone to go to a portal, do the entry in data and find out for about what fertilizers or what pesticides he should use, a crop price in the nearest mandi. There is a beautiful app called eNam on which you can go and find the prices of mandi. But for it's not very user friendly. Instead, if we can enable a system in which a voice input can come in, a farmer can go and say that I live in this area and I am sowing this crop and my crop is showing some diseases, what should I do? And immediately if that speech is converted to text and that text goes into an AI engine and then the outcome comes and then again it's converted to speech and he gets the answer in real time. That will be the power of technology. And what we have seen is that it works in several domains. We have done it on the Umang app, which has got a lot of public services, wherein not only people can speak to smartphones and get replies back in voice, they can even try it out on a feature phone, on a 2,000 rupees phone, which doesn't have internet, call up a toll-free number, give a voice input, and then the voice gets converted into text and all that IT happens, AI happens at the back end. The end user doesn't care what you are doing at the back end. Ultimately, he wants a answer in real time. It has been tried in healthcare, wherein people living in rural areas, suppose they want to find out what should we do if a child is suffering from diarrhea, which is a very simple thing, simple elementary, but since the poor person doesn't have access to a specialist hospital or a doctor, he or she can make this phone call on a phone without internet, and all the APIs and the data and the Gen AI engines, everything will work at the back end and provide. So Bhashini is enabling that. Bhashini has today made APIs across all Indian languages freely available. It's available on apisetu.gov.in. It's available on aicoach.gov.in. So anyone who is wanting to build up a voice-enabled service can leverage those APIs and ensure that these services are available in all Indian languages, wherein you can give a textual interface as also a voice interface. So Bhashini is solving the problems for all sectors, whether it's healthcare, education, agriculture, and there are startups which are building solutions for teaching students. Like AI tutor has become a very interesting use case. Suppose a child has to understand Pythagoras theorem. In the school or the books, they explain it in English or Hindi, not in all languages. And sometimes the teachers who teach these subjects in real schools, they also go by the learning outcomes and the learning abilities of the top 5% of the class, and then they move forward. With the Bhashini API, there are startups who are building such tools wherein a child can keep on querying a bot in his own mother tongue in different ways and keep on asking till he gets the right response, till he is able to understand. So a combination of the language APIs being provided by Bhashini and the AI tools that we are going to build in is transforming all sectors, is bringing in efficiency, is bringing in accessibility of all these services, which will ultimately prove to be very, very transformational as we go forward.
This is phenomenal, and when we see the end of it, I think that will be totally transformative for all of us. Let me come to the second Abhishek in the panel quickly. Abhishek, what are we spoke about fintech, but what do you think are some of the other emerging use cases across fintech, e-commerce, or even IoT that you believe APIs can unlock in the near term?
So I think if I pick IoT, right, today if you look at the penetration of mobile phones, we are almost there. Everyone who can afford a phone has one. What we will now start seeing is the number of devices per person is going to go up, right? And these are devices which are not primary voice devices. These are devices that need connectivity, need data. I think there will be use cases around location, and there will be use cases around quality of service. These are two use cases I'm already seeing. I mean, location tracking for logistics on IoT SIMs is a use case that we are very familiar with, and we've helped a lot of organizations get to that, right? Getting better quality of service on your laptop versus your phone because I'm on a video call on a laptop, and for that duration of the call, I want better service, is the next quality or next type of use case that are coming. So I think for me, beyond BFSI is large because there's real fraud, there's real value that can be ascribed immediately, right? Beyond BFSI, these are two areas that I do think are seeing a lot of maturity.
Sure. Moving on quickly to a different angle, Atul, if you can, talk about some of the technical hurdles, which you would have faced when implementing interoperable networks at geo scale, and how they were tackled, briefly.
So before I talk about technical challenge, the first challenge that we typically face is rokda kitna hai? We have to have an answer to this question. Now, when we talk about interoperable network, essentially we're talking about interactions between systems, vendors and partners in a standard way. I cannot think of a better example than UPI, the way it has changed the landscape, and it is just because of interoperability. Now, realizing the benefit of interoperable APIs, we have gone through our own journey. We have faced a lot of challenges, technical challenges like lack of standards. You have somebody following RESTful API, somebody following SOAP XML. Then we have cases where latencies and throughput has become an issue. So if you look at all these finer points, yes, we will come across typical technical challenges, but the way we have overcome is by adoption of open API standards. Then we have also leveraged API management platforms to make sure we standardize the way we authenticate, authorize, encrypt, and transform the request between us and our partners. And I think going deeper technically, we have also implemented what we call as low latency platforms. Now the benefit is when you think of interoperability, you also will have to do additional tasks, but those tasks should not impact performance. So taking all these measures, I think we are at a stage where realizing the fact the need of the hour is interoperable APIs, we are there to support all these cases, working with partners, working with other operators.
Rohit, if you can quickly tell us the importance of collaboration while we talk about all of this, with partners, with ecosystem players, how important, this is to ensure that we scale up this program quickly.
Debashish, I mean, we just cannot stop expanding upon the importance of all the ecosystem players in this. While we are anyways talking about interoperability and the standardization, which anyways is the real enabler of these APIs getting scaled. I think a lot can be contributed by the partners in terms of helping achieve that kind of interoperability. I'll give you a small example. For example, there's a SIMX API or a SIM swap API. Now, an operator could respond by saying that there was a SIM swap which happened in the last 7 days. An operator could respond by saying that there's a SIM swap which happened in the last X days. Or an operator can respond by saying that the SIM swap happened on this date and this time. Now, this is where any partner can come in and say, okay, fine, while the operator enables the API in the privacy-safe manner, how can the application partner play the role of giving all the tweakings and the logics at the adoption end and make sure that ultimately the merchant app consumes it the way so that it works upon his app. So that's one key area in which the merchants can definitely facilitate. Another area where the partners can really contribute is, see, there are two primary objectives with which, as a telco, we approach the creation of these APIs. The first one, obviously, creating more trust for our customers and improving their journeys as far as digital adoption is concerned. The other could be the business opportunity. I think in both these areas, the partners become very relevant so that when they are coming forward with use cases, we try and put these two lenses right up front so that it becomes a kind of a priority for us also, that ultimately it is going to make the lives of our customer better and justify the effort behind it from a business opportunity point of view.
Sure. Thanks for that, Rohit. John, if you can just share quickly your insights from the experience that you have on some of the best practices that we can take from some of the mature API economies around the world, and put that into relevance for the Indian context.
Yeah, I think the more mature API economies definitely have the support of the government, right? As I said earlier on, that's where they take the lead in developing the stacks, especially the gov stacks. The other things that would actually make a lot of sense is when there's collaboration between private and public sectors, and these APIs are then utilized, right? And obviously for the private sectors, what they're looking out for, it's how do they sell this to the how do they make money? How do they monetize these assets? And some of these have been, some of the examples that I have really shows that where people make money, it really makes the world go round. Yeah, and then obviously with the telcos, what we need to do is ensure that where there's money to be made, plus the fact that enterprises are actually looking for new and innovative solutions, plus cost savings functions for themselves. That's where it is. That's where the magic happens, right? That's where the bite happens. I think also in mature, where the APIs are mature, there is also the fact that the players are actually collaborating. And I know that in certain countries here in the Asia-Pacific region, the operators themselves, the telcos, are actually federating each other, all right, each other's APIs, so that a single enterprise customer can just approach one telco or one carrier and access the data assets of the other telcos. I think that makes a lot of sense, right? Obviously, an aggregator like myself would appreciate that. An aggregator like myself would, make it easier for, onboarding to occur. But, having that open standard, having that interoperability, having that sort of governance over, what can or cannot be done, that makes a whole lot of difference. Yeah.
Thanks, John. Munish, from a technology provider's perspective, what's needed, from your experience to accelerate the operator readiness for API monetization? Any thoughts on that?
Sure. So I think technology is not really a blocker anymore, if I may say so. I think it's more the logistics, the process, the regulation around how do you make these APIs consumable, where we need some acceleration. So, for example, I think getting to share consumer data through these APIs, which becomes part of the identity and security use case that I spoke about, requires strong consent management type of support, so that consumers and telcos who are exposing this data feel comfortable enabling such data sharing. So I think that's one example where we as Ericsson is trying to come up with a solution that can facilitate faster rollout of these APIs. And then there are tons of others where we are trying to help enterprises, wherever we see a blocker from enterprise adoption perspective or telco adoption perspective, we're trying to build some common solution that can accelerate rollout of those APIs.
Thank you. I think we had a good and engaging session. Some closing comments from my side. I would like to thank all the panelists for your time. This is a new venue which has been tried this year for IMC. not at the heart of the city. So thank you to all. I think what we have heard today is that India's digital future is not just about faster networks, but it's about smarter programmable networks. The API power economy represents the next phase of digital transformation and where telecom networks evolve to create new possibilities. I thank each one of you again, and the conversation continues. Thank you very much. Can we have the plaques, please? Where are the plaques? Can we have Dr. Imagawa to come and give his speech, please? Please.
Namaste. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to be here with you today. Thank you for the warm welcome. My name is Imagawa Takuo, Vice Minister of MIC Japan. So I represent MIC at IMC. Let me begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to DOT and COAI for organizing this remarkable gathering, the largest digital technology forum in Asia. Your leadership in convening this event is truly commendable. Allow me to briefly introduce myself. Incidentally, my initials are IT, and I take that as a personal mission to champion information technology as Mr. IT of our ministry. I am originally from Shizuoka Prefecture, home to the headquarters of automobile manufacturer Suzuki, highlighting a strong connection with the Indian market. Since assuming my current role in July last year, I have been deeply involved in a wide range of international digital policy initiatives, as shown in slide 1. Oops. It's not right. Can you do slide 1? I need slide 1. Okay, excuse me. Oh, no, it worked. Thank you. Oops, it's gone. No, screen. Oh, yeah, okay, thank you. So this is slide 1. These include 4 priorities. Number 1, AI policy for global governance. Number 2, digital infrastructure to build resilient societies. Number 3, cyber immunity to safeguard our digital ecosystem. Number 4, information integrity to foster trust and transparency. In today's world, where digital technology plays a central role in global competition and economic security, particularly in the free and open Indo-Pacific region, these issues demand robust international cooperation. Among all these priorities, AI policy has emerged as my foremost focus. Now let's turn to the next slide. Oops. Okay. Aiming to be the friendliest country for developing and utilizing AI, Japan took a decisive step by enacting a new AI Act in this May. This legislation reflects our commitment to aligning with international norms, ensuring that the development and use of AI in Japan strikes the right balance between promoting innovation and mitigating risks. At the heart of this initiative is the establishment of a new AI strategic headquarters, placed directly under the leadership of the Prime Minister. This signifies the importance Japan places on AI, not just as a technological tool, but as a strategic asset. Additionally, the Act requires participation in formulating international norms as one of the basic measures and establishing guidelines in accordance with those norms, contributing to the international society. Under this framework, we will formulate a comprehensive AI action plan that guides policy measures across sectors, advancing innovation, encouraging responsible adoption, and protecting public trust. Japan aspires to be an innovation-friendly nation where AI can thrive safely and inclusively. Moving on to the next slide. This highlights Japan's contributions to shaping global AI governance. As shown in the red frame section, Japan has taken a leadership role in key multinational forums, including G7, OECD, and G20, utilizing opportunities to serve as a presidency and active convener. Our commitment to global cooperation on AI began early, back in 2016. Japan was among the first to propose the need for international discussions on AI governance. Over the past decade, we have worked tirelessly to promote the development of safe, secure, and trustworthy AI systems while ensuring that innovation continues to flourish. In 2023, 2 years ago, under Japan's G7 presidency, the so-called Hiroshima AI process was established. This is the initiative to foster voluntary commitment rather than strict regulation to enhance the safety and security of AI services. Based on this mechanism, a voluntary reporting framework was introduced in February of this year, allowing companies to demonstrate how they are applying the International Code of Conduct in developing advanced AI. The new operational framework now provides a standardized approach for companies to demonstrate their alignment with the Code of Conduct. Companies are encouraged to disclose comparable information about their AI risk management practices, incident reporting, and more. This framework has already gained substantial industry support, with 20 leading AI companies having submitted their reports, enhancing transparency and accountability. In parallel with these efforts to implement this process into action, Japan is actively working to expand its global reach. The Hiroshima Process Friends Group, launched last year, now includes 57 countries, creating a collaborative platform for broader engagement in shaping global norms and practices. Next slide demonstrates the structure of the Hiroshima process. At its core are the international guiding principle and the international code of conduct you can see in this slide. The guiding principles emphasizes the responsibilities of all AI actors, and the code of conduct formulates specific actions and measures for implementing individual principles. Based on this code of conduct, as I explained before, the reporting framework was launched this year in cooperation with the OECD, involving major industry players in the global AI market. Expanding this framework to as many countries as possible is a related key initiative under the Hiroshima process. Our ministry, MIC, has been dedicating great efforts to this friends group. We held the first in-person meeting in Tokyo in February this year, and we'll organize the second face-to-face ministerial level meeting in Tokyo in March next year. We look forward to welcoming the delegations from all over the world, including India, during the season of beautiful cherry blossoms. The Hiroshima process has also been collaborating with other significant international communities, such as the multi-stakeholder experts group of GPay, the Global Partnership on AI, and the network of AC, AI Safety or Security Institute. Through these efforts, the Hiroshima process seeks to connect nations and stakeholders around the shared vision of safe, secure, and trustworthy AI. All these efforts will significantly contribute to next year's AI Impact Summit in India. We would like to work together with India as an indispensable partner in this promising, innovative world. Now let's turn to the next slide. This offers a comparative view of global approaches to AI governance. Across regions, we see distinct strategies shaped by different priorities and legal traditions. In the EU, a comprehensive and precautionary model is in place. Through the AI Act, the EU classifies AI systems based on risks and enforces strict requirements for high-risk applications. This framework places a strong emphasis on human rights, accountability, and transparency. The US, by contrast, unveiled the AI Action Plan last July, prioritizing innovation through a more deregulatory approach. It is built upon 3 pillars: accelerating AI innovation, building American AI infrastructure, and leading in international AI diplomacy and security. The G7 or Japan adopts a globally coordinated, consensus-based, and voluntary soft law approach, utilizing flexible guidelines and agile multi-stakeholder processes. This model highlights adaptability and innovation, positioning Japan as a bridge in global AI governance. Each of these models reflects different philosophies: the EU's precautionary stance, the United States' market-driven innovation, and Japan's agile and inclusive governance style. Additionally, the United Nations has also been promoting the establishment of a scientific panel and a global dialogue on AI based on the GDC, Global Digital Compact. adopted at the UN Summit of the Future in September last year. Rather than conflicting, these approaches offer a complementary pathway toward a shared goal, building safe, secure, and trustworthy AI for all. Finally, allow me to introduce the Japan Pavilion organized by our MIC for the first time at IMC. The Japan Pavilion is located at D16, you can see here, near the connecting passage. It features exhibitions by 8 leading companies and startups showcasing innovative technologies such as AI, beyond 5G or 6G, open RAN, quantum, intelligent transport, data centers, and wireless power transmission. In addition to this pavilion, other Japanese companies are also exhibiting individually. We look forward to welcome our distinguished guests at the pavilion. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the speech. Can I now invite Jeanette White from GSMA? I'll hand over to her because she's moderating the next panel. Jeanette? Yeah, I'm getting the 10 cards. Over to you.
So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great honor to welcome you here today to the panel on I'm very delighted that, to manage this panel. And as I mentioned to the Vice Minister, his speech was actually very good to set the scene for what we're actually doing in this panel session. So as India accelerates its digital transformation, edge computing and AI are converging to redefine how data is processed, decisions are made, and services are delivered, especially in sectors like manufacturing, logistics, healthcare, and agriculture. But unlocking this potential requires more than just technology. It demands collaboration across hardware providers, cloud platforms, systems integrators, and policymakers. Today, my remarkable panel are going to be quizzed by me on a number of questions, so don't look too worried. So I'm going to start off by introducing my first question. So let's dive into these questions. The first thing is, let's begin by exploring foundational layer of edge AI infrastructure, computing capabilities, and hardware readiness. Pietro, and I'll have a real difficulty saying name, I'll let you introduce your own name, from AMD to share his perspective. So I'm going to ask you, what compute capabilities are essential to support low latency AI workloads on the edge, especially in India's rural and industrial context? Pietro.
Great. So this is a great question. And when you're looking about low latency edge implementation of AI workloads, you would be looking at a number of dimensions that you will have to balance, okay? So first of all, the compute element. So that's the key one. The next one will be the connectivity and the fact, you will need to connect, of course, to a wider network. Then the next area will be looking at the energy efficiency. This is an absolutely key parameter when it comes to edge. And finally, you're looking also at AI optimized models. And this is all needs to be balanced because at the end of the day, especially for the rural implementations and industrial type of implementations, you will be looking at the high level of localization and the high level of resilience as well as the power and energy efficiency. Now, in terms of, so let's take step by step about, so what hardware will be required in here. So starting with the compute elements, that will include CPU, it will include GPU, also network processors or NICs quite often as well. And depending on the type of, implementation, some of the inferences, for instance, you would be able to do on a CPU, not necessarily using the GPU at all. So, that's one of the key areas to look into it. CPU, of course, will be running all of the control plane, but it could also run, it will be running orchestration, but also could be running some of the inferencing as well. The other thing is what you will be looking, once you've got these compute building blocks, you need to put it into a platform. And these platforms will need to be ruggedized. Most of the telcos will be using a certification, which is NEPS, which certifies and really hardens on temperature, on wide range of temperature, humidity, on vibration and dust as well. So that's another thing that needs to be taken into account as well. Then you're looking at optimized AI models that you will be looking in that. In hybrid implementations, you will be looking also at the connectivity, where you've got both the data center, big data center, but also the edge. You will be looking at a high level of reliability of a connection, of a backbone there. And finally, you will be looking, of course, these systems will have to have high level of security and manageability as well.
That's really great. I think hopefully for a lot of our audience, that's really explained a bit, because we're talking here about the foundational level. I mean, we hear often a difference between centralization and decentralization. We worry about power efficiency. Could you give us some insights about what might be important for India, to match that balance and these complicated, triangular views?
Yeah. Absolutely. So it's interesting, because, is there a balance between centralized and decentralized? Probably not at the moment. But to be quite honest, India is on the forefront, of looking and getting, to this balance probably faster than a lot of other geographies, I think. So right now, most of the workloads will be in data centers, which are great for, of course, for the training, but also for the batch processing, for instance. But with that, you've got limitations that your latency will be high, okay? So for low latency, you need to bring this compute capabilities actually to the edge. The other thing that, edge will give you also, ability to make decisions much faster in a way, and to control it in a faster way. But, there are certain areas that it will have to be fulfilled as well, So, you will need to provide a low power. You will need to provide be in a smaller form factor. So this is where it comes, of looking at what innovation in compute can really be brought. These would be the key things, like getting the power efficiency, not only the maximum performance, but also getting performance per watt, which is extremely important. The other thing is, in most of the cases, you will need to have it in a smaller form factor as well, which brings some of the challenges when it comes to cooling, okay? But also you will see that your security will have to be very, very high as well, okay?
Thank you so much. I mean, this is the title of this, about edge. Where do we get the balance? I think we're here at India Mobile Congress. We see there the mobile networks playing a significant part on that, whether being as we move closer to the edge.
Yeah, so, maybe one thing as well. Actually, you were asking about the balance, Jeanette. I've seen a number that, or prediction that in India, the split between centralized and decentralized will be reaching 50-50 by 2030, which is extremely important, impressive.
Wow, again, India breaking barriers, the fastest rollout on 5G, now the fastest to get that balance. So thank you very much on that. So we talked about the devices and the edge, so let's come on to how edge devices and 5G connectivity are evolving to meet India's real-time innovation needs. So Jayant, from Pegatron, yeah, I know you're from Pegatron, I've just so I'd like to ask you, how are 5G-enabled devices and edge hardware evolving to meet India's real-time innovations needs across sectors like manufacturing and logistics, particularly as we heard earlier that this is happening faster in India than anywhere else?
True. And we've had, so I come from the telecom background. Oh, sorry. I hope I'm audible. Yeah. We are right now in the 5G era, and it's the first time that the term, private networks kind of started with 4G, but if you want to have real high-speed uplink throughput, which is what you need when you go to manufacturing, you definitely need, it's mostly done on 5G. So having said that, there are a number of functionalities that come into play when you have to deploy it, as you said, low latency. One of the first things is when you need to balance between, say, centralized and decentralized. If you really need decentralized on-premises gives you the lowest latency, period. You're not beholden to the external network, which is prone to breakage, etc. Everything on premises, energy efficiency, all of that, the technology evolves. What is also happening when it comes to manufacturing? Now, there is a wide range when you say manufacturing. Everybody thinks of huge factories, but MSMEs also play an important role, and they also need automation moving forward. So it is not the big factories, but factories of what we call, may not be micro, but small and medium enterprises as well. You can create such networks. Hopefully, they will, the term that is used is TCO, that you can do. And from a 5G or a network 3GPP perspective, there are functionalities that come in. For instance, reduced capability, which is the equivalent of NB-IoT in 4G. So RedCap, as it's commonly known, that is one functionality that helps you reduce some cost. Also, currently, if you have a product mix, every time you need to change a product mix, you need to change the wiring. That can take months, that can take downtime. With 5G connecting all the devices and all the machines, that becomes much easier. There is still work to be done, ultimately leading into what we call time synchronized networks. I'll stick to manufacturing for, yeah. So that's one aspect, and I can give personal example. We have a huge factory in Indonesia, in Batam, where we manufacture 5G devices, RedCap cameras, CPEs, etc., spread across 85,000 square meters, where we have actually deployed our own private 5G network, and also deployed automation through our own AI applications to reduce, increase productivity, to reduce downtime, and to be able to increase the efficiency. And what we see from a Pegatron perspective, at least, is that you now have, yes, there are, data centers need not be centralized. You have edge data centers that are going to proliferate in India. So, there are lots of companies who are starting to deploy. These would be containers that you locate at different places. You don't have to bring out, carry back all that, say, traffic to a central location, but they will be spread out. Again, help you the balance between decentralized and centralized, reduce the latency. So we believe it's a trifecta of three things. One is the AI aspect, one is also the 5G, and the hardware is also evolving. So all the way from, we work with AMD as well. And other than that, having, even within AI, from my perspective, you have a different range of capabilities. And so we will have edge AI capable devices deployed into machines. It's starting to happen, which can then take quicker decisions, reduce the latency further. So yeah, it's a trifecta of innovation and evolution in the devices, in the 5G technology, and obviously, the application layer. So.
Oh, well, very nicely put there. I think a very important point you made there is about small and medium enterprises. They're the backbone of this economy. There are many economies, the small, medium enterprises, and we do need to ensure that we can provide solutions there. So it's very interesting to hear what you had to say. And I think that combination of those three aspects, yeah, sure.
This is going to be in a bit of Hindi. So I have, having worked in this industry, there are three things which work here. Sundar, Sasta, Tikau. So, and it's a concept that applies across various industries. So I think, you need to have your TCO, whatever you do, your TCO, total cost of ownership, is what's going to drive everything.
Yeah. I think Monica will be saying something about that as well. Do you want to just make a comment, Monica? No, but we said this is an interactive panel. Monica, please. This should be.
Take it up to the full. So I think, Janet, in coming from the telecom background, it's very simply put, all solutions, and it's in a very, very simple way where I kind of talk about it. There are three things which matter, and all the previous years while growing up, when it came to any process, it was like tools, process, and platforms and all. So in today's time, all solutions are a combination of intelligence, connectivity, and compute. And converting into technology, it becomes AI, 5G, and distributed compute, which is cloud edge. And so, which is where, whatever Piotr said, Jen said, we are all trying to make it happen.
Yeah, I know, and that's why we've called you the remarkable panel, because you guys are all bringing this together. And, we often say, well, what's the monetization of 5G? Some of these things does take time. And we all want to see that. We've put in a lot of investment in the network. So let me move on actually to. Shrikant from AWS, we'd love to hear how you're supporting telcos and enterprises in this space. Can you share some examples of real-time use cases that AWS has been involved in?
Sure. So I think Jayant just talked about distributed compute. Monica also mentioned it. Let me take it with an example, and I'll take this mic as an example. So let's say I'm standing in an international forum where most of the audiences speak different languages, and I'm speaking in English. Now there's an AI required in the mic to translate my speech in real time for the user, whether they need it in French, Spanish, or whichever language. So that is AI at the edge. Okay. Now the next step is if I want whatever I'm speaking, if that needs to be corroborated with information on the internet, and some summary has to be derived out of it, that requires me to send this data to the cloud and process it. So that sets the fundamental foundation of why cloud needs to be distributed, and we recognize that. So at AWS, we have this concept of cloud continuum. So we provide compute right from the data center to the devices, okay, and anywhere in between. So we have the regions, we have the local zones, we have the edge devices, and we also have the compute which is there on the edge. Now this is part of compute. Another important aspect is the services. So a lot of these services which run on the cloud, their smaller version or a more efficient version needs to run on the edge as well. So for IoT, for example, and especially important in the edge AI use cases, you need something like an IoT green grass to take the LLMs, quantize them, and make them capable to run on these edge devices. So that becomes the services part. The most important part is a seamless end-to-end manageability for all of them. Okay, so what we do is we provide a single console to manage your compute on the data center and your compute on the edge to give the seamless capability to the enterprises to enable edge AI use cases.
That's very interesting when we talk about seamless connectivity and providing it across the whole ecosystem. We know here even anything like providing this conference, it requires end-to-end seamlessness. So is there any example you could pick from India in particular that you would like to share with the audience where AWS has delivered some solutions?
So I can probably take our own example in our Amazon warehouses, where we run a lot of automation, and most of the the movement of the goods happens through robots. Now these are use cases where the decisions have to be made in real time and with very low latency to avoid any incidents at the factory floor. That's where running this edge AI becomes important, along with the private 5G or private 4G connectivity with the low latency. So we have seen a lot of these use cases not just in our warehouse automation, but also in the manufacturing industry, in logistics and similar areas. Some of them have been implemented in India, and a lot of them we see in international as well.
That's actually interesting because I was talking to somebody yesterday and saying I'd not brought one of my things with me, in the suitcase. I'm traveling a lot. And she said, oh, in India it's fantastic. You order something and within 7 minutes it'll be delivered to you. I said, 7 minutes? I mean, this is absolutely amazing. So to see it in action, something like that, that is amazing. So, and they actually mentioned Amazon, so I just thought I'd give you a plug on that one. So let's move on then. So from now to Monica, from Capgemini's point of view, you understand what's driving the edge AI uptake among Indian businesses. Can you explain that and how integrators like Capgemini can help scale? Because scale is always one of the big issues.
So, when it comes to the main drivers, I think, the drivers are very simple. Anything and everything which we are looking at is becoming more digital and more automated, and that's the driver. And but then again, there is a full design and an implementation journey to it, and which is where all different stakeholders and the different players in the ecosystem have a play in it. And like I said, it was very simply put that it's a combination of AI, 5G, and different form of compute. But if you look at the solutioning, putting it all together is where the complexity or the detailing arises. So when it comes to the drivers are digitization. But when it comes to the challenges, I think there is a very clear shift we are seeing, and specifically when it comes to enterprises. In the past, we have been used to what I call as point-to-point solutions. Fully clear end-to-end solutions doing a specific task in the industrial operational world. This is changing. I call it a change from singularity to plurality. All the technologies now support multiple use cases or multiple solutions in the industrial operations. Just taking a simple example, Shrikant was talking about warehouses and logistics. You can now look at mobile robots. You can look at handheld scanners, real-time updates, whereas previously the updates were all, the data being stored in the scanner itself, remote offline data being synced in a period of about 4 hours or at times even 8 hours. Many times the battery used to run out and the scanning used to stop. So in contrast to that, you're talking of real-time handheld scanners. You're talking of precise location-based services. You're talking of energy management. You're talking of simple voice and data coverage in a large warehouse. Now, these itself are 5 use cases. So now when you deploy a 5G connectivity, or you deploy an edge compute or a cloud compute, or you even look at AI-based solutioning, you're not looking at one solution. You're looking at 5 solutions, but one architecture supporting all these 5, and then a roadmap to support more. That's the complexity, and which is why this implementation and this adoption is slow. And specifically, there is a slowdown happening between POC pilots and industrialization or scaling, because this is the journey we need to embark on.
Do you see when do you see it like speeding up a bit more, Monica? Do you see a sort of time frame, or is it it's just complicated and it will just take time?
It's as simple as it is. Once a particular solution is proven and its benefits realized, after that it's replication.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things that we've heard throughout this conference, and Prime Minister Modi is about, with the priorities that we've got in India, like India AI and digital public infrastructure, especially in sectors like health and agriculture. I mean, how can integrators ensure that this is implemented in line with policies?
So every country and specifically in India, there are certain sectors where the needs are more immediate and where the solutions can yield an immediate impact. And why that is important is because immediate impact also results in immediate ROI, and that automatically then pushes up the need and hence the faster deployment. So even if you look at the India AI mission, the top sectors we are talking about there are agriculture, health, financial institutions, fraud prevention, cybersecurity. So, and this is something which we are also seeing as trends globally. I mean, even if you look at, the GSMA Telco API, the Open Gateway program, you're talking of similar sectors when it comes to exposing the APIs. Also, given the geographic spread of India, because we're talking specifically about edge intelligence, we need to realize that edge means a number of things, and I think Jayant beautifully mentioned about it. It's on-premise, it's a provider edge or the telco edge, and it's there also an edge compute on the device itself. What we call as far, near, and data center edge. So given the geographic spread of India, I think the telco edge or the provider edge is a key component, and which then beautifully fits into the India AI mission and the DPI which we are talking about, because the rollouts will be at a macro level.
Well, that's actually very, very good to hear, actually. So complementing the policy is actually what we would call an enabling policy then for the industry. So now let's zoom out to the broader ecosystem. Tom from Wind River, we're keen to hear what global lessons can be applied to India's edge AI journey, especially around interoperability and trust, which was one of the areas that Monica mentioned.
Sure, we couldn't have accomplished anything we've done without our partners, including AWS and AMD, and especially Capgemini out there. We've deployed a lot of pretty complicated and very large edge networks out there. And along the way, there's some specific learnings that might not be obvious that we come up with. So interoperability used to be kind of you're interoperable with a thing. There. Now there's a situation where all of these solutions are kind of multi-vendor solutions, and they might be multi-vendors for different locations and that sort of thing. It's a very complicated stack of vendors, software, hardware vendors that you have to be interoperable with. But your end customer also has requirements that may actually make interoperability more complicated, right? And so you've got to do this liaison between the end customer and the partners that you're interoperating with to make sure that the performance of your product matches the requirements of the end customer, and the interoperability is also achieved there, and it's kind of a back and forth between releases. It's more complicated than it used to be because we're doing multi-vendor solutions a lot in there. But I could give some basic things that have helped a lot, and that's like embracing the velocity of open source. AI is born from open source, and that helps you get features and fixes a lot faster because communities are better at developing those things than sometimes an individual company is there. And embracing standards, that sort of thing. But a couple of very specific things that we've done to support vast edge networks is we provide like long life cycles for our major releases of our products. Because if you don't have that, then you might have 50,000, 100,000 sites in your cloud, in your edge cloud there. Some of them are not going to be touched for a very long time, and there could be some drift from the standard. You may not be able to upgrade everything in the time frame that you've got. So we do provide very long life cycles for software, which is kind of not an obvious requirement for a cloud there. The next thing we do is we support multiple versions of Kubernetes in the same cloud. And this is because you might have workloads from multiple vendors that are not compatible with new versions of the cloud as you're deploying that, and so you need to actually leave some products behind, some of the stack behind on older versions of Kubernetes while you lift things up. If you don't do that, you end up getting a bottleneck where you cannot upgrade the cloud along the way. So those are some critical things we've learned.
Yeah. So we can always learn then from outside and look at what I would call good practices. It's always, it's been worked somewhere else. So I think we've had some amazing insights here. If we think we've gone right from the chipsets right across the whole value chain. So to sort of wrap up, I'd like to pose a final question to the entire panel. We've not got too long, so it's going to be a quick one, a quick-fired one. So as India builds its edge AI infrastructure, what role can GSMA play in fostering collaboration, policy alignment, and trusted innovation? We talked about all these things here. So, Jayant, I'm going to ask you first for that one.
So, I think GSMA has different programs already when it comes to, fostering policy, etc., on various verticals. And this is not, can bring in different, different segments which make up the entire solution. I think they can, GSMA can play that role, including the cellular carriers, SI partners, and folks like us or the panel that we have today, as a just giving as an example. And I believe looking at each segment where what sort of issues can come up and what kind of perhaps policy prescriptions can be provided, brainstorming. I think that is something that probably GSMA would be well suited to.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, I've got two of the wonderful team here that I'm sure they're taking notes on this, because we always like a call to action when we have we don't want to just sit here and talk. We want to make sure we're going to do something. So let's start with Peter. I know I'll waken you up. I know you said you
absolutely, absolutely. So I think that GSMA will do whatever you guys do best. Organizing, fostering, collaboration, putting us all together, and So I think that that's how we see that. But I wanted really come back to one more thing as well. That Monica and Tom mentioned as well. The fact about the edge, different types of edge. There will be different edge implementations in India, which is a big country, and different, for instance, in Belgium or Luxembourg, okay? And that will drive different implementations as well, from the point of view that,
you can afford more power and, more performance actually in the regional data centers that will be, at one of the edges in a way, and get the efficiency of processing there. You will add it, of course, with the appropriate level of latency as well, where, for instance, when River comes in, with you guys are doing, amazing thing in real-time systems, So overall, I think that, this will definitely, help, the industry to come up with the best solutions.
Well, I think very good point there. I mean, one of the things we do, we're learning in some countries are doing something different, and we can bring that across. I think, again, a great role for GSMA. So Shrikant, anything from AWS on what you'd like to see GSMA do?
I think what Jayant said, the part of bringing the entire ecosystem together, I think the GSMA does that very well. And the second part is standardization. It's a very rapidly evolving industry, especially around IoT, around edge. I think bringing in the right level of standardization will actually help to expedite the growth. I think that's really required at this stage.
Yeah. Oh, we take that on board. We see that as a real role for us. So, Tom, I'll let you answer next.
So yeah, you need to keep doing what you do best. But I'd also suggest that you do a liaison with Project Margot for the industrial edge there. Let's think of a holistic approach to this. The reason being, there's one challenge to driving the cost out of the network, which is necessary in India. That's in both power consumption, the actual resource needed, the hardware and all of that. But driving the profit into the network is going to come from opening up new business cases. And as we use that edge to actually control industrial OT robots and the like Monica was saying there, that just brings more money into the model and facilitates a successful rollout of a vast edge network.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for that. I mean, we see that as a very important role. In fact, if you come along, well, you don't need to come along to our GSMA stand, but we've released a report today, which is about some of the use cases. And, again, like showing what those are to, get more people using it. We see sustainability of the industry is absolutely crucial to make this thing work. I mean, we need to ensure we drive costs down and everybody can make a good return on what's happening. So, Monica, I'm giving you the last word on this.
Sure. I don't think I have anything more to say except just summarizing what the others have said. I mean, given the geographic size of India, I think definitely GSMA has a role because the telcos playing a role in the edge, in some form of edge, the provider edge is essential in India, and specifically for the B2B2C kind of use cases. So that's where GSMA can do. And the second point, which I think everyone mentioned about global best practices and collaboration, I think there again GSMA can play a big role. Specifically, I'm just back from US. So what AWS is, for example, doing with Verizon, the 20 plus local regional data centers which have been, and the edge centers which have been set up with Verizon by AWS, and the different use cases they're going after, automotive sector. Kind of, I think, getting ideas in, and then, of course, fine-tuning to what works best for India is where GSMA can definitely help.
Okay, so we've got a nice to-do list, which we willingly accept. And now it's just my time to thank this really, truly remarkable panel for their skills and expertise. They've come and joined us on this session. They're all very busy. We know that, like everybody is here. So let's give them a real round of applause for their support on this. Yes, we've got a little memento to remind you of this wonderful experience you had at this panel session. All right, okay. Let's call Monica, ladies first. Okay, sure.
He has done his BTech in Electronics and Communication from GPPUA, besides in Services, LLB from HNB, Garhwal University, and MBA from IIM Bangalore. He has also served as the Secretary Information Technology, Science and Technology, Biotechnology, Sanskrit Education, and Secretary to Uttarakhand Human Rights Commission between 2014 and 2017. Shri Deepak was a pioneer in spreading the network of CSCs, which is called as the Common Services Centers, throughout the state, through which the citizens started getting the e-services. He was also behind promoting tissue culture in biotechnology department under his leadership. He served in various parts of Uttarakhand, from Dehradun to Tehri to Nainital, Udham Singh, Nagar to Haridwar, besides a short tenure in Delhi and in Solan. He has a vast experience of around 33 years of service in Government of India as well as in Government of Uttarakhand. We have the pleasure of having him here. Before we start our next session, we would like to have Shri Deepak give us his insights on this topic. Shri Deepak, please.
Thank you, Devashish. Good evening, distinguished guests, industry colleagues, and innovators shaping the future of connectivity. As we gather here today, one truth stands out. The networks we build are no longer just about the connecting people and devices, but they are becoming intelligent entities in their own right. So AI is no longer sitting on top of our networks, but it's woven into the very fabric of how our systems operate, optimize, and evolve. From dynamic spectrum management to predictive maintenance and personalized service delivery, telecom networks are transforming the AI native ecosystems. And with that transformation comes a profound responsibility to govern these intelligent network itself. So I want to talk about what that means, how telecom operators can responsibly govern AI systems embedded within their networks, balancing innovation and accountability, and at the same time ensuring privacy, safety, and ethics, which remain at the core of our progress. So these AI native networks are ushering in a new era of efficiency and responsiveness. They self-heal, self-optimize, and self-learn, driving cost savings, better user experiences, and new business models. Imagine networks that predict and prevent outage before they happen, that automatically allocate bandwidth where it is most needed, and that deliver real-time personalized services to millions, all without human intervention. That's the promise of intelligence at scale. But as AI systems make more decisions autonomously, the question becomes here, who is accountable when things go wrong? So this is where governance steps in, not as a constraint, but as the backbone of trust. AI governance in telecom, and not just about the compliance, it's about creating clarity about how do we ensure AI decisions are transparent and explainable, how do we mitigate risk from biases, errors, or malicious uses, and how do we stay aligned with evolving regulations while counting to innovate. So the first pillar is transparency. AI decisions inside a network can affect anything before traffic prioritization to emergency service reliability. Operators need to understand not just what the system decides, but why it decides that way. So building a transparency framework, what does it mean? It means creating audit trials for AI-driven decisions, using model documentation and explainability tools to make AI logic interpretable. Implementing governance dashboards so oversight teams can monitor performances, biases and safety matrices in real time. So transparency isn't just a compliance checkbox. It is the foundation of trust between operator and customer, and between technology and the society. And the second pillar is the risk mitigation. AI system embedded in networks can amplify small errors into large-scale impacts. A misconfigured AI algorithm could reroute traffic inefficiently, expose sensitive data, or even disrupt critical communications. So operators should adopt a layered risk management approach. Thus, pre-deploying testing, continuous monitoring, fail-safe mechanism, and the ethical review boards. The another thing is aligning with regulation and global standards. The third pillar after the transparency is the regulatory alignment. Around the world, policymakers are shaping framework like the EU AI Act, our NIST at risk, management framework, and emerging telecom specific standards from the ITU and regional regulators. So operators must engage early and proactively, not waiting for compliance mandates, but helping shape policies and realistic, interoperable, and innovation friendly. Aligning with these standards also ensures interoperability across borders, vital in an era where 5G, 6G, and more other Gs as networks form the backbone of global digital trade and communication. And what about the ethical imperatives? Thus, the heart of governance in the AI lies the ethics. AI native networks will process unprecedented volumes of personal and behavioral data. Safeguarding privacy must remain non-negotiable. That means embedding privacy by design principles into network architecture, enforcing data minimization, and ensuring user consent and control, which are real, non-rhetorical. Ethical governance also extends to how AI is used. Are we using intelligence to empower users or to exploit them? Are automated systems reinforcing fairness or perpetuating inequality? So the choices we make today will define the moral character of the intelligent network as built tomorrow. So here comes the role of telecom leaders. As telecom operator, we are not just managing bandwidth anymore, but we are managing intelligence. That's a new kind of leadership challenge. So we must invest not only in the technology, but also in people and culture. Training our teams in responsible AI practices, at the same time creating cross-functional governance boards that include legal, technical, and ethical perspectives. And at the same time partnering with academia, startups, and regulators to create open, transparent ecosystem. So in short, we can say the governance should evolve from being a defensive strategy to becoming a competitive differentiator. So trust will be the new currency of the intelligent network. So as we look ahead, the telecom industry stands at a crossroads. We can either let intelligence evolve unchecked, or we can govern it with wisdom, transparency, and accountability. The intelligent network of the future will not just connect devices, it will connect values, privacy, safety, and ethics must be as integral to the network as fiber, spectrum, and silicon. So let's build this system that we would not only relies on but believes in. And before saying thank you, because as you must have heard in the beginning, the presenter have given my introduction as I am working as Secretary Sanskrit Education in Government of Uttarakhand. So I will take 2 more minutes just for telling about the use of Sanskrit in AI environment. As the government worldwide are leveraging artificial intelligence to improve various sectors of governance, in India, with its linguistic and philosophical heritage, we have a unique opportunity, that is integrating Sanskrit education with AI-enabled governance. It is well known that Sanskrit's structured grammar, knowledge systems, and scientific clarity can enhance AI's interpretability, ethical grounding, and capacity to manage multilingual governance challenges. So an artificial intelligence evolves towards narrative environments, systems that generate, interpret, and influence human stories and decisions. So questions of privacy, safety, and ethics become central to governance. So these intelligent networks process vast data, shaping public perception, digital identity, and even moral reasoning. In this context, Sanskrit education provides a unique epistemic and ethical framework for shaping governance principles such as semantically precise, culturally grounded, and ethically self-regulating. So why Sanskrit matters for the AI and governance? Because there is a precision in language. Sanskrit's rule-based grammar, if few of you must have heard of Panini's Ashtadhyayi, that's a voluminous book written on the grammar of Sanskrit. That's a algorithmic, making it an excellent model for developing interpretable natural language processing system. And as far as ethical anchoring is concerned, that is rooted in concepts like dharma, that is duty, ethics. In Sanskrit can inspire AI governance framework that balance efficiency and accountability. So if we correlate this privacy, safety, and ethics through Sanskritic lenses, so privacy in Sanskrit perspective is Atmagupta, that is protection of self. Rahashyam, that is sacred confidentiality. And if we correlate with AI application, this will be correlated to models for data minimization, informed consent, and inner sanctity of digital identity. And as far as safety is concerned, in Sanskrit perspective, it is ahimsa, non-harm, and kshama, well-being. So in AI application, we can correlate it with the risk-aware AI that prioritizes user welfare and avoids harm through predictive ethics. As far as ethics is concerned, so in Sanskrit perspective, it is dharma, that is moral order, and nyaya, that is justice, and satya, that is truth. And correlation with AI is embedding moral reasoning in AI systems, aligning algorithm decisions with fairness and truthfulness. So what I feel for the policy recommendation is the invest in Sanskrit AI research, fund projects that apply Paninian grammar to NLP and governance AI system. So in governing intelligent networks, the challenge is not only technical, but philosophical and linguistic. Sanskrit education equips policymakers and technologists with a language of ethics, logic, and consciousness, essential for managing privacy, safety, and narrative integrity in AI-driven societies. By combining Sanskrit's clarity with AI's computational power, we can lead in crafting trustworthy, transparent, and ethically anchored AI governance to the digital age. So that was my perspective with respect to the AI governance through Sanskrit. And with these words, I will just stop my speech with one sloka in Sanskrit. Sarve bhavantu sukhinah, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kasyat dukh bhag bhavai. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, Deepak ji. May I now have Peter Jarek, Head of GSMA Intelligence. Peter is going to moderate the next session, which is focused on governing the intelligent network, focused on privacy, safety, and ethics in the AI-native environments. Can we have Sunil, Thomas, Rishabh, Faisal on the stage, please? Peter, over to you.
Thank you all very much for sticking around. I would say, there's been a lot of sessions in this room today and a lot of sessions across the event, but I'm glad you're all here for this one because I find this one of the most important topics that we can discuss. And I think sometimes when you have a panel, and I hope we're going to use this panel to dig into some great who comes to talk in the beginning, it's a great way to frame it, but I think we heard something very important things before this. Just a couple of these things I'll take away, which I think set the stage for this discussion really well. One, the idea that we will see, thanks to AI, more data pass across networks than ever before. Data that touches people, data that we have to get right. I think at a global level, that explains why this is such an important topic. But then at the same time, when we think about the Indian market, there are cultural, philosophical things that we need to take into account. It's not going to be the same. We know that AI ethics is important around the world. It's going to be important in different ways in every single market. India is obviously a very important market with its own requirements. I think we're going to dig into that. I'll add on to that. The youth population, the software base here, it makes it such an important conversation for the market here. It's going to be a great conversation. I'm going to sit down because even though my name's the only one that isn't in all caps, I think I'm an important part of this. So I'm going to sit down and we're going to have a good conversation and keep some questions in line as well, because I think we may save some time for questions from the audience, and I think these folks are going to want to hear from you all.
Move from one microphone to the other. That was seamless. Thank you very much. So, once again, my name is Peter Jarek. I'm the head of GSMA Intelligence. For those of you who don't know, GSMA Intelligence is the research and consulting arm of the GSMA. What we try to do at the GSMA and you heard from Jeanette before, I think if you were in the room, about some of the work that we have if you go visit the booth. But one of the things I think we try and do is when we advocate or we have industry positions, we don't just throw them out there. Right? We don't just say things. We leave that to people like Elon Musk. He just says things without any basis. That's fine for some folks. But for us, we like to make sure, I won't mention politicians, as you can tell, I'm an American. But we like to make sure that whenever we say something, there is a strong, solid, foundational basis of research and data. And my team, honored to be a part of that. If you want to know more, happy to chat. But you're not here to hear from me or here to hear jokes about politicians. So what I'm going to ask everyone really quickly to do before we get into the questions is just introduce yourself. I always find that when you get everyone's bio, I'm sure you've all seen this as well, your official bio might be like one sentence which says nothing, or it could be a paragraph that talks about the grades, the elementary school you went to and how many pets you have. I will let you all share as much or as little of that as you want, but maybe if we can just go down the line, name, title, and sort of how you come to the conversation of AI. So maybe, Sunil, we can begin with you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks to GSMA for having me on this panel. I'm Sunil.
and I'm part of Meta's public policy team. I focus on content, data governance, and emerging tech. I come to this conversation extremely optimistic about the potential of Gen AI, especially for India.
Hi, my name is Thomas. I'm 25 years in the industry. I'm on the board of director now, and I'm also part-time for GSMA on the road. And I'm also very excited into the round specific. I think, India has a huge potential, and I think if there is the right moment, we can drive the direction of AI, because it will anyway happen. But I think with the right guidance around it, it makes a huge impact.
Thank you. My name is Faisal Ghazali, and I'm looking after the OSS solutions globally at Rakuten Symphony. So very excited to be here with you on this important topic, which is going to touch our society in the first place. So looking to make a positive contribution into that, and I think be part of the change we're going to see in the world because of the AI era and what we're going through in terms of automating and digitalizing everything around us in this community and society. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rishabh. I lead consumer products at Airtel. If any one of you has ever paid your bill or recharged online, they probably used one of my products that I've built. At Airtel, I also lead all AI initiatives, including what we do within the network, also for our consumers as well. So we're very closely associated with this particular topic, and I'm very excited to discuss this with this panel. Thank you.
Well, thank you all very much. I think we've got a great spectrum here, great representative from industry, from the operators, regulation side. I think we're gonna have a good conversation. So let me begin. And again, we had a great introduction. Thank you very much. We had a great sort of kickoff to explain sort of how we need to be thinking about this, but maybe just dig into just sort of the context. If we think about the importance of AI ethics, about getting this right, doing AI safely, anything else to add in terms of from a telecom space, right? Because I think more broadly we get it, but from a telecom space, are there specific things we need, like why is AI ethics so important?
The argument I want to make is, in order to have safe and ethical AI, you might need unsafe and unethical building blocks. This is the argument I would like to make. Mostly because I come from a company that is building the foundational technology, which is, we have 650 open source projects on GitHub and Hugging Face. This is Meta's open source portfolio. At least 500 of those projects are AI projects. And let us look at a couple of use cases within the telecom context where the telecom operator is trying to deal with harm. So we have cyber attacks, which the telecom operator wants to deal with. There is unlawful or unsolicited messaging, perhaps fraudulent scams. There may be other kinds of content which is unacceptable for other reasons outside fraudulent scams, like illegal content. And ideally, what they want to do is to create classifiers to detect all these problems, or even perhaps create better cyber attack mitigation, signature detection tools, and so on. And to do that, ideally, they need the LLM to be unsafe or unethical, and to produce synthetic data sets of spammy content, of illegal content. Otherwise, the biggest incumbent will always have the best training data set, and everybody else will not be there. So my provocation to all of us is, in order to have safe use cases, you need unsafe general purpose technology. And if the regulator forces the whole supply chain to be safe, then the final use case will be unsafe.
So it's a great debate topic.
I guess one question is, it sort of assumes, and it comes from this idea of the topic is important to begin with, right? So I mean, maybe coming at the question of why is the topic important, this is maybe what we need to do to make AI safe. Do we really have, is there a real reason to worry about it being unsafe, particularly from a telco perspective? And what are the stakes in the telco perspective? Because I think it's a really good point Sunil brings up in terms of what we need to make it safe.
Yeah,
but do we need to be worried?
Again, I think every new technology needs some boundaries. And I think, when you look back, electricity, it was not a safe technology at the beginning. When they had the fight between, is it AC or DC, there was a lot of unsafe environment at the end of the day, and some of the light exploded, nobody didn't know it. So I think there is a certain period of time, which I would partly agree with Sunil on it, where there is a little bit of that unsafety. But I think we need to have always ethics in mind. It doesn't matter what we are doing. We need to have an ethic principle on it. But again, I don't think we need to be worried about safety in general. So let's turn it this way. I think it will come automatically during that period of development we are doing, as long as we have an ethical principle behind.
Thank you. I think in order to see the importance of this topic, as you said, start with the topic, basically we need to size the problem. So probably we need to look at some figures to know how severe is this a problem, how severe is this a problem for our people and for the services we want to give to these people. So some of the basically analysts has put there that in 2024 there was 150 billion of basically worth of fraud in the entire, let's say, API and AI domain, because the market, as Thomas has said, is going through a learning curve with any technology, and that was basically the beginning of it, and there is a massive amount of fraud has happened. And I think the market is going to get a little more mature as we progress. However, when we come to the telecom context, the importance increase as well, because first, we are dealing with the subscriber data as compared to enterprise, where probably you're dealing with some CRM data or some data which belongs to them and not so sensitive to the subscriber per name or per number. The second thing, that telecom is in the center of everything because it's connectivity. You might have vulnerability at the edge. You might have vulnerability within an enterprise, but it's different when you have vulnerability in the backbone. And that basically exposes all the enterprises together as in one place. So that is the importance of it in the telco context. And the size of the problem or the size of the challenge is quite obvious from the numbers. And maybe that's one of the statistics. There are many, but just conscious of time. Yeah.
And I would say, just if I think about the perspective then from an Airtel perspective, right? If I put in, we're lucky we work with a lot of operators, and when I talk to them, I hear two things, and would love to hear if this is different for you, but I hear sort of two concerns around AI safety. One is, if you get it wrong and something happens, that whether or not it was the operator's fault, you'll probably be blamed in some way, right? And we see this in a lot of markets with frauds and scams.
Yep.
The operator might just be the messenger, they might be the conduit, but they're being blamed. And as a result of that, I hear worries about two things. One, your reputation gets harmed, and in the market you don't look good. Or two, the government or someone comes and finds you or comes at you. Is that, are you seeing that same, in the Indian market?
Absolutely. So I'm going to take a little bit of what analogy that Thomas made, that electricity is something which is an important aspect of our lives, and network and connectivity is such an important foundation for everything that we as a country do. Everything from using a telephone to connect with people, to using data, to doing payments. It is an important foundation stone for the entire economy. And when some things go wrong, it becomes a prerogative for industry, for like us, to figure out how we can potentially protect our customers. It's an important responsibility that we have undertaken as well. Now, I was in earlier sessions today itself, and we talked about open APIs and how they are able to govern a network. And these are very, very powerful tools. If going into the wrong hands, they can have an impact which can range from a small inconvenience to absolute catastrophe. Because if the network parameters go off and there is no control levers that are available with an AI who's very well trained to do it, or there are no governance on it, it becomes extremely difficult, especially if there are no explainability factors or trust factors built into it as well. A lot of the investment that needs to be made when I think about technology governing AI is around building those trust markers, having a very clean explainability model so that we can absolutely trace it back a decision that is made by an AI to govern a network.
That's fair. That's great. So I mean, maybe then we'll start building off of that. I guess the follow-on question might be, when we look at the Indian market, because I think these were great discussions and great explanations of maybe in general what we need to do, maybe having unsafe, untrusted LLMs to push us in the right direction, being worried but not too worried, and looking at some examples and whatnot. But when we think about the Indian market, what do we need to do to get it right? The balance between innovation but transparency, and you talked about, right, untested explainability, right? We heard the explainability side of things. Where is that line between regulation, innovation, and what we need to do to keep AI safe for the Indian market specifically? And I think you obviously have some probably deep insights.
Absolutely. So Indian market is very interesting because of a couple of reasons. Number one is that the amount of data and the amount of information that is available out there as a network operator in this country is huge. Couple of reasons. The population is vast, the data prices are very low, so the amount of information that is consumed by the Indians is very vast. Second is that the amount of personal information that is also flowing through a network is also extremely high. So the protection levers start at the very beginning. So if a user is sharing any personal data, or if there is anything incoming into the network, right at the gate, we need to make sure that that is protected. There is some amount of semblance of either some kind of encryption, making sure that the firewall is very strong. There is no prompt injection that is coming in, because a lot of these things we have to govern at the very top before they even enter our ecosystem, right? So I think some of these factors is very, very specific to India because of, as I said, the volume of information is extremely vast.
Any other, for those folks who've either been here a while or have colleagues, what you think is particularly important?
Yeah, I think, I agree. I think the challenge is a little bit, data will change what we have today. What I mean is, in the old day, we collected data, we had that for a purpose, that's, the DP, DPA, what you have, yes. And then you store it, which was a cool, did work. It was like, Switzerland, very, very slow, things was very clear. But these days with data, I think the problem is, if you use my data, for example, and you run an LLM, I have no control anymore around that data. The other part is, you generate, generative data. Is that maybe coming from my walk I did here in the hall? So how do we manage that? I think is a big challenge in the future, and I think we need to do a step-by-step approach. I think we cannot, from my point, we need to balance between overreact and let it go, but always have a good eye on it, what is happening, that we can react if something is getting out of control. And we definitely need not the operator making then blaming, like in scamming, all the fault is just because we are devising that. So that's a little bit, I think,
maintain a constant watching brief to make sure that you're watching it, but not get too overreacting.
Yeah, so here I would like to resist the temptation to use AI as an umbrella term for all AI. I want to make a very hard distinction between probabilistic and prediction models or classification models, and then Gen AI models. I think they're two completely different things. They come from completely different paradigms of computing. So in classification or predictive models, we have only two types of statistical errors, type 1 and type 2, also called false positive and false negative. And for example, if you're accusing a user of fraud or classifying a user as a criminal, that has profound implications for the human rights, and that is where explanation is critical, to have the right to explanation and so on. So that is a particular type of technology. And then we come to this other type of technology, which is Gen AI. Here we don't have any error classification. It is either it meets the user's expectation or it doesn't, and that's all. It can be in any direction. And then the second thing, just to push back on what Thomas said, I think memorization risks are low in Gen AI, because what is happening broadly is, at least in the world models, 100 exabytes of data is being compressed to a 3 GB file, to a 1 GB file at the very smallest. The memorization risks are low, so the so-called idea that when I train a Gen AI model, PI is going into the model, I'm not so sure. If it happens, I call Gen AI a lottery privacy infringement technology. Now and then you can infringe somebody's privacy, but it's not a reliable technology to infringe somebody's privacy. So I think if we use Gen AI on a support bot, then it's the risk to the rights of the user is lower, and therefore we can be a little less concerned about it. But if you're using traditional or predictive AI to say that this person is a criminal, then we need to think quite hard. Maybe we want a human in the middle of the loop or on the loop or something like that. So that is...
No, it's a really good reminder that I think we speak about AI at a very top level, right? We just use this top level term AI a lot, and there's so much underneath it, right? From the basics of machine vision, which I think many of us in college, I mean, years and years and years ago, I had colleagues who were working on machine vision, right? That's the foundations of it. And so I think it does bring up an issue that, because there are technical nuances involved in this, that particularly when you get to regulation, and particularly when you get to the way we think about it, we forget that, and this is not to make fun of any government officials, they're not always as technologically savvy as many of us are here, right? And I think even most people might not be, because we live and breathe it. And so I think it does bring up some issues of having to, I think your example was a great one of how we can sort of explain in a simple way, because everyone's going to need to become savvy with this. I guess maybe just changing then, a little bit of changing the topic. We've been talking a bit here about sort of AI in different forms, how it touches users. But I think, particularly in an event like this, you'll see a lot of discussion around AI for telcos themselves, how operators are using artificial intelligence, probabilistic as well as Gen AI, both forms, all forms of AI, to run their networks, manage their networks. When we go out and we work with operators and we track their AI deployments, it's not surprising the vast majority to date are still internally focused for their own operations. Where does the importance of ethical, safe AI, where are the risks for operators thinking about deploying AI within their own networks?
Yeah, actually, it's a very important topic, because you can see in the world now a movement towards data sovereignty. And you can see that even the regulators has started paying attention that data is a national resource and has a lot of privacy consideration. So there is a lot of initiatives around the world and here in the region where countries are building their own, basically, models and trying to run those models in their data centers and so on. And that is basically an important aspect of that. But also AI, as it imposes a lot of opportunity, it also imposes this risk. It imposes even the risk today in hacking the data using what is called the adaptive attackers, which uses actually AI to intercept the data and in an adaptive way. So they look dynamically for vulnerabilities in the APIs. And that is not a human looking like before. It's basically the AI itself is doing that. And it lowered the entry barrier for hackers as well, by the way, because hackers no longer need that super advanced knowledge. Rather, they can actually rely on AI, agentic AI, to tell them how
and what they want to do. They give them the intent, okay, and AI goes and does that for them, okay, and that's why you see a surge of that. On the other side, AI is basically preventing that. So it's AI battling and with each other, and with that, I mean, we have to be a little bit more regulated. So I put let's say the data security in general in two buckets. One is the technical hacking, and one is the social hacking, by the way, which is not technical. I mean, you can trick people in social tricks, and you get the credential, and then you become an authorized user. Like technical, basically, you know, API runs on top of HTTPS, and if you get this token bearer, I don't want to be too technical, basically you become that guy, and you take the traffic, and then you control everything. On the other side, social hacking, we all know and we heard of, is like how you ask questions and do certain conversation to get that. So you have a location of the data risk, you have a technical risk, you have a social risk. So regulator has a lot of awareness responsibility, education, regulation, this consent frameworks, all these things has to be done by the regulator, not only the regulator, then the rest of the community has to come together, which is the private sector, the basically public sector, as well as the individual itself. Yeah.
I mean, I guess if there's one good thing from that, I think most of the research shows that a lot of these hacks begin with the social side of things, which we can fix, right? I mean, I think that's something that we just need to train people. I mean, any other thoughts from an Airtel perspective? I mean, how are you seeing the impact of AI on your own networks? And then are you seeing pressure in terms of how we think about network resilience is becoming more and more important, you know, especially as we see hacks, as we see networks going down. I think there's some examples, not in India, but in other countries, the networks going down, people dying as a result, and that's not. How are you seeing sort of the focus on safe, ethical AI from a network perspective?
Correct. So you kind of asked a very layered question, so I'm going to maybe unpeel it a little bit. I would say broadly the three aspects of where we see some amount of protection we need to build. First is around private data, making sure that all of that is protected, because with AI dealing with information about a lot of our citizens and our countries, it is very, very important that is handled extremely, extremely carefully. The second part is about ethics, avoiding biases in the models. I think this is what Sunil also mentioned, that when we are using Gen AI, I think the impact is, of course, a little limited because it is probabilistic. But when we are using AI agents to build self-healing networks, do network planning, there is more importance of saying we need to get it right. And over there, it is extremely important to make sure that every kind of bias is removed, which is the ethical aspect of it, right? Because if we train our AI on some of just the puristic data without putting in the human intelligence, the guardrails in the loop, it is very prone to make incorrect decisions, which may not be right. The third part, Peter, on what you said, is the external attacks, the DDoS attacks, or somebody trying to put in their own prompts, or trying to actually go into the AI ecosystem and trying to pull out information, or actually make some changes to the parameters. It starts with how we build the foundation of the network itself. I think when we start thinking about AI, it goes along with the design of network, which has to be secure. And in that respect, I look regulator as enablers rather than actually pausing or making an impediment to growth. Because those governing frameworks is what actually scales and makes us much, much more secure from day one. So having a very strong design of the network with a governance layer independent of the AI agents we've built is one of the first things, a core principle, for example, that we have taken, right? So if a decision is being made by one AI agent, there would be another independent AI agent as a judge to make sure that's actually the right thing to do. And therefore, that creates a very clean protocol for us to make sure that some of these biases, some of these breakages are removed from the equation from the get-go.
So I guess, you know, what's interesting is, so that's a good example of how you're looking to safely, securely roll out AI, what you can do. And it's a good example. I guess the question is, do we see your examples being picked up anywhere else? So I guess the question is, we're talking about within India, we're talking about specific examples. How are we seeing global collaboration? Because this isn't just an Indian issue, right? There may be specific issues here. Are you seeing collaboration? Are any of us seeing collaboration across operators, across the industry, to roll out best practices in a way that we can benefit from good learnings, we can benefit from good processes, but also we can make sure that we're tackling this at a global level where it really is an issue? Are we seeing sort of good collaboration out there between either between operators in different countries or between operators in industry?
I would say we are seeing very early days of where collaboration is emerging. Airtel participates in a lot of industry associations where we all collaborate and share our mutual learnings. I believe that is one of the most important things that as a ecosystem across globe we need to do, is actually make sure that all of our learnings, our best practices become available to everyone else, because I'm sure that as we progress in our journey using AI, all of us will make mistakes. And something that would be very helpful as a industry and as an organization as you come together is how do we actually make this extremely transparent, and even if required, share a lot more such panel discussions to actually be more open in kind, saying, hey, this is where we actually worked well, here we actually did not work well, this is what we should be thinking about when somebody else builds something around AI.
That's a good point. Thomas?
Yeah, I don't think there is anything very specific around that. I think most of the exchange is happening through, as you said, traditional, standard groups or conferences, but I think it would be good to create that very specific about AI to really leverage what other countries are doing, or operators, or tech companies, and really have a very specific focus on that. I think that would be definitely the right approach.
I'd like to use an example of a Meta open source project, which is NLLB 200, which is a language database of low resource languages. The language model of low resource languages. The authors on the paper are only 10 authors or so, but the model supports 200 languages. So with the self-supervised paradigm, people from Lithuania can make an Indic language model. That is the collaboration opportunity offered by this paradigm. We have found, especially with hostile speech on our platforms, and again, that would be useful for the spam use case and the fraud use case and a variety of other illegal use cases. Somehow, even if you don't have parallel corpora in languages, but you just train in a self-supervised way on Indic languages, the knowledge from one language somehow automatically transfers to the other language. So there's a lot of power in the technology itself. However, small disagreement with my colleagues, especially on these harm classifiers. It's an antagonistic space. If you release your code and say this is how we are catching the bad actors, then the bad actors will get smarter. So unlike foundational AI research, where you should share open source and you should publish your findings, I think the telcos perhaps should not publish some of their findings, because the criminals will learn what it is that they're doing, basically.
I also want to say that historically, I mean, the collaboration between CSPs has been going through the open forums, I would say. And there is a huge responsibility and expectation is going to be on the basically TMF and GSMA and others to take the best practices from the market and standardize them in the proper way, because there is very limited, let's say, forums to get on the very tiny level of details. And at the end of the day, a lot of the CSPs there are pioneers, a lot of the CSPs there are technology users. So they are, depends on the CSP, it will be different basically. And that is something we're going to see more. And we started seeing, by the way, I mean, when you speak about like API security, TM Forum does things, and GSMA Gateway also does things. So we will see more and more of this, and that is what we need to focus, that the CSPs contribute to the forums, and this is the way how we're going to achieve that.
I think that's right. I think it is and to the earlier point, this is still early. Sharing stories, sharing what goes right, what goes wrong will help us to form that. Keeping some of it back, not sharing everything. I would just put in a tiny bit of a plug for some of my colleagues at the GSMA from part of our ethical AI team. They actually worked with everyone's favorite extremely expensive strategy consulting firm. Begins with an M, ends with a Y, and they put together a really, really solid framework for ethical AI and how operators can judge where they are, gauge where they are. The ecosystem can look at that. Please check it out. I'm happy to point you to it. I think we all need to learn from each other, so it's important. One last question, I think, as we think about the conversation, and thank you all. It's been from technical to strategic. It's been a great overview. If you can think of one thing that if we think about the next 12 to 18 months, and going back to the kickoff in the beginning, we know there's going to be such a user base of AI tools, AI capabilities across the world and here in India. And if it's not seen as safe, if it's not seen as transparent, that's only going to hurt the adoption, right? We need to ensure that people see it as safe, they see it as transparent, they see it as something that they can actually trust in. What's the one thing over the next 12 to 18 months that we can do here in India to make sure that the users are comfortable with it and they actually see it as something that they're okay with, so that we can actually capitalize on the opportunity? Maybe, Sunil, you can.
Peter, I think I'll just repeat myself. I think
Release the untrusted models.
No, the additional secretary from METI said that we need data sets and shared data sets. So I think that would be perhaps one thing to work on. And then, as you said, perhaps to use what you said to modify my earlier point, there can be some confidential bilateral sharing between the telcos of the secret sauce facilitated by GSMA. And maybe some portions can also go into the public domain. Many of the AI companies, including the Chinese ones, Qwen, DeepSeek, they publish very detailed scientific papers. And the publication of those papers allows independent academics to stand up and say, you can trust the telcos, you can trust the companies. That's what.
And I think very, very encouragingly, you're seeing China really going for an open angle around AI. And so I think it's encouraging. Thomas?
Yeah, I think the first thing is just to be very clear, there is no hacker attack until today came out of an AI training. Just to be, kill that mythos about it. Not saying that's not possible, but I think we need to be a little bit more relaxed and trust ourselves a little bit more on that side. And again, I think for the next 12, 18 months, I really would say there's two things. One, as an industry, I think we need to talk about AI much more. What can we do? And again, I think all the clients, the telcos have a very good trust and transparency. And I think we need to work on that, on trust, transparency. It's more important than new technology bringing out as an operator. I think that's the piece. And if something really would happen which we not hope in a bad way, I think we need to be open and transparent and learn from it. But just please don't take away that AI is a danger for us. AI is an opportunity for us, and we should really believe that everybody is in a positive mood to drive that to the next level.
I think also in India context, again, being an external and having an external eye to what's happening here in India, what India has achieved with the open India stack is something really impressive. And I think we're going to see more of these stacks happening in a local countries around the world. So this stack, today's scope is to govern the data, basically UPI, the Unified Payment Interface, as well as the KYC. know your customer. In UAE, there is what's called UAE Digital, which is similar to what's happening here. So two things, the scope of India Stack is going to basically expand. So it provides more safety net to more basically services in the country. And the second thing, I expect that sandboxes will be created by the government in order to govern the basically interfaces between the telco and the enterprises, and telco to telco, and enterprise to enterprise. And those sandboxes are needed to act as the lab for the integrations and make sure that whatever interfaces is developed there is tested and approved by the regulator and by the security rules as well.
It's a good example, particularly with how quickly and how effectively UPI has been rolled out. It's an incredible example of what can be done. Last but not least.
Yeah, I think the most important for me is the transparency of how we all operate together, and it meets across all stakeholders. As telcos, more transparency, because if we build our own forts, bad actors can easily navigate between them, so it's important for that. Within the organization, how are we sharing more information, making internal stakeholders more aware of what is the next kind of thing that is happening? Building internal trust is a very important aspect of using AI. And finally, to the end customers, when we roll out an AI-enabled product, how do they trust that it's going to work for them? The example that Faisal gave, UPI works because customers trust that money going from my account is going to land in somebody else's account, and there's nobody who's going to snatch it in between, right? So even for the end customers, it's important for them to understand that when any organization, especially a telco, rolls out an AI product, it is trustworthy, and that it begins with being very transparent about how we're doing it, why we're doing it, what we're doing. The product that Airtel has launched in terms of identifying suspected spam or identifying links which could be malicious, these are all AI-enabled products which we are saying that this is something to protect our customers. That's a trust enabler we have launched, which is the first use case that we actually launched using AI for our customers, and that's where it starts.
And hopefully that, if we see more examples like that, people will come to understand the value, come to trust it. And it's a great note to end on. Can we have a round of applause for our panelists? I think we are at the top of the hour. Will you all be around? I think we're at the top of the hour, so we want to end, but if you come up here, we'll take your question. Thank you all very, very much. Thank you, everyone. Oh, I apologize. Well, actually, really quickly, do you all have time? I know we had a hard stop at 5. Please, you run. You run. You're gonna have one less person. You're gonna have one less person for your answers. Hopefully it wasn't. Hopefully it wasn't for Sunil.
Yeah.
He's got to run to an airplane.
Okay.
For everyone else, please shoot.
Yeah. So we were talking about the AI, but I have a question. Like there are a lot of LLMs, and like in ChatGPT, we are uploading a lot of documents, customer documents, and even the information which is confidential. So can we trust that this is not being manipulated or biased or not being breached? Like a lot of individuals, they are putting their personal information in the ChatGPT, asking their questions. So is it all safe? Can we say that? Is there a governance proper that this is not being breached, and we can totally rely on the ChatGPTs like AI tools where we can put our personal information, like I want a prediction of my hands, and I just scan it and then ask for the prediction. So is it safe putting my hand scan, or it is not going, because these are all open source projects. So where is it being stored, and who all is accessing all this data? I am not sure. So I don't trust. So that is why I'm asking it. And being from the same background on the cybersecurity, so that is what my question is.
So I think the broad question is, can we feel safe in interactions with AI apps right now? How safe should we feel? How safe can we feel?
While I cannot comment on how specifically OpenAI is built, but the principle goes, when a product is free, then you are the product, which means that your information is what is being used to train the models, because all of these are going to be self-learning ecosystems. So I think that's something which is a black box for a lot of people on how the LLMs have been built. But specifically when it comes to how a lot of us are imagining when we think about AI products, there's a very strong emphasis on data security, data sovereignty, making sure that everything is very well within the ecosystem of, let's say, Airtel. When we build it, we do not use directly an open source model. We would basically keep it something which is within our own ecosystem, so that nothing is able to go out as well. So these are some of the, as I mentioned, the first principles and best practices needs to be established at the very first point at which we build the ecosystem, which is the privacy by design and the network design that we do. We just absolutely have to be very sure that nothing is going outside of this ecosystem itself.
So in that case, like we should not use open source AI tools because we are not sure whether the data is being protected or not. Though
Yeah, again,
we say that it is being protected, but
again, it's not black and white, just to be clear, as a very clear claim. You know, there are companies who use, I mean, you know, go to a search engine today. Is it safe? No, it's not safe. They collect your data, and you know, on one side they tell you, hey, this is great for you because next time if you ask for something, I help you. You know, if you go to this big e-shop, which we don't name, you know, they have a recommendation list. Is it safe for you? Maybe, maybe not. But you know, they want to help you. So it's a little bit a gray area. Plus, again, it's also a little bit what are the information you are doing. And then, I think on the operator side, I think they are much more clear. They will not leverage your data. They have no interest in that. But other company outside, you know, you have to be careful on it. But again, don't see it as black and white. It's really very individual and depending on the model and depending on the companies who are behind. So it's really a little bit, unfortunately, to find the right balance or use the right operator.
okay.
Thank you.
Go for it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your question. Before we all leave, we have some mementos. Here we go.
Right. I think we are all set as it gets. Good afternoon and good evening, everyone. I think we are here today as you all can see the role of India when it comes to governance and the societal impact of artificial intelligence. I'll want to start with a very small quote from NVIDIA promoter, which is Jensen Huang, where he talks about artificial intelligence future will be shaped not by its speed, but by the values we embed in it. And that's the challenge today, not how fast we build AI, but how responsibly we can scale it, right? Now, when it comes to India, we stand at a very unique intersection. We are one of the largest democracies in the world and one of the fastest growing technology hub and nation that can actually turn AI into force for inclusion. Keeping all of that in mind, today we'll be discussing about how trust, inclusion, and collaboration can be looked into when it comes to artificial intelligence. As we begin, let me introduce our panelists. We've got Magnus Everbring, who is the CTO of APAC for Ericsson. We've got Sandeep Agarwal, Head Product and Platform Networks, TCS. And we've got Nirupame Kumar, EVP Technology, Vodafone India Business. And I am Siddharth Gautam. I am a partner with the Risk Advisory Practice at KPMG in India. And I will try to moderate today's session. It's a very risky job that I'm doing today, but I'll try my best to do it. I don't claim to be an expert in AI. I don't think anybody can. And whoever is, who can claim who is AI expert in AI, please bring that person to us. We'll be very keen to meet them. With that, let me start with my first segment for today's conversation, which is largely focusing on governance to practice. Let's start with slightly big picture. And the question that I have for our panelists is how the industry is self-regulating when policy frameworks are still evolving. Magnus, I was just talking to you about the reality of AI. How do you build integral guardrails when regulation globally, not just in India, is still evolving? How do we do that?
Thank you. So, yeah, trustworthy. It's all about trust, I'd say. And let's say for us as a company, how we apply technology when we make our products and when we make sure that they can deliver the information that our customers then sell as a service. It comes down to having secure, reliable, and trusted solutions. We work internally very much with this. It's a long chain from how we supply components, how we qualify suppliers to us, including individuals, how we ensure that our own staff is up to the mark, how we have guidelines for how we make the products, how they're being deployed, and how they're being operated. All of that is a long trust stack. AI certainly comes into this. Whatever we include in terms of AI, and we try to leverage to the fullest extent, we need to be able to make sure that it is trusted and can be explainable. And there are many techniques of that. That includes that we're going to have strong guidelines internally on how we make the products, what data can be used when we do the models, and how do we make sure that integrity, as an example, is not compromised. So it goes throughout the stack where we work.
That's a good steer, but let me, now that you talked about trust, I think the other important aspect is the accountability. Let me take this question to Sandeep. And Sandeep, we were discussing around accountability per se. What frameworks or governance model do enterprises use today to ensure the accountability when AI is at the development stage?
So, thank you, Siddharth, for this question. AI and ethics is still evolving. There are multiple frameworks being proposed globally. Western countries, America, Europe, they are all coming up with framework. Government of India, as I see in a lot of newspaper and other media, is seriously taking this issue because India, as you see, is a very diverse country. There are people with very different educational backgrounds. And the biggest fear, if you think here, is that everybody has practically a mobile application today. And tomorrow, unapproved, unsupervised, unguided AI applications start coming in.
True.
It will become such a risk because the common man will not know what is truth versus what is AI generated, what is fake. So Government of India per se is coming up with lot of guidelines. Recently I came up with a newspaper article as recent as yesterday, which talks about Competition Commission of India, CCI, coming up with a framework on AI safety, and it is saying that can AI be used for predatory practices? Can AI be used for anti-competitive policies? And under guidance of Prime Minister, there are a lot of events which India as a country is attending. And India has been working on various policy frameworks. So there is a recent news item which talks about India AI Safety Institute.
Yes.
We talk about ethics certification framework. So I think the good part is Government of India is taking a lot of initiatives. Now it is up to software companies like TCS and other companies. How do we start doing a balancing act? We are working for customers and customers will give their own demands. Now how will a company like TCS balance what the customer asks versus following what is right? So it is a very good topic and let's see how things evolve.
Thank you. But let me now bring a little bit of telco perspective here. And Nirubhay, my next question would be to you. From your perspective when it comes to telecom companies, how do you translate the concept of responsible AI into daily operation and customer-facing decisions? Because like Sandeep also mentioned, the usage of AI is so vast and everybody on their palms have the access to AI. And thanks to telecom, that a lot of these AI-related models have become a big success. What's your view?
So thank you so much, first of all. And it's a very good question to answer because typically within the organization, when you look at, and Sandeep did touch part, saying that when you go and ask as a customer for TCS-like organization, and you say that this is what I want, normally if it is not thought through, it can actually create havoc in the market. So what in VIL normally we do, any requirement that goes through a scrutiny of the process. So what I mean to say that in the design stage itself, we embed those kind of guardrails and the best practices to ensure that what we are asking that is getting delivered by the partner is taken care from the ethics and other point of view. This question is also important because normally it is not about service provider like us, but in general, if any user is going to use any app or any organization at the enterprise level is going to create an app using AI, I was reading somewhere and it talks very funny thing I must share over here. There were three types of answers that came up when somebody asked this question saying that who is responsible in the organization for governance of the AI? Yeah. Some of the questions were saying that everyone. Everyone means no one. Second question comes saying that we don't use AI. Now, it will be difficult for anyone to just accept that none of the employees are using AI. In some shape and form, they are using. Perhaps you are not aware of.
Yeah.
And hence there's a governance that is required. And third answer was obviously, we don't know how to govern the things, right? Happy to share that we do follow internal processes, guideline, which goes as a part of the design itself. But as I said, it's evolving. It's evolving with the time. You can't say that today framework what I've created is going to satisfy for the future. So it's very important that the input feed continues to go in the framework, and that's how you have to continue to evolve the framework itself.
Makes sense. And that, as you mentioned that nobody is using AI, and the other day somebody mentioned to me it's actually AI using us, and we have stopped using AI. Now, that also brings us to another really important point from all three of you have mentioned. I think the self-governance layer is something that really needs to be looked into. And I think in my next segment, let's unpack how ethics become operational. Because that's the most important point when it comes to AI. Let me begin with you, Sandeep, my next question, which is largely around the ethical and accountable AI. I know it's something that has been spoken to death. It's something that all the organizations are discussing it in some shape or form. But from the TCS point of view, can ethical AI and commercial agility, both of them, coexist? Because that's a big question that all tech companies are now dealing with. And how do you embed the accountability without slowing the innovation?
Yeah, this is a very million-dollar question that as large tech companies, they have to build accountability and scalability with agility.
Yes.
So all these three terms will coexist. Now, if you see at AI today, there are four to five major pillars.
Sure.
So first is fairness, transparency, then you have accountability, privacy, security. Now, if you look at large-scale AI projects, they have to cater to mass market, whether it is in fintech industry, whether it is healthcare, education, agriculture, food. All these are large industries where the scalability has to be there.
Sure.
Now, companies like TCS have realized this. Within our organization, there is an elaborate framework. So earlier, we had a large-scale framework called quality management system. So every software project, big or small, would have to go through layers of quality check at the time of development of the project, at the time of requirements capturing, during testing. Everything had a very well-defined framework.
Sure.
In the recent past, our organization has come up with AI framework, rolled out for the internal employees, that if you are working on a software development project which touches upon AI, then at each stages of software development lifecycle, whether it is requirements capture, whether it is software design, whether the filtering of the data which is coming in, each layer has to go through standardized checks, whether there are enough guardrails in there, whether any of the processes are violating any of the AI framework. Now, the bigger question here is not about just the process, the quality of data.
True.
And even bigger question is, what is ethics in software? The biggest question here is, see, if you look at a standard definition of ethics, it says that what is morally accepted by the society, whether it is ethical or not. Now, as a software developer, I have 100 requirements given. I can write a software for that. But embedding what is morally right, what is accepted by the society as a good thing or a bad thing, defining that in a software. Today, when you are writing a software, you are writing hundreds or thousands of logical scenarios.
Sure.
If then else scenarios are there in the software. And you know you will code against those scenarios. But software taking a decision, whether this is ethically right or wrong,
Sure.
that requirement definition itself is a weak thing. But I think it is a very evolving field. As a company, we have realized that we have to be very careful about it, and it is only a matter of time how we define that.
No, that makes sense, and that actually brings a very important point that you mentioned about the ethics and the morality of some of these platforms. And I can tell you that each time that you are accessing OpenAI and you are asking socially, morally, and ethically questions for AI to respond to it, interestingly, AI does tell you that this, in Indian context, can be morally, etc., etc., etc. So, thanks to the coder, whoever was coding at that point in time into the software in OpenAI, it's a very common answer that AI throws back at you to say, I'm not going to respond to some of these questions that you have asked. Let me go to my next question to Magnus now. Where should human oversight end and algorithmic autonomy begin? Not an easy one, but let's see.
Okay, that's an interesting question. I don't think there's a clear threshold in that.
Yeah.
But it's, I mean, in terms of explainable AI, you need to have hooks and levers so that you feel that the end result is trusted.
Yeah.
And one way to do that is a little bit the Roman divide and conquer principle. You have it in subparts, you have sub-rewards, which then are accessible, and you can trust these sub-levels, and then you get an aggregated result. So that's a way to build up a larger result that in itself may be an enormous challenge for one brain, but you can go through the pieces of it that builds up the end up result. So that's one way of doing explainable AI. The area, of course, is very, very good. I think the clear way you can have in a company to make sure that indeed it is explainable, then the trust will eventually come there. So it's worthwhile. It should be focused upon.
Thank you. Nirupma, how do you test the bias, fairness, and explainability in the customer journey? And I think I'm just taking a leap from what Magnus and Sandeep both mentioned. What's your point of view from telecom perspective?
No, absolutely. I mean, one of the core value that we carry in VIL is trust with the customer.
Yeah.
Because if that is broken, none of the communication, everything else will fall apart. Hence, it is important that anything that reaches to customer, whether it's from ethics point of view, trust point of view, it has to be tested. It has to be scanned through the right thing. And that testing cannot be at the end of the delivery. It has to be, as I said in the previous question as well, it has to be created as a part of the design. That what has to go as a part of design, and then what need to get tested at what point of time. And that is where we create the use cases. We have defined certain processes and controls, guardrails to ensure that these aspects are taken care of. Most importantly, even if you take some of the campaign that we have run in past, it says very clearly how did we arrive to what we are proposing to you as a customer.
Sure.
And as Magnus rightly said, it is explainable, then it automatically brings the trust in the ecosystem. And that's what we focus on. So testing is not toward the last, it is toward the journey.
It's right at the time. With
Absolutely.
Understood. So accountability, in essence, what everybody has said, accountability isn't a line item. It's a mindset that needs to be coded right at the beginning of the journey. Makes sense. Now, let's come to our next segment, which is largely around the inclusion and societal impact. And Nirupma, sorry, I'm going to come to you first. A concrete example where AI has improved the access, inclusion, and grievance redressal for undeserved segment. From telecom point of view, where is it that you stand on this today?
No, this is very good.
Redressal is something that has been spoken again and again, at least in India.
Absolutely. So, I mean, one is purely from reach, if you really look at.
Yeah.
In last few years, all the telecom operators put together in India, the kind of reach that we have created to the last person in the village has enabled through the connectivity and the base platform using which most of our digital enablers are working today, be it's Aadhaar, be it's COVID we've seen during the COVID time, the health related things, or even the UPI today, right? So one is from the reach point of view, it has reached to the last person, which is required for any growth in any country. Now from the any issue redressal point of view, again, how easy is to raise concern and getting it addressed. And happily to say that while our colleague from TRI is not here, but a lot of government framework has also helped us in creating those methods in which anyone can raise issue and get it addressed through the escalation path if required. So that is the model we have built, but the efforts are always there to avoid any escalation that has to come. I mean, if the complaint has already been made, that means you missed somewhere. Yeah?
Got it. Understood. Sandeep, I'll come to you next. Again, AI for all is the discussion that I was having with you earlier before the segment started. How do enterprises like TCS make AI inclusive when India's data diversity is so vast? And you did talk about the cleanliness of data, the accuracy of data, the availability of data. How do you do that?
See, the most important point that you touched upon is data cleanliness, data bias. Now, when we are working with customer projects, then it is very difficult to figure out whether the data is of good quality, clean or not. Ultimately, when you, as a system integrator, as a software company, you develop a model, and if the model is not working, the immediate reaction is TCS did not do a good job.
Correct.
However, when you look at classical software development, we were mainly focusing on software requirements. With AI coming in, you are talking about software requirements as well as the data which is fed in. Now, there are various third-party softwares available in the market today which claim that they are going to tell you whether there is enough data bias in the system or not.
Sure.
Now, this is an area which I think we still don't have the right or wrong answer to say. There are large tech companies, then there are open source software which are available through which data bias can be looked into.
Sure.
However, if you look at India as a country, there is so much diversified data available. Another viewpoint which has started coming in is that can the data be deliberately contaminated? Similar to cyber security as a risk, data contamination as a risk, model corruption as a risk, these are various risks which have started coming in. So the guardrails that we spoke by all of you, you have to have enough guardrails from a policy framework perspective. You have to have enough awareness within the organization, both from software companies like TCS, both from end customer.
Sure.
Whether enough guardrails have been put in at part of the requirements gathering, whether the people who are really doing a user acceptance testing, they are trained enough to be able to say that the model meets the requirements and there is no exclusion happening. So we read about various case studies in the market which talk about a certain section of people were discriminated because the data which was originally fed enough. So the last point I want to say is that as software engineers, you are told that you can never make sure that a software is 100% tested.
Sure.
Same philosophy applies here. I cannot say guarantee 100% that the model is bias free today,
Sure.
or model is 100% AI tested, but the attempt will be there that you do as much as you can.
Correct. Do as much as you can.
Do as much as you can.
I think that's something that I think that will keep evolving.
Yes.
But let me come to Magnus, to you now. I want to touch upon the digital divides, right? What network or infrastructure innovations you think can actually bridge the digital divides?
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, the digital divide, it depends on where it is, right? I think there are factors. If we take where the basic coverage is lacking, that's one area. The other one is, of course, where there's coverage, but still part of the population is not onboarded yet. I think there are three components. One is government, one is the mobile operator side, and one is the device side. How can that pick up? Devices, as an example, price points are sensitive. Great to see now in India, the lower tier segment for smartphones is rapidly picking up.
It is.
And of course, it spreads through the masses.
Fastest growing, yeah.
But that's if it, on a global basis, there are more people that are not having a 3GPP device that are within coverage zone than those who are outside of coverage zone. And that can be attributed to price points and also lack of interest or disabilities or age. Right?
Yeah. Well, I think very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's one part. Then you have building coverage everywhere. And of course, I say, with an operator here, every operator wants to have as wide coverage as possible. But then it's a cost trade-off also.
Yeah.
How many people are there? I think the basic technology, we can make the signal stretch very far if there's low frequencies available, and then that the deployment can be done in a cost-efficient way. Here, I think governments can come in. How easy is it to get backhaul access? Is there a dirt road even to the site?
Yep.
Is there power, et cetera, et cetera? There are many things where I think a government can play a big part in that to make sure it comes about in more rural areas.
Yes, and I think one of the key differentiators in India, of course, becomes the inclusion, because connecting rural is one thing where I know for a fact that Government of India is really pushing really hard. The usage of technology, the usage of drones in farming sector,
Absolutely.
that has gone incredibly high.
Full agree, right? And let's say an operator invests in rural areas where there are some people but few people. Again, from a government point of view, should schools quickly be enabled with fixed wireless access so they are connected on the internet and can then draw advantage of IS support in their applications? Should medical stations have a similar kind of access, etc.? There are many ways where the public infrastructure can leverage that connectivity and then help to build that business and investment for the operators.
Yeah. No, I think we have, and I feel that is one of our differentiators, and I do feel that the way the connectivity between rural India and more, accessible part of India has changed incredibly. And again, I want to give farming sector as an example. Today, a farmer knows the predictability of a rain that is going to impact its crop much faster and much ahead of time so that he can plan the kind of crop that he wants to yield, compared to earlier where there was a massive gap, and of course farmers used to sort of pay a huge price.
I fully agree. I mean, becoming data-driven is so powerful.
Absolutely.
And farming is a good example. And once the crop is there, where should you go and sell your crop? I mean, you can take daily information to know where to take the next step to maximize your return, given you are connected. That's the thing.
Absolutely.
Maybe I'll just add to it. If you really look at some of the use cases that are demonstrated even here, farming is one of the classic examples wherein you are able to reach to rural places. Other areas are like education or even healthcare, telemedicine and all that. So the digital divide, I will say that somewhere it is getting disappeared with the technology. Yeah,
Yes.
and people are leveraging it. Yeah.
They are, big time. And again, while of course there are these success stories, there are also those scary stories where people have depended far too high on AI and of course landed in hospitals because you take those medicine what AI tells you, but again, I mean, that's a topic for some another day. That brings me to my last segment where now I want to touch upon India's global edge. And Magnus, I would like to continue with you here. I mean, of course, the butter chicken and the dal makhani is something that India prides upon, and our food and our culture and everything really is something that takes us apart. But what makes India a credible test bed for responsible AI when you look at the scale? What's your view? I mean, where do you stand on that one?
Well, okay, fine. It's a good question. First of all, I think India has done a phenomenal work now to launch 5G. All major cities have it. It's a very good coverage.
Correct.
And also, I argue the networks are very good. When I compare statistics from networks in India to other markets, they are very, very good. So they're very mature in that regard. Now, that's a fantastic platform to drive innovation on. We saw some parts at the inauguration the other day here, but I think that's really where the interesting part comes now. How can creative people come on and use the connectivity to drive innovation? And I think if you say regulation again, should AI be regulated or how should it be regulated? As long as that's embracive and enabling, it's great, right? It should somehow capture the potential and be reasonable in society. The integrity for users, etc., and privacy. And if the regulatory body can do that in a good way, so it drives innovation and maintains the trust factor, that's fantastic. Combine that with the platform that India has now and creativity, and then I look forward to be here in, say, 1, 2, and 3 years to come and see the rate of progress. I think so good compared to many other markets.
Thank you very much for that. And Sandeep, how are Indian enterprises exporting responsible AI frameworks globally? I mean, of course, we do have enough and more import of technology and wherewithal, but when it comes to exporting, where do we stand?
See, India has a very good problem to solve. India is a global technology hub when it comes to software development. There are a lot of global companies having GCC or otherwise working in working in the Indian IT industry. Yeah. So the classical problem here is how much to inherit from the global markets, yeah, how much to create on your own, and how do you do an amalgamation or combination of them. So as I was saying in my previous conversation, as a country, lot of regulations and frameworks have been coming. If you look at Bureau of Indian Standards, they have done a lot of definition of what India should do from a framework perspective. There are various institutions set up by Government of India, for example, Safety AI Institute and others. So, and we also talk about United States policies, EU laws, China governance laws, and other things. So India has a very good situation where it can use the best of what is available globally. Yeah. Plus, as all of you have been saying, that India, being a large democracy, has a lot of unique peculiarities because of diverse culture, so many different languages, so many different cultures, tradition. So we have to come up with best of both, what we can inherit from our other leading countries, plus what is best suited for its own market. And as I have been saying earlier, what is ethics may mean different for different people.
True.
So how do you localize what is good? And most important is, a disclaimer should always be coming from whether this is a AI generated content or not, and at least for the next foreseeable future, we should always put a disclaimer that this is a AI generated content, use your own wisdom. It's not that you just blindly start trusting it.
True.
So a lot of work has been done. As I'm repeating, that Government of India is very serious. Our Prime Minister has been talking in global forums that India has to take AI with responsibility and ethics. And now it is up to all of us, how do we educate the 1.4 billion population that how to take responsible use of AI.
Makes sense. Last question, Nirupam, to you from operator's point of view. What's India's next frontier when it comes to global collaboration on AI? Any views?
Yeah, I mean, couple of things. First of all, I'd just like to compliment and add what Sandeep said. And just to additional thing over there is, look, I mean, we are a technology hub. The way global service providers are moving to India, the platform that we are creating. So we are one of the biggest creator. At the same time, with the 1.4 billion people, we are one of the biggest consumer as well. That brings to an understanding when you are the creator and consumer both. You must have a say in what and how it should be done.
Makes sense.
And that is where the policy thing comes into the play. And we also come from the diverse overall geography. If you really look at different set of people, different location, different way of doing the things and all. So that is one. The way we visualize in the future, lot of automation is definitely on the cards. Important thing here is whatever we are going to serve to the customer, you make it transparent. You make it explainable. You make it clear saying that what is coming from AI, what is not. And that has to be based on the validated AI. Yeah? Otherwise, you can't create the trust.
All right. It's always very difficult to get one takeaway from such a wider conversation, but if I were to take one takeaway is responsible AI is actually a good business. And trust again becomes the core bed for that, and it builds the trust, enables scale, and earns license to innovation. And as Sam Altman said, AI will amplify everything we represent, both the good and the bad, right? The responsibility lies with us, and let's not throw the coders under the bus, and with India to ensure to amplify its better instincts. With that, I thank you all sitting here with us for this conversation. And enjoy the remaining of IMC 2025 and all the best. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
I know we are running out of time, but if there are any burning question, feel free to raise hand. Otherwise, we can just conclude it. No burning question? That's always good. Thank you. Thank you very much.